Trone, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Gaines Beekman Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We are especially grateful to John and Fran Kane for sponsoring the Jepson Nices Auditorium today. We'd also like to welcome our generous sponsors and literati members. It is through your support that we are able to make festival events free this Saturday. 90% of our revenue comes from our donors, and we thank you all. This year's festival is filled with lots of great events, including this one. We don't want you to miss anything, so you can download the Savannah Book Festival app. There's information on the back of your program for how to do that. And before we get started, a few housekeeping notes. Jonathan Scott Barrett will be signing festival-purchased copies of his book in Telfair Square immediately after this presentation. If you are planning to stay for Andrew Sean Greer, please move forward so the ushers know how many they can let in for the next talk. Please, cell phones off, and we ask that you do not use flash photography. Also, on the back of your program, you will find a QR code where you can download a survey and share your opinion about the festival. This helps us with continuous improvement and the impact the festival has on the city of Savannah. This is also very important to the future funding of the arts in Savannah. Later, as you exit the venue, you will see our wonderful volunteers holding yellow buckets. We hope you will consider making a donation to the festival. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ivy, one of our board members.
Thank you all and welcome to the Savannah Book Festival. My name is Ivy Council and I am a volunteer member of the Board of Directors for SBF. If you've attended a festival in the past, you know that it is extraordinary for a board member to take time to stand between you and your favorite author. So, so the circumstances are, in fact, extraordinary, and that's the reason I'm standing before you. As we all know, the cost of nearly everything in our lives has gone up recently. Probably many of you have felt the impact of inflation. I'm here to tell you that it has also impacted SBF. Nearly 90% of the festival's income, as mentioned earlier, comes from donations and many of you have donated. Over the last 16 years, that has allowed us to maintain a Saturday festival-free environment. In order to continue that, we will need to reach out to our donors and our participants and ask that, to the extent that you are motivated, to seek out and find those yellow buckets and to make a donation. You can also do it via Venmo, and that's on the back. If you turn to the back of your program, there's a QR code there that you can use in order to make a donation. If you enjoy the festival, and most people do, we want to continue to maintain a Saturday that's free to the community and everybody can come out and enjoy their favorite authors. So find those yellow buckets throughout the day and dig deep and give as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivy. Now, Jonathan has also promised to leave a few minutes for questions at the end of his talk. We ask that you wait for a microphone before you ask your question so everyone can hear it. Jonathan Scott Barrett is with us today, courtesy of Linda and Belle Diarment. Jonathan Scott Barrett is a very interesting guy, I've learned in 5 minutes. He is a 7th-generation Georgian with a deep appreciation for the history, foodways, and culture of the South. And I think his parties in Savannah were legendary, with his 500 glasses I've heard he has. His first book, Rise and Shine, is a memoir spanning several decades of Southern farm-to-table traditions. In his second book, Cook and Tell, he narrates another delicious culinary sojourn across Dixie, where he includes not only his own entertaining stories and recipes, but those of friends he met along the way. His latest work, Cook and Celebrate, a collection of Southern holiday and party traditions, further explores the tastes and traditions of the South with recipes and tales. He also spent 10 years as a James Beard Foundation restaurant judge. However, he's really a CPA by profession, which I don't get, and a nonprofit executive. His resume includes work with Junior Achievement and the Georgia 4-H Foundation. He currently serves as Director of Development for the State Botanical Garden at UGA. And now, let's give a warm Savannah welcome to Jonathan Scott Barrett.
Thank you. Do you all know the difference between a northern fairy tale and a southern fairy tale? Okay. Well, a northern fairy tale starts off with, once upon a time, while a southern fairy tale begins with, y'all just ain't gonna believe this. But Southerners, we love our stories and our tall tales just as much as we love our food. And to anyone from the South, the food of our region and of our childhood especially, it has a special place in our minds and our hearts. And it's, no matter how far we roam away from home, that affinity for the wonderful recipes that came out of our family's kitchens and the stories that accompany them, they stay with us. Eugene Walter, in the 1971 book American Cooking, Southern Style, relates this example of our lifelong love of Southern foodways. On a summer's evening some years ago, two of the South's most celebrated writers, William Faulkner and Catherine Ann Porter, were dining together at a plush restaurant in Paris. A splendid meal had been consumed, a bottle of fine Burgundy emptied, a thimble-sized glasses of expensive liqueur had been drained. Back home, the butter beans are in, said Faulkner, peering into the distance, the speckled ones. Miss Porter fiddled with her glass and stared into space and whispered, blackberries. There's our love of dining, too, and all things Epicurean. Damon Lee Fowler's fabulous Southern cookbook writer, someone that I turn to for advice and guidance. He's written over a dozen cookbooks. He's quoted as saying, Southerners love to tell stories, and our favorite stories always seem to involve food. If there isn't actually food in our mouths, we're talking about it, what we just ate, what we're going to eat at the moment, and what we plan on eating next. And I can attest to that. I talk to my best friend that I grew up with since 7th grade every day on the phone mostly, and if it's in the afternoon, you know, the conversation is like, what'd you have for lunch? You know, what you gonna do for supper? So it's always in our conversations. And then we Southerners, we're so descriptive as well. I mean, we use adjectives to describe other adjectives. We're flowery, you know, and expansive in our prose. And emphasizing my train of thought here is John Berendt, the famed author of Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Y'all might have heard of that book. Midnight, which is popularly called, was Berendt's first novel. Y'all, it was published in 1994, debuted on New York Times bestseller list, and it stayed there for 216 weeks. the landed-standing bestseller on record for the newspaper. And he made this observation about Southern writers here at the Savannah Book Festival, and I paraphrase: most authors would write, now why did I have that up there? I'm sorry, pardon me. Most authors would write, Susan went to the closet to get her coat. However, those from the South would relate, Susan walked through the impressive oak-paneled entrance hall of her Tuxedo Road mansion to the coat closet, where she retrieved a full-length black mink, a present from her third husband, Chandler Prescott Madison, on their third anniversary. So, which one of those two passages do you like better? What I've tried to do in my books, and I attempted to do, is showcase that intersection of our love of food and the food created in our kitchens, and then those sweeping stories about that food that we tell in our dining rooms and panel libraries and front porches across the South. My books are what you would probably call in a genre Southern food memoirs, or maybe Southern culinary narratives. 2 reviews of my work attest to that definition. Read them kind of quickly. Cook and Celebrate is utterly delicious. The family stories and recipes shared are spiced with humor and sweetened by memories. Reading it, I felt like I was sitting on Jonathan's front porch. Another one was A Certified Southern Gentleman and Engaging Storyteller. Jonathan has woven together a wonderful collection of not only recipes, but the stories behind them. So that's the way that my books go. There will be as many photos of people and stories in my books as there are recipes, and in each of the books they average 150 recipes, so there's a good bit. I'm so very happy to be here at the Savannah Book Festival. I was on the board many years ago with some of the founding members like Lisa White that's here, Matt Pickett. I thought I saw Matt, but I'm not sure. So it's an honor to be here, to be a part of this group, and to be back. I'm especially happy to be presenting here in the Nice's auditorium, and the picture that you see here is of Grace and Jack Nice's, the donors that made this auditorium possible. That's at my 40th birthday party. And and Jack and Grace were just wonderful, fabulous people. I have to tell you a cute story about them. I had another dinner party years later, and it was a German theme, and I had made sauerbraten and braised red cabbage and spätzle, so all these things. Well, the Nice's are a very proud German heritage, and they both showed up to the party in lederhosen, and so it was just great. I've got a fabulous recipe in that particular chapter too. I'm talking about Southern, my take on some of the Southern food, but in the German spin, is a cream of white bean soup, and you cook white cannoli beans or white northern beans with a mirepoix, some chicken stock, ham hock. Drain it, take the juice out, take those beans, puree it, and then add cream in with it. And then it is just this magnificent, smooth, beautiful, very simple, basically a peasant dish that's been dressed up just a little bit. It's wonderful. Now, Cook and Celebrate's been a national progression for me in terms of writing. My first book was Rise and Shine, as you see here. I wrote that book as a result of hosting a supper club at my house called Girls on the Grill. This was back in 2013. My friend Monica, who's with us here today, was slated to host her book club at her home, but her house was undergoing restoration. Contractors weren't yet finished. We all know how that goes. So she asked me if we'd have them at their house, and I said I would be happy to do so. And they asked that I share some recipes and stories from some of my favorites. And here's a picture of 3 of the founding members here of the Girls on the Grill. Monica on the left, Debbie Keeney in the middle, and my dear friend too, Elizabeth Skeetus on the right. There's a whole chapter in Cook and Tell of Elizabeth's mother's recipes from a small town in North Carolina, which is fabulous. And I have an entire chapter in Cook and Celebrate on supper clubs, and there are recipes from these 3 ladies within that. My mother had died just a few months before the supper club meeting, and that was really devastating to me. Lost my father several years before that. 2 of my aunts had died that year. I was in a very, I was in grief. And as I started thinking about the stories and the things that I wanted to write and to share with people, my mind kept going back to those things that my mother would cook and my family would cook and the stories behind them. And I wanted to be very careful about what I said to the ladies, because 30 of them attending the house. Talking about my mom And then my father, this picture of my mother on her 80th birthday, and at the Savannah Yacht Club, the poster there is a picture of her engagement photo to my dad. That's my dad and myself in the front yard in Perry, Georgia. I was 4 years old back then. So what the result that night of the supper club dinner was a number of recipes and stories, and the ladies in the club said, these are really very good, and then you should continue with this. I had a big gap in my life at that point. I'd been a caregiver for my mother. I was, while I still was a professional, had a career, spent so much time caring for her, I spent that other time writing and put this together and came up with the book that resulted in Rise and Shine. The way that book got its name was the fact that we were doing farm-to-table food before that became a saying. We grew our own vegetables. We picked our own fruit. We put them up, as you would say. And I was one of the main non-hired hands that had to do all that. And my father would come bursting into my bedroom before dawn on summer mornings, flip on the lights, sling the door open, and sing out Rise and Shine and Give God Your Glory. And he would walk away just snickering and laughing because he knew, and excuse my language, it has pissed me off. And, you know, I was a teenager, and that was not the way I wanted to spend my day, was out picking okra with long sleeves and long trousers on. You could wring sweat out of my shirt when I got home. Not a pretty picture, but anyway, how I hated it then, but how I missed my parents, and I would give anything to be back picking tomatoes with them in the July heat. Now, with that book came a book tour. I went over 7 states and 20 cities. And so many of the people told me at these different places about their own stories and what they had as memories. And what I decided to do then was to create an anthology, not only of my stories and recipes, but that of other friends, and that came to the being of Cook and Tell. Went on another promotional junket for this book, and same sort of thing. People were sharing with me all the time about their love of food and family and friends and how they all related. And I found that so many of them were about the holidays. And anyway, there was just so many of them. I could have written a whole book just on the culinary traditions of Christmas by itself. But that collection came about, and that's how we have, or I have now, and you all have, hopefully every one of you will have. And your family and friends, and then going forward through the next year, through the holidays and birthdays, that you can buy these off eShaver Books here at Amazon. As for the recipes, I chose them in 2 ways. First of all, I outlined this book with the chapters that I wanted to have and the recipes that I wanted to include into them. And then what I did is, after that, was I reached out on social media, on Facebook and Instagram. I said, you know, out to friends, what is it that makes the holiday special to you and why? Share some of those recipes and stories. The easy part was getting all of those together. The hard part was trying to decide what I could not include because the publisher only allows me so many pages. So I put in the introduction to the book, if you think that there's some dishes that should be here, I probably would agree with you, but I just didn't have the space for it. Here's a photo of Craig Claiborne. As I go about talking about Cook and Celebrate today, his philosophy that he has in this quote is very close to what I try to do within my books, and I think that you'll get the feel of that. And you can read it for yourselves. I don't have to read that. But the thing about Craig, he was from this tiny town of Sunflower, Mississippi. I mean, 1,500 people that are there. And then he went on to have such an incredible career in New York and across the globe as a food critic and chef and author. And he was very good friends with Albert Stoddard here, and would visit Savannah over the years ago. Today I'm going to talk first about, and I got to hurry because it can take me 15 minutes to tell you how to make a pitcher iced tea, and I only have just a limited amount of time. So anyway, upcoming holidays, we have Mardi Gras, we have St. Patrick's Day, and also Easter, and then I'm going to try to zip through some other pieces we have. Mardi Gras translates to mean Fat Tuesday, in French, and it was a time to eat all the fatty food in the house before Lent arrived, and the abstinence and fasting. In the United States, it started in Mobile, I think sometime around 1703. And my book, since it's about memories and friends mixed with food, one of my favorite Mardi Gras dishes is gumbo. And each time I prepare that stew, I think about two of my dear friends who've passed away. And again, you'll see more pictures of people than food and my things. You'll see here, those of you from Savannah that know these two folks, those of you who don't, let me introduce you to them. Elizabeth Oxnard on the left. Elizabeth, native of Mobile, Alabama. She was a banker. Her late husband, Ben, was an executive in the sugar industry. Their ties to sugar go back to the 1700s. They were generous philanthropists here in Savannah. Sam on the right, also from here, and also had a big farm and home, cattle farm up in Effingham County. His grandfather, Samuel Sr., was the founder of United Fruit Company, as we know as Chiquita Banana. And his childhood home is the home of the president of Tulane University now. Now, besides the fact that these two were from the Delta Gulf Coast, both settled in Savannah later in life, they also loved animals. Sam, on his almost a mile winding drive to his house called Honey Ridge, you'd find a menagerie of dogs following along behind you. Maybe three-legged, maybe have one ear, maybe blind, maybe it's whatever, but they were there. Sam could not turn away a stray. Elizabeth was the same. She had all sorts of dogs. One time we went out to visit her. There's a beautiful raised cottage on the Sapelo River on a bend, and got there. She left a note on the door for Tom and I to go upstairs, make ourselves at home. She had to go to the store. Well, I went upstairs, and we were in the kitchen, and there's this big pot of stew cooking. And it's very aromatic, and it looked delicious, and there's a spoon sitting next to it. I stirred it and smelled it, took a taste, said, oh, this is delicious. Well, she comes into the house, and I'm standing there with a pot, and I said, Elizabeth, I said, you didn't have to cook for us for supper. We were going to take you out for dinner. And she raised an eyebrow, and she was famous for this big eyebrow that go up to the crown of her head. And she pointed at the pot of stew, and she goes, Jonathan, honey, that's for the dogs. Yeah. And another thing that they had in common, they loved my gumbo. And it said that reminded me of their home. Now, I have Mardi Gras in my book through the grace of my friend Mary Martha Green that you see in the picture here. And she is the author of The Cheese Biscuit Queen Tells All. It is fantastic. Mary's book you should read. If you like the genre of book that I'm talking about, and I've given it to some of y'all here in the audience for Christmas. I know that you have a copy. But I let Mary's here. Mary, stand up and say hey to everybody. So she came to visit me. And you know what she brought me this morning all the way from Beaufort, South Carolina? A tin of cheese biscuits. So there's not enough to share with all you all. I love you, but Mary throws a big shindig with upwards of 200 people in our house with a Mardi Gras theme each year, and she has got some fabulous recipes that she shares with us in that chapter. Shrimp and grit tarts with tasso gravy, these tiny little tarts that are made of grits. You put your thumb in it with an impression, a piece of shrimp on top and tasso gravy, a crawfish spread that's baked in a bread bowl, smoked salmon cheesecake. I have a Mardi Gras salad that's just the color of Mardi Gras that comes in the gumbo. I call it JSB's Gumbo Yaya. And you'll see a picture of that on the right. It's chock full of food. There's not a roux in it. It's just a lot of shrimp and andouille sausage and chicken and all sorts of vegetables. And it's really very, very good. And Elizabeth and Sam, they really loved it. And again, every time I make it or think about gumbo, I think about those two folks. St. Patrick's Day is huge here in Savannah. As you all know, many cities across the South celebrate it, but most well known in Savannah. Known as the hostess city of the South, Savannah earns that moniker, where it hosts over 750,000 people each year for that celebration. The parade is hours long, and it's second only in size to that in New York City. And when you think about proportion of size and population, that's pretty impressive. Now, Savannah is one of the busiest ports in our country. It's a melting pot of people founded in 1733. Surnames from places across the globe are represented here today. The descendants of those folks climbed the high bluffs, and I don't think I have a pointer, but you see the bluffs that are here. 5 stories that these people came up. And you really can't see it in the tower there, but on the left is the damask tent that General Oglethorpe lived in when he first came. And then when you look to the right, you see something of that view today and what that looks like. The Irish were a large sect of the settlers that came arriving with Georgia founder James Oglethorpe, actually our second royal governor. Henry Ellis was an Irishman, and dates back to 1812, when a handful of prominent Irish residents formed the Hibernian Society to aid poor immigrants that came to this company. Now, Hibernia, as most of you all probably know, is a classical Latin name for Ireland, with the word hibernus meaning cold and wintry. 1824, the president gave a call out to local residents to join he and fellow Hibernians to march after Mass to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, and the parade was born. It gets international attention for its party-like atmosphere and all the people that you see in the city drinking green beer and such. But at its heart, it's still a religious and a family affair. The Mass that you see at the Cathedral Basilica of St. John the Baptist, William Jasper here that we're celebrating, a Revolutionary War hero, the Celtic Cross. I have more things, but I'm running out of time, so I'm going to move forward. We're good? Okay, all righty, okay. Family culinary rituals, though, are also found throughout the city, and I'd like to share with those of you, my dear friends, Deanne Mitchell, her mom, Mary Ann Smith. And you see these two lovely ladies here, and they braved the cold this morning too, and so to come out to see us. So anyway, Mary Ann's both sets of her grandparents were from Ireland. Her father, John Michael Brennan, served for over 40 years as attorney for the Catholic diocese. He was named a Knight of St. George by Pope John the 23rd, and president of the Hibernian Society, led the St. Patrick's Day as Grand Marshal, Irish roots running very, very deep. Now, they've been doing this meal for many years. Southern Living actually covered it in an edition a number of years ago. And all of the recipes that you see here are from them, and they're the classics that you would see during St. Patrick's Day, particularly the corned beef and cabbage, the beef stew with Guinness. And if you look here, I'm not a food photographer, so don't, again, I'm a major gift officer, fundraiser, and such. So. But this is the Guinness with beef. It is magnificent. It is probably one of the best dishes I've had in ages. I just cooked it recently. The secret is you have to braise the beef really, really well. If you don't do it, if you just take the beef and you season it and put it in the pot with the rest of the ingredients, it may get tender, but the taste is not going to be the same. So it takes a little bit of effort, but you have to really brown each of those pieces of beef. Be careful not to crowd the pot to do it. But anyway, the cheesy mashed potatoes, Dan's recipe, it's a fabulous cheese and cream, it's a wonderful accompaniment, and Irish soda bread that you see here. And I'm not a baker, and I made the bread here, so if I could do the baking, I would say there's a crucifix cut in it to let the wee fairies out, and to also to bring them. They also have these wonderful chocolate brownies for dessert during that meal. And made with, how many of y'all make your own homemade brownies? Okay, well, let me give you a hint. Buy yourself a box of Ghirardelli brownie mix. I mean, it is. Yeah, it is the best that you would never be able to tell they weren't homemade. I take the water out of the recipe and substitute espresso or really strong coffee. They're magnificent. So save yourself a bunch of steps, a lot of sifting, a lot of doing things, and do those. I have to tell you a really kind of a funny story here, too. It has nothing to do with Easter, but Mary Ann gave me a recipe for Chatham Artillery Punch a number of years ago, and I was asked to plan an Episcopal diocesan dinner one evening while the convention was being held here in Savannah. And so there was everything, the centerpieces, the food, and the band and the bar. And they said to the bar, the leadership of the diocese, they were like, oh, well, you can have wine and such and maybe some punch. You can have some alcohol in the punch, but no hard liquor. And I was like, oh, okay, I can put punch out. And they're like, sure. And I'm like, okay. So I made Chatham Artillery Punch. Chatham Artillery Punch is a concoction of, it's lethal. It will, excuse my language again, it will kick your ass. I promise you, if you're not careful with it. But it's so smooth, and you finish the top off with a little bit of champagne, and it just goes down so easily. Y'all, by the end of the night, the bishop, priests, lay people were doing the electric slide out on these. They said it was the best they had ever had in terms of a diocesan convention. Speaking of dancing priests, let's move to Easter. So here you have, I'm 6 years old, hunting Easter eggs after church one Sunday at Rigdon's Ponds, Lisa White from Fort Valley. Rigdon's was located between Perry and Fort Valley. I've got a bunch of different recipes that are included in here that you see, and I'll talk about a few in just a moment. But Easter has so many wonderful dishes and things that we like to celebrate. Now here are two of my dear friends, Barbara and Carter Hubbard. They're here with us this morning too, because they want to make sure I didn't say anything untoward about them. Lent's over, it's time to visit the butcher, and leg of lamb. Barbara has this magnificent leg of lamb recipe it's a marinade. It's fabulous. It really is. It's beautiful. When Carter carves it and I'm there, he'll carve off a piece. I'm like the dog. He gives me a little piece to taste to go through, and curried fruit. But I'm including them here too, not only because of their culinary finesse and ability, but also a funny story. About Easter, many years ago, they gave a party. It was an engagement party for two very dear friends. And it was a typical Savannah party with beef tenderloin, shrimp cocktail, open bar, and all these lovely food, tomato sandwiches and such. Well, when people arrived, they noticed on the sideboard over there was a bunch of Easter baskets, and there wasn't anything in them. And Barbara and Carter alluded to the fact there was going to be an Easter hunt. And people were like, really? They're going to make us go out in the yard and hunt Easter eggs? We're all dressed and up and be out on the lawn. Well, they finally shared with them after a while the fact that they weren't going to be hunting for Easter eggs. They were going to be hunting for 200 mini bottles of alcohol that were hidden within the camellias and boxwoods and liriope in the yard. And so people, they perked up after that and liked that a good bit. Here are three of my favorites during Easter. Deviled eggs. I love a good deviled egg. People mess with them now, folks. You go to some of these restaurants and places, and they're trying to take them on this fusion world trip. And I've never liked those abroad places that they've done it. Don't put truffle oil in my deviled eggs, please. I want them like my mother made it, with good mayonnaise, yellow mustard, some sweet pickles, black pepper, and if you want to fancy it up, you put some paprika on top. How many of y'all own a deviled egg plate? Let me see a show of hands. How many of you own more than one? How many of you own more than two? There you go. I love it. This is great. Yeah, absolutely. So you are a true Southern cook with that. Don't laugh. People, they make fun of congealed salads. I'm sorry, I just love it. This is a strawberry pretzel congealed salad. It's fabulous. And if any of us, and something that's more just about as irritating as anything to me is a food snob. I'm sorry. I mean, I've eaten in some of the best restaurants in the world, going all this place, but if the food is good, it's just good, plain. So, and this is one of them. The bottom is, you've got the malty, crunchy, salty taste of the pretzel with brown sugar and butter, and then you've got cream cheese and cream in the middle, and fresh strawberries, and strawberry jello on top, yes, but I love that stuff. And this is a pea and asparagus casserole my mother made growing up. It's very near and dear to my heart. Asparagus we didn't grow, and if we didn't grow it, we didn't eat it hardly. It came out of can. It was out of the LeSueur can, and it was expensive. So I mean, when we would have it at Easter and maybe at Christmas or Thanksgiving. But the recipe I have in here, you make your own bechamel sauce. It's fresh asparagus and frozen English peas, and the cracker crumb topping that's buttered. Let me give you a hint on doing buttered topping for your casseroles. A lot of recipes say place the cracker crumbs on top and drizzle butter. Don't do that, because the butter doesn't get all over your cracker crumbs. So put them in the food processor, get them pureed and done, and then drizzle the olive oil or the butter in there, and it coats everything. Or if you don't want to do that, put them in a plastic bag, get your rolling pin out, do it, then pour it in there, shake, 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 shake your booty, and then pour it over the top, and then you get it. Also, very special time for me, Easter, is with my family. This is my Aunt Ida Pauline on the left, on the banks of the Ocmulgee River, 1918. She lived to be 108. Every single year, my daddy's birthday and Easter, she brought us a coconut cake. And that coconut cake was fabulous. It was your basic 1, 2, 3, 4 cake. which is named for the proportions of what goes in there. You have a cup of butter, 2 cups of sugar, 3 cups of flour, and 4 eggs. That's not difficult to make. That 7-minute frosting, though, that goes on there. How many of y'all make 7-minute frosting? Well, I admire you. And it's like, I will not do it. I can't do it. Just won't. Not so. I depend the kindness of other bakers to do that for me. But it is wonderful and fabulous. My Aunt Lil's on the right there with her daughter, my first cousin Joyce, and she was known for her lemon jello cake that she made each year, which was really fabulous. And you see a picture of that cake that I made that's on our kitchen counter, and the cake plate and pan were my Aunt Ida Pauline's, and so which is tremendous. Let's go on to summer holiday recipes and such. So you see a lot of different ones that I have here featured. Pimento cheese. Don't ever make your pimento cheese out of pre-shredded cheese out of a bag. It's covered with cellulose. You won't absorb all the mayonnaise and the flavors that are in there. Shred your own cheese or just don't make it. Go buy palmetto cheese. Layered salad, barbecued ribs. Some wonderful, wonderful things that are here. These are my ribs that I cook. Fall off the bone. They're fantastic. They're easy to do. And you don't have to have a big green egg and spend $3,000 to cook decent ones. The tomato pie on the right, I dearly love, and I was able to get a secret of making this tomato pie, tomato tart, from a wonderful lady here in Savannah many years ago, Cornelia Groves. And what she told me is, she said, take your pastry dough and brush it with Dijon mustard, just a light brushing of Dijon mustard on there. And please you'll look at a lot of tomato pie recipes, you all, and it's more like mayonnaise pie. I mean, there's a lot of mayonnaise in this one that I have. I mix a little mayonnaise, a little olive oil, lightly brush it. It has shredded Parmesan cheese and fresh thyme, and that's really it. Now, I do confess that I use Pillsbury rollout pie crust. I work. I don't have that much time to cook always, and it's perfectly good. Those really are. Now, we see a photo here of my friend Pat Conroy and his lovely wife, Cassandra King, who Cassandra did the forward to Cook and Celebrate. So I was very, very pleased. And I was very, very fortunate to have met him and been around him several times over the years before he passed away. He dearly loved pickled shrimp. And he was quoted as saying, when a good friend dies, I take 2 pounds of pickled shrimp. When a great friend dies, I take 5 pounds. When I die, I fully expect all the shrimp in Beaufort to be pickled that day. So we have this, Cassandra shared the recipe with me, but she also put a note on there, and she says, I always told Pat, I put in a little sprinkle of sugar and it's better. So anyway, I was able to go to his memorial service at the Beaufort Yacht Club, and there were dozens and dozens. There were 21 bowls there of pickled shrimp, and there probably wasn't a single solitary shrimp to be found off the coast of Beaufort that day. How about Halloween? This is our old house here in Savannah. It isn't haunted, or maybe, I don't know, maybe we left some ghosts. But we had a tradition of inviting people over. I would make the main course and have open bar, and then we would line up. You can see the steps on both sides. People would be lined up with chairs all the way up one side, across the porch, and down the other. They'd bring their own candy and bring an hors d'oeuvre, and we would celebrate. This is from Halloween. That is a lampshade on Tom's head, and it did work. You just had to pull the tassel, and so here's some of the recipes that you'll find. Sesame toasted crab roll-ups from my friend Lisa White, which are magnificent and fabulous, and you've got to read the story to get the good humor behind that too as well. I always made a pot of chili. It was one of my things. The secret of my chili, you all, in the recipes in there, of course, is just a little bit of unsweetened cocoa, and instead of any water that you place in it, use beef stock. It just adds a great depth to that. I won a chili cook-off contest just recently. There were only 5 entries, but I still came out on top. And I also have the crimping shrimp. Right? And I haven't been drinking yet. The crab, the crab and shrimp au gratin is from my dear friend Herb Traub that lived down the street from us, the owner of the world's famous Pirate's House. And he was 91 years old. He was born and died in the same bed in the same house. And his saying was he went to the very end. He said he'd rather wear out than rust out. All right, Christmas. And so can I have 5 more minutes? I can't do it in 3. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. Christmas, my favorite time of year. I start celebrating at Thanksgiving. When I'm putting the turkey in the oven, I'm singing to myself, "Come with thy long expected Jesus." And when I'm chopping up the desserts to the pecan pie bars, you know, I'm humming "Joy to the World." So anyway, I've got wonderful recipes from here. There's one piece that I want to share. That's a vintage Christmas tree with all ornaments from my childhood. I keep in my kitchen. Mama making fruitcake cookies. The recipe is in there. Fabulous fruitcake cookies. And then Ochre Magazine just did an article on Cook and Celebrate. I was very pleased. It's this magnificent publication. It's what Garden and Gun really started out to be, which is really, truly Southern. And the recipes and the landscapes are fabulous. They asked me in here if I could leave people with one recipe to remember me by, what it would be, and I said it was my family's cornbread dressing, which was my grandmother's recipe, and my mother's, and I've not changed one ingredient, and you see that here. Use real cornbread, and you got to make your own chicken stock that's got some fat in it. You're only going to eat cornbread dressing once or twice a year, so go ahead and make it right when you do it. They said, what was my favorite memory in the book? And it's of my friend Nella Maxwell's story of rushing home from school in the wintertime before Christmas to make divinity candy with her mother. And it had to be on the day, because the day was the cold day without any humidity. Today would be the day. Yesterday, that divinity would just have been a bunch of mess, so you wouldn't do it. I have New Year's Eve with a fabulous menu that's in there. My mother's oyster stew recipe is there. These two gentlemen have a fabulous house, as Carrie Pickard and Christopher Morris in Macon. It's adaptive reuse. It used to be the water plant in Macon. They know how to throw a party. Wonderful recipes that are in there. Oyster stew, big secret of that. Don't overcook your oysters. Once you overcook an oyster, there's nothing you can do with it but throw it down the drain. So, all right, I have another chapter of oyster roast, fish fries, shrimp bowls, wild game dinners. That's 5-pound bass caught last spring. And I was fishing for brim, y'all. I was fishing for just enough for me to to cook for supper. Anyway, but I caught this bass. I put her back. She was fabulous. Shrimp bowls, a wonderful thing that I have that they're in the book. This is my dear friend Amy Swan. She taught me how to do a shrimp bowl, and her secret was once you drain the ingredients from the shrimp boil, you pour melted butter and sprinkle it with Old Bay season, toss it, and it is just out of this world. And this is I dedicated the last book in her memory, and that was the dedication that I have. I'm going to pass by tailgate parties. That's a sweet potato pound cake. I'll tell you what, it's excellent and delicious and very, very good. Julia Child, I've got a chapter of Julia Child that's in the book where we all went to. Yeah, we had gone to see the movie Julie and Julia, and we all came back to the house, and I had fixed a buffet of Julia-inspired foods, and it was a lot of fun. We have a Christmas tea each year. I've got a recipe for scones. Scone is nothing more than a sweetened biscuit. Check Claridge's cookbook, and you'll see the recipe of what I'm talking about. Another chapter is To Dottie with Love. I lost another very dear friend of mine. She's on the right. That's at mine and Tom's wedding in New York City a number of years ago. Her crab and shrimp supremes, one of the most fabulous things that you ever can put in your mouth. It's a simple marinade that you marinate the crab and the shrimp with, drain it, and then toss it with a little mayonnaise, serve it on shredded lettuces. It's wonderful. And a cucumber soup. You'll have to read the book and get the story because they're telling me I got to go. Okay, this is not me in a younger age. That's Robert Burns. And what I want to do is end my talk about New Year's Day, because 2 reasons. The holiday traditions and food traditions to New Year's Day are the most stalwart and the most cemented of all that you see across the South. And that's Hoppin' John collards and cornbread. And, that all is supposed to mean prosperity, the green, the money from the collards, the pennies from the Hoppin' John, and the gold of the cornbread. Another little thing is you don't eat chicken or fowl on New Year's Day because chickens scratch backwards for their food, put your fortune backwards, you eat pork because they root forward to get their food, and it takes your forward. And then I had Robert Burns here because the last stanza of Auld Lang Syne, the whole poem that he had, it talks about old friends that come together to celebrate memories and food and love. And the last stanza really encapsulate all that I hope Cook and Celebrate will be to you. And there's a hand, my trusty friend, and give me a hand of thine, and we'll both take a goodwill draught for Auld Lang Syne. So, thank you.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really hungry. And Gail, I see you up there. We have lots of good ideas for our next wine dinner. It's like I'm buying this book as soon as I can get out of here. So we have time for a couple of questions. So can you talk loudly?
I can hear you.
I can talk loudly.
I'll repeat it.
Would you please pick a spice that you just love, that we're probably not using it? What should we do with it?
Spice that we don't use as much of, and what we should do with it. I just don't use that many spices, ma'am. I'll be honest with you. I mean, garlic, black pepper, salt. I mean, unusual ones. I'm sorry, I'm at a loss with that one. Yeah, so I apologize. Okay, there's some that are out there that people talk about, like, well, no, I'm not even go there with that because it's like, sorry, I apologize. Any others? Oh.
I have a question.
Okay.
So you were talking about sitting on your front porch before dinner one night. If you could invite 3 people, who would you like to sit and chat with?
Okay. Well, Okra Magazine asked me that question, but they said 10. But I told them that we were going to have to put a leaf on the table and pull up 2 more chairs, though, because I would invite all the relatives that helped raise me and that I love so much and no longer with us, and I would fix a buffet of all the favorite foods that they wanted, and that would be what I would do. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I recently moved here, and I'm from California, and I only live a part of the year, so my suitcase always has all my produce and stuff. Where's your favorite place to buy produce or fish or meat? Because I'm a foodie and I like drive around, like, where's the place?
Well, go to Davis Produce on your way out to Tybee, which is fantastic, and of course Russo Seafood here is excellent. They carry great fresh seafood, and I've been gone for a number of years now. So, if there's any other suggestions for local folks in the audience about fresh? Red and white. Oh yeah, red and white. Yes, and where's it? Oh, the farmers market, exactly. And Forsyth Park, you have to go there every Saturday. It's magnificent. And speaking of red and white, it's gotten fancy, y'all. I'm sorry. When I moved away, you get some good pork chops there and collards, and I came back and there was all sorts of sushi, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to do sushi from red and white, but I don't know. I'm sure it's probably good, but yeah, red and white's great. So, any others? Yes, ma'am.
I noticed a lot of your party has elaborate foods and recipes. What's your just go-to? It's a typical Thursday night. I've got half an hour. What do you do?
Oh, actually, I'll tell you, I cook a lot on Sundays in preparation for the rest of the week. But if I had to do just a short meal, it would be an omelet, probably, just a really lovely omelet. And if I had some greens, I'd do some greens where I'd throw some little potatoes in the oven and roast those, and that's the go-to. I'm getting older too, and I don't. A lot of these things that I did, I was a lot younger. I'm almost 60. So anyway, now I'm slowing down a little bit. So I can throw a pot of chili together though in half an hour if I have the ingredients at the house, and that's pretty good. And a good stew. So yeah. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
What's your favorite way to prepare okra?
Fried. Yeah, I've got a great story about that too. That was one of my favorite things that my mother would prepare when I was a child. And I was in Dalton, Georgia at a Meat and Three restaurant a while back. And it had been too long after she had passed away, and they had fried okra. It was fabulous. It was a cornmeal with just a little bit of flour. It was crispy. It was excellent. And I finished my portion. The waitress came by, and she says, you know, can I get you something else? I said, no. I said, but I'll tell you, this is the best fried okra I've had since my mama died. And she said, baby, let me go get you some more. And so anyway, that was great. I also love it. Toss it with a little olive oil and black pepper and sea salt and put it on the grill. Oh, it's excellent. And grill it until it's just bright green and it's still crunchy. It is excellent. And then, of course, a lot of us like it with tomatoes and onions and served with rice, which is really good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And as you see the wonderful volunteers, don't forget to donate to the Yellow Bucket. And be sure to go and buy the books. I'm going over later today. They sound fabulous, so thank you.
So I'll walk over by myself. I know it's out, and it's right in this
Yeah,
way.
it's right in this
Will they
way.
have my name on a place to sit?
I'm sure they will have someone there, yes. And you were fabulous,
Oh,
and I
thank you.
really am going to buy the books.
Oh, thank you.
I
Thank you.
love to cook and I love to eat.
Oh,
so.
thank you very much. All right.
So
I appreciate it. I
thank
enjoyed
you.
it. It was
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
I said I'm leaving, so we can spend time together.
Yeah. I was just gonna stick that slide up and leave it.
We're still streaming out audio, right?
No, I can close this out since she's already in.
there's a bottle of water if you would like. And the microphone is on. So, it's always here. It probably can't go too far.
No, because of that
it's-
right
yes.
there. So that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
I know this cord here. I hate messing with the cords. I mean, it's here. Somebody put it here.
Yeah, maybe afterwards we'll ask the technician to try it. I think they leave it open so people can see the screen.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the author will be in front of it. He doesn't have a presentation. So.
Oh, okay. Is that right?
Yeah. No, we're good. We're totally good.
We're loading your slides right now.
No. No.
We had 101 in the last one, and about 3 minutes ago we had 120 here so far, and there were still people coming in. So.
Yeah, this is, well, we have like a couple of minutes, but there's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
And he was fabulous.
He was really good.
I am like, in fact, I just saw two friends and they already bought the book, so I'm going to get it afterwards.
I texted Jane and I didn't get a response yet, but I knew her.
Is she working today?
She is.
She is, yeah.
Another voicemail from Donna Bunn.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I know. She was looking for me before the last one, wondering why we didn't have somebody out front to manage the line. But there's no line there. As I explained earlier, you know.
Right. So
If I thought we were reaching the half or 2/3 mark, Anna was going to go out and do that.
Right.
So. Okay.
I think
I'll
we're-
go up there and wait for you.
Okay, so about another,
Sure enough.
yeah, so I think you can go close the door and then.
You're in trouble.
Okay, all right. Good morning, everyone. What a crowd. Andrew, you're quite popular. He's very excited. My name is Chris Lanigan, and welcome to the 16th annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Centrone, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We are especially grateful to John and Fran Kane for sponsoring the Jepson Nices Auditorium today. And last session, we actually saw a picture of them. Our author knew them. We'd also like to welcome our generous sponsors and literati members. It is through your support that we are able to make festival events this Saturday free to the public. 90% of our revenue comes from you, and we thank you. This year's festival is full of lots of great events and authors. If you haven't done so, you can download the app. Directions are on the back of your program. And before I get started, a few housekeeping notes. Andrew Sean Greer will be signing festival purchase copies of his book in Telfair Square, and somebody gets a special signing in this audience. If you are planning to stay to hear Patricia Schultz, please move forward at the end of this presentation. Cell phones off if you haven't already done so, and we ask that you do not use flash photography. On the back of your program, there is a QR code for a survey. Please take a moment to share your opinion so we know how to make improvements for next year. This also helps gauge the impact of our festival on the city of Savannah, and your response is important to the funding of the arts in our community. Later, as you exit the venue, you will see our wonderful volunteers holding yellow buckets. We hope you will consider making a donation to the book festival. And Lisa, would you like to come up and say a few words? Lisa is one of our board members.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lisa Yount, as she mentioned. How many of you have been to the festival before? Okay, all right, so you know it's unusual for a board member to stand between you and one of our Saturday authors. So just to reiterate some of what you've heard already, it's extraordinary times, right? So that's why I'm here. The cost of everything has gone up. I know you felt the burn of inflation, and so has the book festival. And so I'm here to ask on behalf of the board of directors for you to help us continue to give this wonderful gift to the Savannah community as we do every year, and our out-of-town visitors too. You know, with the cost of inflation going up, the cost of the book festival has gone up, transportation for our authors, tent rental, venue rental, all of it has gone up significantly while our income has kind of stayed flat. And so please help us. On the back, there's a blue QR code, and if you could Venmo us some cash. And if I could tell my board chair that those Venmos came in at this time, I could say I was winning as the board member who got the most donations during my little pitch. So anyway, that's all. I just wanted to thank you for being here. Please help us continue to give the festival in the way that we do for free on Saturdays with so many great authors, because if we don't have the cash, we've got to scale down, and we don't want to see that at all, right? So, all right, thank you, Andrew. Come on up. I'm sorry. Thanks for my pitch.
One second. Wait, he still needs an introduction.
Oh, wait, sorry. I felt so bad about taking your space.
I know,
okay.
But we haven't heard how fabulous Andrew is. So we will have time for some Q&A at the end of Andrew's talk. And Andrew is with us today courtesy of an anonymous donor. So Andrew is quite a celebrated author. He is the Pulitzer Prize-winning author of 6 works of fiction, including the bestsellers, The Confessions of Max Tivoli and Less. Greer has taught at a number of universities, including the Iowa Writers Workshop, been a Today Show pick, a New York Public Library Coleman Center Fellow, a judge for the National Book Award, and a winner of both the California Book Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. He is the recipient of an NEA grant, a Guggenheim Fellowship, and the 2018 Pulitzer Prize for Fiction. He lives in San Francisco, and we are in for a treat today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chris. And you guys all should, as I natter on, you should really try out that blue code. You just never know what's going to happen. You know, if everyone gave like $5 right now, I think she could keep her job. Just while it's happening. I'm probably just going to sort of like wander on and talk about things for half an hour, and then I'm going to answer questions. I'm better at that part. So while you're bored of me talking, think of a question, because I'm a teacher too, as you heard. So I know to tell students to think of something else while I'm talking, so that when it's their turn, they have something to say. Otherwise, there's an uncomfortable silence, and I'm very patient with that silence. I have been, let me make sure I know what time it is, 10:21. All right. The last time I was in Savannah, I've only been here once before, even though I have relatives here. I have a cousin, Ryan Trossel, who lives here part of the time, and my aunt, Ella Jean Trossel, lives in Hilton Head, but neither of them are here right now, so I don't get to see them. But that's why I came the last time. I looked at my phone, it was October 2019, and what I was doing was I was doing research for this very book. And this copy it's Dinara? Yes. Yeah, Dinara loaned me this copy. So thank you very much. I don't really travel with hardcover books, you know. But let me tell you what I was doing here, because this was the end of my trip. And I guess a lot of people are probably curious about where books come from. And I would say that for me, they come from, even though these are comedies, they come from my deepest fears. I mean, that's where comedy kind of comes from, anyway. And for Les, it was the fear of turning 50, which I've already gone through. It went fine. I don't know what I was so worried about. And for this one, I'll tell you, it was, I started thinking about this book in 2016, November 2016. You might recall there was a presidential election around that time, and many were surprised at the result. Whichever side you were on, you could probably agree about that. And I was not on the team that won, and I did some soul searching, and I was like, I think I don't understand, I apparently don't understand the country completely, you know, and what am I afraid of? What do I want to write about? And the answer came, Alabama. Alabama. I am utterly ignorant of Alabama, and I seem to have an irrational fear of it, so why don't I go? So I did what any normal person would do with the Guggenheim grant. Thank you, Guggenheim Foundation. I rented a camper van. I took 2 trips. The first I went to the Southwest, actually, because that was a trial trip. I could drive there from California. And then, 2019, I rented a camper van in Atlanta, Georgia. There was a guy who like fixes them up himself, and it was like really had like a fake hanging plant in a macrame holder. It was like fairy lights that would go on. I mean, it was really sweet. So I got the and I headed straight for Alabama. My family is from the South, but not the deep South. South Carolina. You probably doesn't even count to you, right? Yeah. But so my mother was really worried for me. She was worried. Well, she thought, first of all, she said, now you should say sir and ma'am every single sentence. That will get you halfway there. And after that, honey, could you maybe dress down a little? Because like, for me, this is like a very ordinary outfit, even with the like Charles Nelson Riley kind of look going on. But I'm not particularly hiding my personality, you know, which is what, and I was like, I get ya. Now, she had not been in the South for 20 years or something, and I certainly hadn't. And so she had sort of a terrified idea, I guess, for me, protective of me. So what I did was I went to a Walmart, I forget where in Alabama. I went to a Walmart and I got like a big t-shirt with a country western star on it, who I didn't know, and cargo shorts and flip-flops and like a baseball cap and like those sunglasses that no homosexual would wear, that wrap all the way around. And some American flags that I put all over the van, and I was like, the disguise is complete. They'll never know. And the really charming thing was, and this is of course what you learn when you travel, is that the prejudices are mostly your own. You know, I went to a very local bar outside Muscle Shoals called Stagger Lee. And that was I kind of walked in my way and sat down at, the bar, and I saw what other people were drinking, and I was like, Bud Light, I think, not a martini. But I'll get Bud Light. The charming thing was like, I didn't fool anybody the whole trip. Like the bartender, she said she was a beer tender. She couldn't make a mixed drink. She was like, honey, we love every kind of person here. And that was true, like, everywhere I went, I was really like, didn't fool anybody. Everyone was super nice to me. Also, I had somehow had the idea that gay people were only in big cities or something, like Savannah for sure. But also like, there was like lesbians making paninis in a small Alabama town. Like shaved head tattooed lesbians. And I was like, I guess it's not the 90s anymore. Like, we're all everywhere, and I was totally wrong. And what I did for this book was what I did for less, which was that my rule for myself was that I couldn't put in any detail that I didn't write down in my notebook. Because what I didn't want to do for that book was to write some kind of fantasy, because he goes to like India and places where it'd be easy to be like, like make up a Orientalist fantasy of a place that isn't true. And what I was more interested in is my prejudices and preconceptions as an American traveling, and what I get wrong when you actually get there, and what's unexpected. Like when I went to Morocco, and I didn't expect there to be like a ski chalet. It's not what you're thinking camels, but actually I did end up in a ski chalet in the snow, and I was like, that has to go in the book because I was dead wrong. I mean, there's mountains. Of course there are, and there's snow, and they ski. And I wanted to do the same thing with the United States. That's what I wanted to do, because I was like, if I don't understand something, I'm open to being wrong, and I was dead wrong all the time. So I was taking notes all the time, and I took notes on Savannah. I got here at the very end of my trip. I looped all around, which is not the journey that he takes. But I had the rule of only taking notes, and the other rule was that I could only stop in small towns, not cities. Savannah was an exception, but it's not Atlanta. I wasn't going to go there. I was trying to stop in places that you would normally are not on the freeway, that kind of thing, and that I had to go in bars and diners and sit at the counter and talk to the people working there and the people next to me. And get their stories, none of which are in the book. I didn't put their stories in the book, but I just wanted to see what there was, because I didn't know what book I was going to write. Because actually, when you travel, it's not particularly funny, what's happening. Like I got to Savannah, and I stayed with a friend of my cousins, and like his group of gay friends, and I had to park my RV. Like right here somewhere. I don't know how I did it, but it worked out. I somehow didn't get a ticket or something, and they took me out to like a couple bars. Like they all seem to have the word pink in them. There's the pink house, and then there's Pinkies. Yeah, I was in both of those last night too. Charming city. And they took me to like some rooftop place, and I'm taking notes, and I'm like, none of this is funny. This is just like nice, but there was the comedy. I'm like, oh, there's oyster shells in the sidewalks, and it's rainy, and there's Spanish moss, but I knew that. Like, that's not going to make it into a book. And then I was going to spend the night with my Aunt Ella Jean in Hilton Head. And, well, I'm going to read it to you, because I wrote down exactly what happened. This is near the end of the book, so if some of it doesn't make sense, too bad. You'll get the idea. He's trying to see his father, who lives in Hilton Head. There is not much to see from Savannah across to the island at night. Unlike the back roads he's been taking, the highway is so featureless that Les imagines he has entered some alien simulation until he feels himself rising over a bridge and sees the signs for sea pines. Anyone from Sea Pines here? Okay. Without realizing, Les has passed from the land of cotton to rice. When the rain stops, he pulls over and changes out of his soaked suit jacket and shirt into the only clothing he can find, his mud-spattered poncho. It will have to do. He takes the exit and approaches an entrance gate guarded at this hour by a woman in a white shirt with the nameplate Starlet. With her platinum blonde hair, Marcel waved, and the beauty spot above her left eye, the black woman indeed looks like a starlet. I'm sorry, sir, no RVs or campers allowed on this island. What's that? He asks. Starlet leans out of her shed. No RVs or campers allowed. But I'm going to see my dad. He lives here. This is just my car. I understand, sir, but your vehicle can't go any further than this gate. This is the exact dialogue that happened to me. Her name was not Starlet. I can't drive to his house? No, sir. Can I park it here and have him drive me to his house? Absolutely not. No, sir. Why? That is the island policy. But why? Do you live here, ma'am? Starlet laughs. No, sir, I do not. The moss from the trees shimmers around them like tinsel hanging in an auditorium. He looks up at the guard and asks, if you were me, ma'am, what would you do? The beauty mark above her left eye lifts with her brow. Starlet looks at him intently, then slowly closes her eyes and opens them. Well, I'd call my dad, she says quietly. Les is game. Okay, let's call him. She laughs. I mean, your dad. Well, I know this sounds weird, ma'am, but I don't have his number. I'll look it up. You could also call the 2 RV parks on the island, Starlet adds, gesturing to where he exited the highway. Maybe they have space and he could pick you up? Thank you, that's a great idea. But at the first park, he is informed that while they do indeed have space, they only accept RVs with black water, meaning RVs with a toilet. Why? Don't you have toilets? Les asks, mystified. It's as if Noah's Ark allowed tyrannosaurs but not chickens. He is told that it is the island policy. The second park happily not only has space but accepts chickens. However, it is age qualified. Les asks what that means. Well, sir, are you older than 55? Les says that he is not. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to find another place to stay. The resort is only for mature adults. It's also the island policy. In one place, he has the wrong plumbing, and the other, the wrong birthday. He wonders how he got lost in this maze of exclusions and how he might find a secret passage. Then he glimpses himself in the rearview mirror, muddy poncho, neat blonde mustache. There is no secret passage. He is precisely who is meant to be excluded. Sir, Starlet calls to him, I don't find an owner named Lawrence Les. He doesn't live here? Now, could be he's a guest to somebody? Oh, Wanda, Les says. Wanda, somebody. She laughs again, cool, clear water. Oh, my friend, everybody in this damn place is named Wanda. It was a frustrating night for me. What ended up happening is my Aunt Ella Jean drove out, and we went to now I'm forgetting the name of the grocery stores you have out here. Yeah, you've all said a million things. Starts with an R. I think it was Ralph's. It was Ralph's, okay. No, it wasn't like I would remember Piggly Wiggly, thank you. Yeah, it was a Ralph's, and she went in there and she talked to the manager and she said, now I am a good customer here for 40 years and we need to park an RV out here. He's like, oh, man, we can't do that. And she's like, I think you can. And so they let me park it wasn't even an RV, it was a camper van, like a van. And, but because it was clearly you could sleep in it, it wasn't allowed. So I parked it around back behind the dumpster and she drove me and I stayed in her place. And that was our workaround, but only because she was a strong Southern lady. Like, I wasn't gonna go do that at Ralph's. And I spent a spooky night because she had a mannequin with her wedding dress in the bedroom where I was staying, and I would just wake up and see this figure standing beside the bed all night. And I went on from there, and the last place I went to was Hunting Island, South Carolina, but basically the same thing. And I was there for 4 nights because it was the most fascinating place I'd been to yet. But it's not in the book. It's in the book barely, but like because it's the only place that was owned by African Americans after the Civil War, and they owned that property and made it their own world, I was like, this is not for me to write about. This is someone else's story. So I'll stay out of it, but I do have him. I did weather a hurricane. I wondered why there was such a good parking spot. And it was me and the ranger. And the ranger came over and was like, now, are you sure you want to stay here? And I'm like, I don't have another option. He's like, okay, here's what you're going to do. You need to repark your car facing the wind, because otherwise you're going to be taken away to sea. And it worked, but it was a shaky, shaky night. So I have that. Oh, maybe I'll read that too. Maybe that's fun. I never get to read these parts because I haven't been to Savannah. Because that's the end of a section, because it really felt like the end of the world. Let's see if I can read it without too much. Well, anyway, he's carrying, what's happening in this chapter is that there's a theater troupe that's performing a story of his, and they've invited him to come along for an amount of money, and he's really desperate for money. But he has to carry the set to the theater piece in his van. And so that's what's happening. It's based on a moment I had actually traveling with the theater company in France, where we had to carry the set on a train, which is illegal. So when the conductor would come through saying billet or whatever the word is for tickets, we'd all go into the bathrooms. And I was in charge of a tree. And we'd all just get in the bathrooms with my tree. And I couldn't quite reproduce that here, so instead I put it in the van. Outside his eastern window, a flash of lightning illuminates the tableau, the set, and St. Joseph. This rude sudden light confers on these mute objects everything the labors of the theater have not, namely the magic light of reality. For it is only in this instant, and not as he had hoped during beloved performances, that they come to life. The trees, the shrubs, the very saint that stood near his childhood home, St. Joseph, whom his neighbors, the Reeds, implanted in their front yard and decorated with pastel eggs one sunny Easter. And of course, it is only in this moment of rebirth at which he gasps that less is treated to its twin, destruction. For he is witness as one by one, the hurricane plucks the pieces of his childhood from the earth and hurls them into his own maw, devouring them. And Arthur Less is merely a witness as the dogwood tree decorating his curb is taken skyward, and then the shrubs lining the drive. And then, at last, after a pause during which the hurricane considers whether to have an entree after all, St. Joseph swivels sideways in the mud, and with a final glance at our hero, is raptured heavenward at last. The air stills. The eye of the hurricane has arrived, pretending that we are only at intermission and worse is still to come. In what is perhaps his final motion on this earth, Les leans forward to peer through the windshield, and there he sees, within the eye, as through a porthole, a constellation. And here, for the moment, we must leave him. I just love doing that as an author. It's great fun. I'm going to answer some questions now, if that's all right. Just because I like that better than... You know, like if you're at a dinner party and you just keep talking and talking, that feels very rude. So I'm going to pretend to listen for part of it, yeah.
Okay, hold on, let's get,
Oh.
one second. There's one right down here. I loved both your Les books.
Oh, good.
And I loved it. I just finished the Les is Lost this week, and I was so happy to see he had come to Savannah. So that was really interesting. But I wonder why you decided to tell it through the eyes of his partner, who is in Maine, and how hard that was because his partner didn't know everything that happened, and how you made the transition from what his partner did know through the phone calls that they had versus things like what happened in the hurricane when his partner wasn't there. That would be very difficult to manage. I just wonder why you made that decision.
You have a very practical mind. I understand. My mother has asked the same question. The story is told not from his point of view, you can tell, and not from an omniscient narrator, but from his boyfriend, Freddie. And it's my idea that Freddie, that Les later tells him about his trip, and that Freddie imagines his way into all of this. That, in fact, even though Arthur Les is the novelist, Freddie's a better writer and has a greater imagination and empathy and love for this person that he can sort of make up the little bits. That's what I told myself. But the reason I did it is because it's a delicious way to write a book, because you get everything all together. You get an omniscient narrative voice that can talk about the hurricane, and you get, you're privy to the private thoughts of someone, even though they're imagined, and it's also a first person, so that Freddie, because the next chapter is Freddie's point of view, and Les is off screen. So you get to do everything a writer would want to do, because each of these things, now this is a very technical answer, each of these points of view has its pluses and minuses. Like a first-person point of view is great because the reader feels close to the narrator. Immediately you get that sort of empathy and connection, but you're trapped in one person's point of view, which is always faulty and can feel. And so sometimes the solution is to create distance, to put it in the far past, so that the person is talking about their younger self, and you actually have two characters. One is the narrator, and then their younger self doing the action. That's like a solution to it. But omniscient narrator is uncommon these days, like a Victorian way to tell things, because it's so cold. It feels like this sort of godlike person moving things around, but it's so fun as a writer. That's what you really want to do. So I like the idea of wouldn't we all like to do that with our loved ones? You know, tell their story for them. And the last thing is I thought very much of Gertrude Stein. She wrote a book called The Autobiography of Alice B. Toklas. Of course, pretending to be Alice B. Toklas. And at the end, she's like, you know what? She's never going to write that book. So I decided I would write it for her. And this is it. Yeah.
I'm from Alabama.
Oh!
I just want to say that you're welcome anytime. I was thrilled to read the part about visiting Muscle Shoals, so that was a surprise to me when I read the book. It was really great.
Oh, good.
But I also read an interview with you that said that there would be no more Arthur Les books, and I just wondered if that's correct or is it a possibility?
I'm so glad you like that section. That is, again, I wrote down almost exactly what happened to me in that bar. I didn't have a dog with me, so that's invented. But she did give me a quarter to pick a song on the jukebox, and I did pick Rednecker Than You. I was like, I don't know any of these songs. I'm gonna pick the most offensive one to this particular crowd. Let's see how it goes. And they loved it. And people did tell me sort of their broken dreams in that place. It was really a moving experience. But I did leave around 8:15 before things got too wild. Is there going to be another lesson? I'm always touched when people are like, I read an interview about you. I'm like, I haven't read an interview about you. It doesn't seem fair. I say that because Les is Lost, I wrote because I could tell I wasn't done with the character yet, even though Les has a definite ending. Like, that's a complete book. I just didn't feel done, which is often how you feel after a novel, and you just have to get it out of your system and move into the next one. But I couldn't get it out of my system, and I just wanted to write more. It was such a fun way to write. I don't feel that way right now. I am working on a totally different book. So that instinct is not there for me. I also can't imagine where it'd go, outer space. But it might in the future occur to me. So there must be a sports term for when you pass a ball to another player or something, right? I'm not a sports person. So I'm passing it to my future self when I don't have an idea, when it occurs to me that I need to write about Arthur Less again. You know? Fair enough?
Well, Arthur Less is one of the most endearing characters of modern fiction, so I hope you'll reconsider that. But
Strong statement, madam.
I have never been in the company of a Pulitzer Prize winner before, so I'm really curious. How do they let you know? Did you know you were under consideration? What was your initial reaction?
I love to answer this question. I'll give a rather long answer, if it's okay. In 2018, I was working, I had taken a job outside of Florence, Italy, as director of an artist residency. Strange. Working for a 90-year-old baronessa in her house outside of, and director really meant taking care of her incontinent pug. Mostly what the job entailed. And that night, I didn't know when the Pulitzer Prizes were. I can tell you now, it's I think April 16th. But I sure had not a thought in my head about any of that happening. And also, I was 6 hours distant from New York time zone. So apparently, it's announced at a luncheon in New York. I learned that day. And they don't call you. They just announce it. Anyway, so I was not looking at my phone very much because we were in rural Italy and I had like a different number, and anyway, the internet didn't work out there, so I wasn't paying very much attention. And what I was paying attention to was the pug, because I ordered some diapers from China. Because the problem is pugs don't have waists, so normal diapers don't work on them, so I got ones with suspenders. And they're very stubborn creatures, and so are baronessas. And I had to convince both of them that this was the right thing to do, because Margaret Atwood was coming, and we weren't going to have pug poop at the dinner table, not while I was director. So I had gotten the dog into the diapers, and I'd gotten the whole package into the baroness's bed with her, and said goodnight to them. And was going downstairs, and my boyfriend Enrico was visiting me at the time. He lives in Milan, but he showed me his phone, and it was a headline from this, not the top headline, obviously, the San Francisco Chronicle, and said, "Local author Greer wins Pulitzer Prize." And it's like 10 at night for me. And I just said, that is just not true. I mean, what the hell? I mean, anyone can write anything in any font. It's just, I don't know who sent it to him. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if this were true? And then I looked at my phone, which I had looked at for hours and hours, and I had 1 million messages, text messages that were all like, dancing lady, like turtle, exploding heart, like not very helpful information. But I had a lot of missed calls also. A lot of them from the Chabon family. Michael Chabon, and he has 4 children, and they had all tried to call me. So I was like, okay, Michael Chabon, he won the Pulitzer Prize in 2001. He'll tell me what weird gag is going on. And I called him, and he was like, oh my God, Andy. And I said, Michael, what is going on? And he said, do you not know? Am I the one who's going to tell you? And so he said, you won the Pulitzer Prize. And he's like, you won like 4 hours ago, and you're just finding out? And so I called my mother, and she was already very drunk. So I broke into the Baroness's basement, and I caught up with her. But it was, then I called everybody. Like Michael Cunningham called me. He won the Pulitzer Prize for the hours. And like I got messages from everyone who had won in fiction, like Donna Tartt and Jhumpa Lahiri. And all these people wrote me saying congratulations. And it was really incredibly moving to feel part of a community that, like, all writers feel like outsiders. All of us do. And there are very few moments where you feel embraced by everyone at once, and I did. So that was the long version. Starts with a pug, ends with a prize.
Well, congratulations. Our little book club really enjoyed your book.
Yay!
And I just wonder if after the win you had any, shall we say, performance anxiety about what you might do next?
That is an intimate question, ma'am.
I not meant that way.
No, I think that's not inappropriate. Yeah, well, you know what? The problem was not, I mean, I had successfully written many novels, so I knew I could do it again. I wasn't worried about that. The problem was that I wrote less when I felt like a total failure. You can kind of tell when you read the book. Because I just, like, I could not, like, scrape together money to just get by. That's why I was working in Italy with a pug. And why the book is about trying to scrape together money to get by. Even though it looks glamorous, he goes around the world, he's actually taking free trips. He's not spending his own money. And so I wrote less because I was like, well, screw it, no one's going to read my book, so it doesn't matter what I put in this. I can put in any personal detail I want to, and no one will ever read it. And look, here we are. And it's hard to get back to that state of total innocence. And I'm going to do whatever I want, because, especially because I was dealing with a character that now a lot of people were very attached to. And if I mishandled this character, I would have hell to pay. So that was the stress of having to forget that people were going to read it in order to write Less is Lost. And so I had to do things like sit down and be like, okay, Andy, what humiliating part of your life did you leave out of the last book? And I was like, your first kiss. So I put that in this book, and it's so mortifying. I don't even want to talk about it. But I was like, let's just be totally vulnerable again. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah.
Are there any plans of making a movie or anything about this? Because when I'm reading it, I'm thinking that. Who would be playing this part?
What a charming question. I think I'm not allowed to announce anything, but I would say it is not currently developed for screen. If you were a gay man, I don't know anything about you, sir, what art form would you choose? I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's see I think we'll find out something in the next year. It seems like things are progressing finally, for whatever art form it is. But I had to make a choice, and I tried to get back to the innocent, sorry, my ear just went weird. The innocence I felt when I was writing Less, of like, let's just do whatever's fun. And so I made the choice not for money, but for what it sounded fun to me. Because I was like, if I do it for money, I'll just get like my heart broken. Some crappy thing will happen. So if I do it, it's never going to happen anyway. So let's have it be a bomb in the most fun way. I'm sure it will be. But people often ask me who I imagine playing Arthur Less, and I always have the same answer. Wait, now I've forgotten his name. God, it was the weird ear thing that happened. Daniel Craig. I just think he'd be good. It would be a surprise, right? Well, we saw him play that sort of foghorn leghorn detective, and so clearly he can do anything, and I think that would be fun, more than Neil Patrick Harris, or a more obvious choice. I was like, Daniel Craig. I don't know if he can sing. was, that did happen to me it happened to me in the South over and over, that people thought I was from the Netherlands. And I think it might be because I was kind of trying to put on a Southern accent. And maybe it came across a little weird or something to people. But I think it's more that it's what they were picking up is a homosexual cadence. And like a weird, I mean, I didn't dress like this, but you can see, like, I think people often ask, in Italy they have a different way of doing it. They ask whether I'm British. I get that all the time. So, yeah, I mean, when someone asks that, I'm like, I know what you're asking. You know, it's like when they say, you remind me of my cousin. And I'm like, I know something about your cousin you don't know.
Hi. I hate to pull out a kind of generic question, but I am a writing grad at SCAD, so I am curious, what does your writing process look like? And like, do you have any advice for someone wanting to publish a book?
I think it's a great question. I will tell you my writing process, but you should not copy it unless it works for you, you know? Like, you have to figure out what yours is, and also it's going to change over time. Because I think when I was your age, my writing process was sit down at 10 p.m. with a pot of coffee and a bottle of whiskey and a bag of potato chips and work until 4 in the morning. And that is not what I do now. Because it turns out that the talent is one thing, but then there's something else that's very hard to discover that makes you a writer, which is some kind of grit and fortitude, which it's very hard to tell who's going to have it. To be able to write every day, no matter what. And I don't have kids or a real job, but many do, and they still manage to make books. And I think it's that. So what I do is I wake up like 6:30, and I don't read the news for 2 hours or emails. And I go straight into whatever book. I have a pot of coffee, and that works great for me because I'm not distracted by the outer world. Because, like, I'm not going to save the world by reading the news sooner. All these emails can wait until 8:30, you know, and it's what got me through the pandemic and the news cycles and everything was to wake up and go straight to the work. Now, not everyone can do that if you have kids or a real job. But I think that the thing is to do something every day, even if it's a small thing. I'm sure that's good advice because that's the actual talent. Because I think when you're in a grad program, you're amazed that someone can write something so good overnight with a bottle of whiskey, but like, that's not how you write a novel. That's how you write a story for workshop. It's like a reality show where you were like, you have 5 minutes and 5 ingredients, and you're like, that tastes awfully good for 5 minutes and 5 ingredients, but I wouldn't order it in a restaurant, you know? And it's the restaurant is the real job. That sound too weird? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Grit.
We have time for one more question.
Oh, but that feels like pressure.
And it's you. It better be good.
It's not. Lower your expectations. I love your writing. I felt like at the end of, like, each word is like candy, and I feel like at the end of the last, I was like so sad it was almost over. But my question is about the second one. Was there a real life woman who said that her life mantra was no, no, no?
That is a great question. If you haven't read the book, there's a character in the Southwest, like a kooky California character, who says that her mantra is no, 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 K-N-O-W, no, no. Like, one should never experience a no. No, no, no. No, no, no. And she tries to teach it to Arthur Less, and he's like, no, no, no. She's like, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. No. Yeah, it's a song. Here's where it came from. I wrote it in a novel called Story of a Marriage, and I thought I'd written the most brilliant sentence in the world. And the next morning, I was like, that is a piece of crap. that is the stupidest thing you have ever, I wrote it seriously. I'm like, we should know. But I saved it, and I thought, what is the most ridiculous thing you could say? And I was like, I think you already said it. Look within yourself. So that's what it came from. Yeah, me. Thank you, Savannah, so much for having me. And thank you again for the book.
Okay, so Andrew, I think he should have been a stand-up comedian. That could be his next career. Thank you very much for joining us. Don't forget to donate in the yellow buckets on your way out so we can keep Festival Saturday free. Thank you. officially sold out this house. Thank you. So, good morning. My name is Chris Lanigan, and welcome to the 16th annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Centrone, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We are especially grateful to John and Fran Kane for sponsoring the Jepson Nice's auditorium today. We'd also like to welcome our generous sponsors and literati members. It is through your support that we are able to make festival events free this Saturday. 90% of our revenue comes from our donors and literati members, and we thank you all, and people are still coming in. This year's festival is full of great events. We have had 2 fabulous authors here. If you haven't already, download the Book Festival app. You can find directions on the back of your program to do that. You've probably heard the housekeeping notes. Turn off your cell phones and no flash photography. And Patricia will be signing festival purchased copies of her book in Telfair Square following this presentation, and hopefully we'll find more. If you are planning to stay for the next author, please move forward after Patricia's talk. On the back of your program, you will also find a QR code to take a survey. Please take a moment and let us know your thoughts about the festival. It will help us improve it in the future and also help measure the impact of the festival on our community. Later, as you exit the venue, you will see our wonderful volunteers holding yellow buckets. And we hope you will consider making a donation, and I'm going to turn it over to Bruce.
Thank you very much. I'm Bruce Pendleton. I'm here for a commercial, and the commercial has been offered at every venue, so you've probably heard it a couple times, but it's really pretty simple. We've done a good job of raising money, but we've done a very poor job of holding the inflation down, and costs went up about 30% because of the venue tents and other things. And one of the goals, one of the reasons the board is out talking to each venue here is we want to make sure that this free Saturday stays in place because it means a whole lot. It means a lot to the community. It means a lot to people everywhere. So the buckets are good. Yes. The Venmo's good. Yes. And I can see some people I know that contributed, and that's really good. So all I'm going to say right now is thank you and sit down so we can hear.
Yes, Patricia. So we will have time for Q&A at the end of Patricia's talk, so prepare your questions. Just wait for a volunteer with a microphone before you ask your question. Patricia Schultz is with us today, courtesy of Fran and Tim Lindgren, and also Joyce and Ed Conant, who are sitting right in our front row. Thank you very much. Patricia is the author of the #1 New York Times bestsellers, 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, and 1,000 Places to See in the United States and Canada Before You Die. She's a busy lady. She is a veteran travel journalist with over 30 years' experience writing for Frommer's, Berlitz, and Access Travel Guides, as well as the Wall Street Journal, Condé Nast Traveler, and other magazines and newspapers. Her home base is New York City, but good luck finding her there, and we are about to be transported. Welcome, Patricia.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, and it's warm in here.
Now I know why you're here. Thank you very, very much for coming. Thanks to everyone at this wonderful book festival. I've heard so many of the other authors saying, I've been around the block, I've been to a lot of book festivals. I haven't been to many, but I've been enough to understand that this one is very special. You're very lucky. And yes, Savannah is one of my 1,000 places to see before you die. Yay! And I don't say that to just everyone. So actually, it's 20 years ago this month that 1,000 Places, the first book of the two, was published. So yay. Happy anniversary to us. It's very unusual, actually, for a travel book to have more of its 15 minutes, but this book has a popularity and an endurance and a longevity that is really unmatched, and it's quite simple. It's because people love to travel. We then did a number of kind of spin-off sequel-type books under the 1,000 Before You Die trademark, and they all did very, very well, but none really matched the popularity of the 1,000 Places, again, because people have this age-old desire and even necessity almost really to get up and out and explore. So when I had been offered this contract, I was already a somewhat established travel writer, writing for various guidebooks and magazines, publications, etc., as was just mentioned, but not certainly well known enough to feel that I was capable of doing the book. But my mantra had always been just say yes to everything and show up. And hence began these 10,000 hours that you've heard about that gave me the practice and the experience that had me ultimately feel I was pretty much qualified to write a book of this kind. All of my colleagues, really, if I had a dime for every time somebody said to me, you know, I could have written this book, and my stock answer was always, yeah, but you didn't. Nobody was crazy enough to give 8 years of their life. They gave me 1 year, told me 2 were fine, but in fact it took 8 years, and it could have taken 3 times. I mean, really, I could still be home writing this book if my publisher, who was a wonderful, incredible visionary of a man, Peter Workman, didn't finally tap his toe and say, you know, the clock's a ticking. So it came out 20 years ago. Originally, we were told, we discussed the title of the book, which was just meant to be all of my favorite places around the globe, and we kicked around this temporary title that they established on a dummy copy of the cover, which looked really pretty, except that it read 100 drop-dead places. So, yeah. I mean, I didn't really understand at that point that an author could say, I'm not, no. I mean, I was at a point where they could have called it anything, and I was game, but in fact, the next meeting around, when I had spent countless, imaginary meetings in my head telling them how I wasn't on board with the title, this drop-dead thing just didn't sit well with me, and they had tweaked the cover to be what ultimately came to be 8 years later the final cover, which is very unusual because covers such as this newest book of mine go through multiple revisions and interpretations and tweaks, etc. But they tweaked the 100 thing to be 1,000, just adding an O because they thought it looked better, that additional 0, without adding anything to my advance check. Thank you. Nor the original 1 year time period that we had discussed at the first meeting. And then, of course, the before you die thing. And everybody kind of inherently understood why you die, because as we all know, taxes and dying, those are the two things that are really the only solid assurances that we have in life. We don't look forward to it, we don't embrace it, we don't welcome it, and we don't, wait for the day that it happens, but it's kind of a given. And surprisingly, there was only one person who took issue with it, and I won't mention names,
but he was from a very, very high position in the publishing world, like very high position, which is why it really kind of upset me. But he said, you can't put die on the cover. He said, it'll never sell. And 5 million copies later. So I did call my publisher, because Peter was the kind of publisher you could actually get on the phone. And I said, you know, your friend said that we shouldn't. He said, yeah, you don't listen to him. I'm playing golf with him next Tuesday. We'll talk it out. And so Before You Die it was, and it kind of entered into the vocabulary. Now, after that point, everything was before you die. You know, you've got to go to this restaurant before you die. You've got to go to Bora Bora before you die. So anyway, that was 20 years ago. After it came out, after 8 years of writing, and that was the Germanness in me. My mother's Italian, my father's German. He gave me this stick-to-itiveness, where if you commit to something, you make it happen. After 1 year, 8 years, it doesn't matter. You do deliver a finished product. And so I delivered what I thought was going to be a first pass, so that I could then go back and kind of, you know, tweak it and polish it and put it into printing form, but it was so grossly overdue that they just sent it to the printer, and, you know, there you go. So I have updated it and revised it since then. When it first came out, they sent me on a book tour, and I was kind of astonished that that was part of the deal, because I'm a writer. I was just happy with my screen and my keyboard and my archives of clippings and, you know, a lifetime of memories. And they said, oh, no, you're going out on a book tour. And it was like 40 cities or something. And I thought, well, I didn't really think this was part of the deal. And the first time around, my sister gave me these encouraging words. She said, you know, there are two things you never put in front of a writer. One is a microphone, and the other thing is an audience. So thank you. She set me off with that vote of confidence, and here I am 20 years later, actually enjoying this. So it goes to show that 10,000 hours later, if you do anything long enough and frequently enough, that fear factor just dissipates, and you come to enjoy things that you really should enjoy from the very get-go. So anyway, before I go run way overhead without even talking about my most current book, my most recent book, I just wanted to thank you again for being here, and I wanted to talk a little bit about this book because it was my pandemic baby. I think a lot of the books and authors here this year may have a similar time sequence, in that they were books or manuscripts or projects that came to be during the pandemic, although with the publishing schedule, many of them, if they were written during that pandemic, as this one was, they will not be appearing for another year or two. But anyway, in the meantime, as a travel writer and living in New York City, I know it was bad here, the COVID lockdown and standstill. But in New York City, it was particularly horrible. And if you saw any of the press or the media or photographs, you saw how our city, that is a city that never sleeps, in fact, came to a standstill. And certainly anybody that was involved in the travel world was especially hit, because nobody was going anywhere, whether we wanted to. Even the most adventurous could not find an airline that was, you know, servicing their destination. So I suddenly had an awfully long period of time with nothing to do. I'm not a baker. I wasn't into, you know, the 43 different varieties of sourdough bread that were circulating on social media. Didn't find cleaning out my closets of particular interest. And so my publisher said, why don't we do a little book? It'll only take a bit. It'll only take a few months. And the simplest books are often the most demanding, as I came to understand when I sat down with a long weekend at hand thinking, well, I'll knock this baby out. So after 20 years of telling people where to go, suddenly we were entertaining the question, why? Why do we want to go there? Why do we travel? Why has man always traveled? What has been the one thing that gets you off the proverbial couch and out the front door? Why? And so if I could ask each and every one of you, and I won't, because there's no audience participation, you can just sit back and put your feet up. But why we travel is a very personal thing. But there is a common thread, and what came to me as the notion that I kept returning to was that it feeds my soul. And it feeds our soul in different ways, but at the end of it all, by the time you return, we always come back invigorated, renewed, recharged. We come back with new knowledge, new friendships, new insights. We come back better people. It has opened our world just a little bit bigger, just a little bit larger. The crack in the door that has been opened becomes larger and larger until our worldview, I think, reflects every place we've been, every person we've engaged or talked to, every food, every foreign cuisine we've sampled. It's all wonderful. There's no downside to travel. It's always a win-win situation. You know, you enjoy a new place you've never been to, a people, a civilization, a history that you've known next to nothing about, or perhaps that you've studied all your entire life. You immerse yourself in that country, that destination, that place. Even across the country or around the corner or across town. It doesn't need to be extravagant, it doesn't need to be expensive, but it just needs to remove you from your comfort zone, because things get very, very, very comfortable. We all have very comfortable little bubbles. And during the pandemic, a lot of us came to enjoy them in a way that while the rest of the world was suffering, and we understood that as well. And yet many of us, as I did, I was the first one to acknowledge to my husband, who hadn't seen me for that amount of time in a long while, that we came to appreciate home. But I think when you return from travel, wherever it is you've gone, you know, whether it's to Chicago or to the Four Corners area or to, you know, the Barrier Islands off here along the eastern seaboard, we have so many historical, wonderful places to visit that you come back with a new appreciation for home, and you've come back with a new appreciation for where you've just been. But however that is and wherever you've gone, I think it feeds our soul. So the book became this idea that in visuals and anecdotes and quotes and aphorisms, I would hope to explain in 100 ways or less the different ways that travel has come to enrich our lives and why it's so important that we do travel, because the more we didn't travel during the pandemic, a lot of people became too comfortable in this, I won't call it a rut, but it was a way of life where we suddenly were not traveling as much as we were pre-pandemic, and people got pretty used to it until everything opened up again, which was last summer mostly, and you heard about the nightmare, the cancellations, the lost luggage, everything sold out. But the dust have settled. It's time to travel again, and hopefully this book will act as a kind of kick in the pants. So a lot of the anecdotes I'm not going into because I'll just share them with you from my pulpit. But I am choosing some of the aphorisms and the quotes, the quotations and the visuals that do appear throughout the book. And the first one is by Rumi, and it's about how your road is yours alone. Others may walk it with you, but no one can walk it for you. And the other quote that always comes to mind is about how to travel is to discover that everyone is wrong about other countries. So whatever you've heard from people or friends or neighbors who have just come back, or all those people who have their own very adamant opinions about other places who have never been. So don't listen to them. If there's a place you want to go to and it has always enticed you and it has always interested you, then certainly go there and explore it for yourself, because there's a pretty good chance that you'll bring back a very, very, very special memory and experience. I also learned early on, I went to a very fine university. To this day, I still wonder how I was accepted, but hey, a mistake was made and nobody has caught it. That I had a great academic foundation, but really everything I think that is of interest to me and important to me and is valuable to me, I learned through travel. Whether in my early trips when I didn't really quite understand what I was accumulating and all these experiences and insight I was accumulating, but certainly more recently in the last few decades, because you understand how valuable it is, everything that you're learning in the three-dimensional. And it certainly beats, staying home with the textbook or those endless classes at university. Really, until you experience in the here and now, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't connect with you. It doesn't kind of add to your volume of knowledge over time as when you travel. It's just enjoyable at the end of the day as well. And I included this particular photograph of a whale watching trip we went on because I was also a late convert to the natural world. I was always a big city girl. I live in New York City. I love big cities, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, Mexico cities. I love the energy. I love this notion that anything can happen. But I also come from a small town in upstate New York that is right on the Hudson River, but I couldn't get out of there soon enough, and I didn't really understand until I went back later, or went on a lot of these trips on safaris or into national parks or into areas of astonishing natural beauty, how much the natural world has to offer us as well as the man-made world of ancient civilizations and world-class museums and all of that. So it's pretty much all wonderful. I spoke at a school yesterday, and the first thing I asked was, who knows how many continents there are? And actually, it was a senior class, all right, high school, it wasn't, grade school, but a lot of them actually knew there were 7 continents, and I was pretty impressed because I'm not sure I knew that until later on. I also asked if they knew how many countries there were. And the fellow, the student sitting next to me was not on the dime, but he was awfully close. And I'm not going to ask you, but I know you know there are 194 countries. So if you've been to 3 or 4, that's not enough. I'm sorry. There are 190 plus because many of them are not recognized by the United Nations. So the 194 country, which is United Nations recognized, doesn't include a number of others, such as Kosovo and the smaller countries, or where there's political strife or that kind of thing. But 7 continents, I often, when I talk at travel shows, I often, open saying, well, how many of you have been to one continent? And it's always surprising, the number of people who, hesitantly raise their hand. So there are continent counters. There are many people, especially who come to travel shows because they're travelers and very hardcore veteran travelers often, but many people have been to 7 continents, and I'm lucky to say that I have. But one of the 5th or 6th continents I have been to is Africa, and a lot of people don't understand much about Sahara Africa, Egypt, Morocco we're looking at here, versus Safari Africa, which are the countries in the East and Central. And I just came back last week from Western Africa. I'm sure you know about the Voodoo Festival, right? In Benin, if you saw Viola Davis in Woman King, you saw a little bit about the not too distant history of the countries of Benin and Togo. We also went to Ghana. These are the countries that gave us an incredible, sobering, horrific number of enslaved people put onto ships arriving in your very city, in this very region of America, into the Caribbean and also Brazil and South America. It was a fascinating, fascinating experience. I didn't know much about West Africa. There are 55 countries that make up Africa. Again, another trivia thing that most people don't even know about, because as recently as 2 or 3 days ago, somebody mentioned to me the country of Africa. So I always have to bite my tongue, and I thought, well, I don't know this person, but we can't be friends. So Morocco is pretty remarkable, and many people think it's the Middle East or it's way farther east than it actually is. It's in Northwest Africa. It's part of Sahara Africa because this is where the Sahara, one of our largest deserts, exists. And it's one of my favorite places. And the quote I parrot with here is that patience is not the ability to wait, but the ability to keep a good attitude while waiting, because all of the Arab world, as in much of the Mediterranean world or the Middle Eastern world, the notion of time is a very relaxed one. And there are a lot of countries where if you make a lunch appointment to meet somebody somewhere at noontime, it's not unusual for them to show up at 2 or 3 o'clock and feel that at least they got the day right. So you kind of have to go with the flow. But that's the beauty of, isn't that why you're there? To understand a little bit about what their flow is and how you can get into it, relax into the pace of the destination. And that's why I think it's important to go for more than just a drive-through. 7 countries in 4 days, I'll see a little bit of everything. And you will, and there's no wrong way to travel. It's better than, Netflixing at home in your sweatpants. So however you do it is fine with me. Talking about the 7 continents, for many people, the final continent of the 7 is Antarctica, because it's not easy to get to, it's not inexpensive to get to, and it's cold, but so is today. I went over Thanksgiving, which is their spring. It's the early part of their season. You don't want to go much before that, and in fact, many of the expeditions are not offered much before that. But we went during Thanksgiving, and the reason I say that is because it's usually not as busy or crowded or hard to find availability. But we had Thanksgiving dinner on the deck of the ship because that's how mild it was. Granted, we ate our turkey legs with gloves on, but that we spent 2 or 3 hours outside in our yellow parkas having a wonderful time eating, cranberry sauce and mashed potatoes and turkey and not penguin. It was warm enough for you to discard that idea. We all have reasons not to go to Antarctica, and the cold is usually one of them. And with climate change, I'm telling you that it's warm there in numbers and temperatures that they have never seen. It's not easy to get to, but neither is, Santa Fe if you're driving. So you just fly out of your wonderful nearby Atlanta airport nonstop to Buenos Aires, have a few, bottles of Malbec and a great bisteca dinner, and then see a tango show, rest a bit, get on a charter for 2 or 3 hours, and get on your expedition trip. And when I tell you that Antarctica is like any other place you've ever been to, I exaggerate not. And I often exaggerate. But it's really like being on another planet. It is just so pristine and empty and beautiful and untouched. It's really like being on another planet and feeling like they've kind of dropped you into another world and hoping that they remember where they left you so that they can come back and pick you up at the end of the day. We had an excellent expedition crew. You want to make sure that you don't go with one of the newer ships, the well-known white glove, high-end luxury ships that are now, everybody's going to Antarctica. Everybody's, on board, as they say, because it's become so very, very popular in the last 5 years. But you want to go with an established line. You want to go with somebody who's been there and has a great crew with wonderful naturalists, and where your security and your safety is their prime concern. But this idea that some places you really, really, really have to see to be believed is, the first thing that came to my mind was Antarctica, and, many other places as well, such as the Four Corners. So it doesn't need to be on the other side of the world. It doesn't need to be our 7th forgotten continent. It can be someplace in our backyard. The southeast area here is just so rich with different options and possibilities that are a tank of gas away. But a few tanks of gas away, now that gas is less prohibitive, is the southwest corner of the United States of America. So I've learned so much about other countries and other countries' traditions and ways and languages and cuisines and all of that, but I knew very, very little about our early inhabitants and residents and our Native American people. And so when we were traveling in this corner of the Four Corners, I don't know if you know that this is the only area in America where 4 states come together. And there's actually a plaque where these 4 states all meet, and often you'll see people in very compromised positions getting their photo taken with one limb in each state so they can brag about it on social media. But those 4 states are, oh, please let me remember them, Arizona, Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. Did I get it right? Phew. This is a savvy crowd. And here we are in Monument Valley, and you've all seen those John Wayne movies, hopefully, or those car commercials. This is like prime, can't make this up, gorgeous, Wild West, not so Wild West anymore, territory that is undeveloped. I always thought for the longest time it was a national park because wouldn't you think it is, except that it belongs to the Navajo Nation. And that's why it's not. So 250,000 people make up the Navajo Nation. And we didn't meet many of them until we were taking a rented car. I don't own a car as a New Yorker, that's just silly. I don't know if you know that we pay as much as, it's just insane. Well, what used to be, we used to say that you have the rent for your apartment and your similar rent for your car. Now rents for apartments are sky high, but so are car rental places. But you can easily spend $400 to $700, $800 to park your car. So no, we don't have those cars. They're just a nuisance, but we do have the subway, and you've heard about that. For all the wrong reasons. But here we are in a rental car, and I say that because my New York City friend and I knew absolutely nothing about flat tires, and didn't you know we had one. And there's just one beautiful, I think it's called Route 17. I don't know if it appears in this photograph, that drives right through all of these rock formations. It's just like driving through a Western movie. And there wasn't anything or anybody to be seen or heard. It was just bliss until you heard that flapping sound that had you realize that, you know, uh-oh. And together we knew absolutely nothing about changing a tire. And we were only half kidding when we said that we were going to be sleeping under the stars that night. When this old jalopy, I mean, this just dilapidated car pulled up, you know, with the radio blasting, and these kids that looked like they were too young to be driving stopped, and we thought, well, this could go either way. Oh, but it went the right way, as it often does. And they were 4 teenagers from the reservation. They were Navajo kids with wonderful names like, you know, like Wading Fox Johnson and, you know, Dancing with the Full Moon. You know, Wilson, I don't know. It was just everything that kind of checked off all the boxes, as well as the fact that they were incredibly helpful, nice, and accommodating, because they spent easily an hour of their time fixing our tire when it would have taken us probably a few days. There wasn't, I should say, a cell phone signal to be had, so we really were cooked. And it was funny because at the end we had concocted this plan to, and I was somehow going to contact Hollywood and make it happen, of an exchange program where they moved to New York City and we set up camp in the reservation, and it was going to be the hottest reality show that was just going to, and I think they were kidding, but anyway, they sped off, but before they did, they said, you know, turn around and look, and we did, and it was the most beautiful sunset, I think, to this day I've ever seen in my life. And the reason I chose this aphorism, which I've learned it was an epiphany early on, is about don't forget to turn around and enjoy the view, because you become so fixated or so locked into a particular way or thought or notion or anything in life, whether it's a flat tire or a particularly bad day or moment at home, and you forget to look around. You forget to turn around. You forget to see the 360. You forget to see the big picture. And you forget to understand just how beautiful our world is. If what you're fixated on is your life in Savannah, because it's pretty lovely here, especially when it's warm and everything is blooming. But if this is all you know and this is all you think you need to know, then I encourage you to just open your world and turn around, because travel opens us up. There's a wonderful quote about how when your life or your head or your heart, your eyes are opened by an experience or a meal or a visit or a person, they will never resort or revert back to their original size. I mean, you will always forever remain open to that particular experience. And the more you travel, the wider the world becomes and the more glorious it becomes. And I think it makes us better people. I mean, I know it makes us better people. It's silly to think that it can't. The only downside to travel, I think, is a dent in your bank account. You can always make more money, you can't make more time, you can't make more memories. And it's also why it's so important to travel with different generations. I see a lot of 3 generations, especially on river cruises or ocean cruises, because when grandma and grandpa are in their early 90s, but still fit and still curious, and when the kids are old enough to still want to travel with you, kind of, and would appreciate something like that, you know, in their teens or whatever, then 3 generations is a really precious way to experience the world as well, because memories are everything. And at the end of the day, when you're in your rocker and on the porch, and the only thing you want to see is your front yard, you want to have a head and a heart filled with appreciation and memories and those kinds of thoughts and not regrets. So I could go on, but I think we also want to have a few questions and answers, Q&As. I'm giving you a minute and a half to think of a question that you might want to ask me. I know somebody's got a daughter who's going on their honeymoon, and where should they go? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So hopefully we'll all have some ideas as where we can go next. Question? Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about your writing process for this particular book and how it was maybe different than your former pieces?
I'm sorry, and how it is what?
Maybe a little different from your former pieces?
Oh, yeah, you know, the first book was an entirely different approach about which I knew nothing, because there simply had not been a book written by one person, commonly by teams. You know, you do Europe and you do restaurants and you do, and I had worked on a number of travel guides, so I had always been one of a team. But this was, you know, solo traveling, and it wasn't just a particular region or country or my hometown or my, you know, New York City, but it was the world. So it was a little bit daunting, and that's, you know, hence the 8 years. But I just divided it into regions of the world, and I just dove into research and, you know, went down those rabbit holes that are a dime a dozen on the internet, the World Wide Web, and came up for air only occasionally. But this book was a very special, and I thought, because I had so much experience behind me, you know, all of those years and all of those travels, that it would all just, you know, write itself. And I think that's always our biggest hope and aspiration that rarely comes to be. But I think the first couple of months when I was just ruminating, it was amazing to me how it did slowly fall into place. And I just started taking notes, and I started collecting quotations, of which I wound up with a couple 100,000, because everybody seemed to be saying things so succinctly and so beautifully and profoundly in ways that I didn't. So that was also challenging, because to hone that down to just a couple dozen. And then the aphorisms I felt were just my life lessons I'd learned along the way, my epiphanies, my, you know, the next one, for example, was about facing your fears. How simple is that aphorism, but how rarely do we do it? My fear was flying, not something you want to think pertains to or appears on a resume for a travel writer. Like, oops. But the more you do anything, I think the more it becomes second nature, and the more you relax into it, and at the end of the day, even enjoy it. I mean, I was flying in one of those tiny little Cessna planes with a pilot who looked like he was too young to shave, flying over these herds of zebras and wildlife that were, you know, scattering underneath our plane. We were flying off to a bush camp somewhere in the Masai Mara. And I just had this moment where, you know, you realize that travel is easy. Travel is privilege for us. Flying is safe. Flying is, done by tens of millions of people on a daily basis, and something lifted in me, and I just, realized that I was no longer as fearful as I used to be. Of course, it was like my 100 millionth flight, but still, I'm a slow learner. But all of these aphorisms just kept surfacing, and I kept honing in on my favorite places with 1,000. It's really actually 1,000 plus. But I do have a couple dozen that I won't bother sharing with you because we all have our favorites. And so I just kind of took notes, and then I met with the art people, the art department at my publisher, which is something I hadn't done in the past because 1,000 Places is really all about text and copy, and I have postage stamp size photos, which I was marginally involved with the final, approval and all of that, but it wasn't to the degree that this book is. And I learned an awful lot about how to put together a book that needs to be visually captivating and itself visually tell a story alone, minus any of the copy. So it took a few years. It started really, my last trip before the pandemic was in when the pandemic was happening, because I flew back into the US when things were shutting down. When they canceled St. Patrick's Day parade in Manhattan, we knew that things were serious. So I always associate March 17th with the beginning of the lockdown in New York City, and that was 2020. And this book just came out, so it's taken that long. But it was a real interesting experience for me because it's a kind of book that I don't usually do. I did a big, beautiful deluxe coffee table book 2 years ago, in 2019 actually as well. So that was a step into the world of photo-driven books. But generally, I just do the big 1,000-page type of encyclopedias. Yes.
I'm coming.
He's on his way.
Thank you. You excite me all over again about travel. I assume you go to every place you write about, and my question is, do you have any suggestions to the traveler to either take a tour or not to take a tour? How do you plan how you're going to see an area?
That's a great question, and one of the places, or one of the things I was talking about in addition to the Northern Lights and this area of Utah, and again Venice, is traveling by yourself and solo travel. And when I graduated from university in Washington, I went to a very fine university where everyone from the age of 8 knew what they wanted to do in life. And so to avoid all of that, when all of my friends were going off to, Wall Street apprenticeships and taking up the family business back home or going on to master's programs, I grabbed my passport and I escaped it all and went to my mother's home turf, which was Italy, because why not? I was raised in a household where I was encouraged to believe I was 500% Italian. And then I had my 23andMe DNA test done, and that kind of messes with your identity because I was only like 48% Italian, but I was 18% Irish, as 1 out of every 3 Americans are, I've heard. So anyway, that was my first solo trip. Actually, it was my second solo trip because when I was 15, I did my first passport, first stamp, and I went from New York to the Dominican Republic to visit a friend that I had met at high school in New York whose family was from the Dominican Republic, and did I want to come down for a few weeks in the summer? And I thought, yeah, sure. I mean, I was 15. I was driving the Mr. Softy ice cream truck during summer break once I was 16, and that was my first job. But until then, I certainly didn't have the money for a ticket, but my parents did. And my parents, who were immigrants and never had any money extra other than putting, a good meal on the table and making sure we were safe and happy. My father worked triple shifts, I found out, so boy, did I choose the right parents. And off I went on my first solo trip, and then so traveling after university to Florence, where I was supposed to stay for 3 weeks and stayed for 4 years, was my second solo trip, because so I started solo tripping early on. And if you do travel alone, it's not for everybody, and I realize that, but I really, really, really encourage people to travel at least once, because you realize that it's so doable, it's so enjoyable, it really is an experience that's unlike anything that resembles traveling with a group. But it intimidates people, and it has a lot of people rather prefer, I don't know why, to stay at home and miss out on a lot of opportunities because they can't find somebody who's as interested in the same destination or has the same time available, or is, really somebody you want to travel with, because Mark Twain said you never know somebody until you travel with them. And it's less of a compromise. It's really all about what you want to do and how you want to experience the place. And, do you want to go out for dinner every night? I like room service. I hit the ground running in the morning, and I kind of crawl back to the hotel at 6 or 7, and I just want to, chill and plan my next day. So do you want to see every museum? Do you want to keep moving around every other day? So you should experience solo travel, but at the same time, if it's totally not something that you're comfortable with or really interests you at all, there are all kinds of ways to travel solo but with a group. So I often hear people say, oh yeah, I went to Mongolia alone, and I thought, well, good for you. And then they go on to tell me that they went with a certain group that was, their alumni association from wherever, So you can travel alone in a group, you can travel, alone, or you can travel with your best friend, your spouse, your family, whatever. And a lot of it is determined by how much you want to do the work and the organization and the bookings and the hotel reservations for your small group of 2 or 4 or 6, because nobody else wants to do it, or they're simply not as experienced to do it as you are, or how much you know about the destination, or how much the destination welcomes solo travelers. There are certain cultures in the world, and I'm thinking of the Middle East, where solo female Western travelers are not at risk, but you may not feel as comfortable as you do traveling, to Paris or to, Santiago or any place. And also there are some countries such as Iran where we are still welcome, and I use that word resoundingly because it turned out to be one of the friendliest and most hospitable and most astonishing destinations and places and people that in my life, I have ever experienced. You can only travel with a group. That's fine with me. And we had an Iranian guide who was far better educated than any of my friends back home, who absolutely loved America because they all have an uncle in Los Angeles or New York or Paris. And we had an American tour manager. So between the two of them, we were a group of 12. And we saw a country that I simply knew absolutely nothing about. So, and there are groups that specialize, I should say tour operators that specialize in certain destinations or certain thematic kind of travel, just wine, just cuisine, just, culture and museum, cooking schools, etc. So there are all kinds of ways to travel, but I think the bottom line is travel. Just get out there and travel.
One more question over on the side.
I feel like you're talking directly to me because I'm going alone with the group to Morocco next week. And you said how much you like that. I'm thrilled. And my last question is, my daughter's getting married. Where should she go on her honeymoon? It's true.
You mean you don't want to go with them, maybe bring them back to Morocco once you find out everything they need to see? So, honeymoons today are a very different animal of honeymoons when, all of my friends were getting married in their 20s and 30s, where you just wanted to relax after an insane 1, 3, 5 years of planning a wedding for 500 people. And so you would go to Aruba and plant an umbrella in the sand and chill. So now, you know, couples go on safari, they go, you know, whitewater rafting, they go, you know, to Paris, London, Rome, which is the old grand tour of the 1800s, but still 3 fabulous European countries that and cities where you could spend, you know, a week just eating your way through each or just visiting the museums of each. So it really depends on the couple, and it depends on how much time they have and how much they like each other and how much their interests overlap. Because, you know, there's commonly in couples, we know this, and it's the reason for many divorces in the world. I'm just kidding. Where, or maybe not, where, you know, one person likes a certain kind of travel, you know, fast travel, and the other one likes the slow travel, or one likes to stay put, and the other one likes to see as much as possible, and one likes, you know, I've done Europe, and the other one is, well, I haven't. And so, you know, it depends very much on the couple, but there's just, oh, have I got a book for you? And speaking of which, one of the great trips I took for my 50th, because for every, do I still have a minute? Yes. I'll talk fast. So for every birthday, but I don't need a special occasion to give myself the gift of travel, clearly. But for my 50th, because that was a pretty big deal, I gave myself the gift of travel with my very best travel mate companion, who shares my birthday, and we decided to do Machu Picchu, because it's not an easy trip, right? You've all heard of Machu Picchu, the lost city of the Incas, high in the Andes in Peru. Which is currently closed, so you don't want to go there right now, but things are getting better, and so I encourage you to go next year, because it's not an easy trip. And the reason I'm saying this is because we flew into Cusco. You fly into Lima, which is a beautiful city, incredible eating destination. Oh my gosh, probably the culinary capital of South America, who knew? Not 10 years ago, but certainly recently. And then you fly into Cusco, which at 11,000 feet above sea level is a potential problem with altitude sickness. So I was cocky, because I thought, well, I've been to Denver. I can do this altitude thing. So my friend had no problem in the world, and I did. So I was horizontal. I was really out of it for 48 hours. But there are pills, and they're very easy to come by, but I didn't. So I was sitting in the lobby of the hotel with an oxygen mask to my face, which the general manager of the hotel was lovely enough to give me. But what a sight, right? And this older lady came sauntering up to me, and she was 90 years old. She sat down, and I thought, oh, please don't want to have a conversation. But it was a monologue, and it was a fascinating one. She was Edith from New Jersey. She was celebrating her 90th. Thank you. It was her first passport. Her husband, they were celebrating their 70th. He was having a problem with altitude sickness as well, so I didn't feel so bad. And except he was 40 years my senior at that point. But it strikes all of us. And she was talking about how she had dropped, and I remember the story because it was my father's story. She dropped out of school at 11, and she was a washerwoman, and she was an African-American woman who put 5 kids through college, and many of them through graduate school. I don't understand why at that point they didn't put themselves through graduate school, but anyway, I also don't understand why they waited until their mother's 90th birthday to get together and give her a book. And they put a yellow ribbon around it, and they gave her a yellow highlighter, and they said, you can go anywhere in this book, and we'll send you there for your 90th and for your 70th wedding anniversary. And she said, perhaps you've heard of this book. And at that point, I did take off my oxygen mask, and I said, your kids have really good days. And they also probably thought she'd be underlining, you know, Vegas, New Orleans, Boca, but no, she wanted to go to Machu Picchu. So just give your children that book, and I hope they find a couple hundred places.
So thank you. Who knew we would have a whole philosophy of travel today? Thank you again to Joyce and Ed Conant for sponsoring today. Don't forget to donate in the yellow bucket on your way out the door. Thank you.
So at the end,
Okay, let's go. Welcome, everybody. I'm Bo Anders, a member of the Board of Directors of the Book Festival, and I know you've heard this talk 3 or 4 times already today, so I will be brief. We're here for a reason, and the reason is that our expenses are growing and our contributions from sponsors are staying about the same. It's not sustainable for us. We want to make this a festival that's free for everybody, but we need your help. Those of you who are not sponsors or literati and haven't contributed to date, please consider looking at the back of your program where there is a QR code to contribute via Venmo, or there are yellow buckets at the back of the room that you can drop in some cash on your way out. I will tell you that right now, that Venmo program is becoming very successful, and we're very appreciative of everybody who's given to that. Enjoy, Marianne, and we'll see you later.
Hello, everybody. My name is Fran Kelly, and welcome to the 16th Annual Savannah Book Festival. And I'm going to say who a lot of the donors are, but I think after that lovely plea, I'm not going to go into, please give us more money in the yellow buckets, et cetera, et cetera. I think you know what to do. So this year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Citron, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We're especially grateful to John and Fran Kane for sponsoring the Jepson Nieces Auditorium today. Before we get started, I have a couple of announcements. Marianne Wiggins will be signing festival-purchased books in Telfair Square immediately following the presentation. And if you're planning to stay for the next author, Todd Dowdy, in conversation with Jack Romanos, please move forward to fill the seats so the ushers can count the remaining empty ones. Please make sure your telephone is turned off, and we ask that you don't use flash photography. I will skip that because you just said that. And, okay, we will have the opportunity to have questions and answers at the end of the talk. Please raise your hand, and there is somebody who will be holding a microphone for you. And please try to keep your questions short. So Marianne Wiggins is with us today, courtesy of Bo and Chris Anders. She is the author of 8 novels, including John Dollar and Evidence of Things Unseen, which was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction and the National Book Award. She has won a Whiting Award, a National Endowment for the Arts Fellowship, the Heidinger Kafka Prize, and was shortlisted for the Women's Prize for Fiction. She lives in Venice, California. Please give a warm Savannah welcome to Marianne Wiggins and her daughter, Laura Porzak.
Thank you. Set a little timer here because we do talk a lot, the two of us. Uh-oh, I've already started. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Okay, here we go. We'll keep track of that. And I use this, or can I lean into Mom's mic? Hello? Hi, everybody. I just broke my mom's glasses, which will be great for her 2-minute reading. I'm Lara, and thank you for that beautiful introduction, Fran. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for being here today.
Yes.
Thank you also to Chris and Bo Anders for your boundless generosity. You're going to make me cry. Heartfelt generosity as our sponsors. And Mama, thank you for writing such a beautiful book.
And for giving birth.
And for giving birth to me. Always grateful for that. That was the hard work. That was really hard work. We're going to start, Marianne's going to do a very short reading to get the ball rolling.
Where?
We're going to start you here.
I
Mama,
need my glasses.
I know, I just broke them. I'm going to give them to you here. Can you lean in here and see if, can you hear? Say something.
Something.
Okay, history. It's down here, and I'm going to put broken glasses
Oh.
on you. This is hilarious.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Okay.
Whoa, now I can't see them.
That's good, though. You want to see what you're reading. History
Okay.
will always, it's right here. History will always find
You
you.
want to read this?
No, you're going to start
Okay.
here.
History will always find you. He knew that. Every veteran of every war would tell you every survivor of an oppressive regime, every victim of poverty, every martyr to religion. You know, I can't see. Any gull of economic promise, every dupe of political idealism, any woman on the street with nothing left to lose but the clothes on her back. History will find you. On the dust-ravaged plains in 1932, in France or Germany, Belgium, Italy, or Japan, in California in its rain shadow, on your wedding day, or when your kid is born, when your boat sails or when your loved one disappears, history will find you. Your own history will come for you when you are sleeping in your bed or starting breakfast, staring out a window. What we do with these unbidden moments may define how we choose or do not choose to live. For most people, the range of choices comes in tiny increments. Dare I look another in the eye? Dare I ask for help? Whelped by chance, none of us can claim, oh, I'm reading faster than your fingers go. None of us can claim to outrun fate's chicanery. That history finds us where we live. History has borne us to a time when all the gaps on all the maps have been filled in, when the known world means the whole world, where the prospect of fixed point in the plot's beginning is as distant as a faded star in a fabled far-off galaxy. Where do I begin? Not to tell a story. That's the easy part. The story starts with some first words or a dateable event. I was born, we went to war, she died. But where do I and you or anyone begin? The past is much more mesmerizing than the future. The future will reveal itself regardless, but the past is made to disappear.
Excellent.
Thanks.
A story starts with some first words.
Yeah, well, sure.
What do you think it was about your first visit to Manzanar that sparked your imagination?
Oh, good question, and thank you for taking me there. For those of you who may not know, Manzanar was called a camp. Basically, it was a prison made by our government during World War II. Our government rounded up American citizens of Japanese descent, thank you.
You're welcome.
and some Germans, but mostly Japanese, after the attack on Pearl Harbor. But they were American citizens. I was not taught this in my American education. I went to public school in Pennsylvania, and I wasn't taught this. And so when you first took me there, I thought, oh my God, how, this history has been forgotten. And that's one of the wonderful things about being here is that history still lives. I've visited, you walk along the street, and that's where General so-and-so and Private so-and-so fought in the Civil War. or something took place, it's pointed out to you. And I think we need that as human beings. We're 2,000 years now into our history, we're told. And I think that we need to know how previous generations lived so that we can make the future more livable for future generations. At least that's what I take as my remit as an American writer. So history will find us. I mean, I am the granddaughter of immigrants. They tossed up on the American shores, thank bless their bones. They're now dead, obviously. Both my parents are dead. And I want to know about this country that they came to. And that has been my stamped on into my bones as an American writer. And all of my subjects have been the spine of a book to open the modern American mind to our American past. So I write books with history in them, but historical fiction has become a moniker of popular fiction. Historical fiction has to do with hooped skirts and men who wore swords running down their legs. I need to sit down. And, you know, historical fiction tends to be revolving around the Scarlett O'Hara age. I don't write that way. I don't write of that period. I write history fiction. Fiction that takes place in an era in which I do not live, unfortunately, or fortunately. I'm also was a professor at a university in Southern California, and I have found that my students are not as aware as I was, I was born in a pre-television age, and although I must say, if they're in a writing program, the students are dedicated to books, but their knowledge of American history and their reading history it's not very deep. It's not very wide either. It's about this big. And so I've been impressed with the mandate has been given to me from my personal experience to write, to incorporate history into my modern fiction as a way of expanding knowledge. And that's important to me. And also because I started as a writer probably because I read as a child, and I was quite ill as a child, and the severity of my illness, I have one kidney, my second kidney having been removed when I was 9 years old. And so because of the severity of that operation, I was put into the adult ward. And the book lady, I can hear her wonky wheel coming down the hallway even now, I started reading adult fiction. War and Peace and other books. Like, I didn't always read Russians. I also read Americans. But I read adult fiction at a very early age, and I think that made me into the writer that I am. And I wanted to write stories about my own country that reflected historical events. In the same way, I'm glad I'm preaching to the choir here, because your city reflects the history, its own history. And I came from a city that also reflected its own history and also reflected its, I mean, you know, let's face it, you gotta have money. So there was a local and a current events that happened in my city. My city wasn't, making a living for itself, as your city is. But we did not erase history. And popular fiction tends to do that. Historical fiction in this country has come to be synonymous with romantic fiction. And it's easier to make romance in the past than modern romance, I think. And anyway, I hope I answered your question. I've forgotten your question.
I think she actually answered all three of the questions that we practiced.
And future questions.
And all of my future questions. So now I don't know what to talk about, Mom. I think I do have a question for you that was not anything that we practiced. When after your stroke, I read all of Marianne's notebooks. She writes longhand, and she had 3 chapters remaining for Properties of Thirst. And I thought, they'll be in those notebooks. The answers will be there. Nothing was in the notebooks, even though you often tell your students that they have to know the ending before they begin, correct?
Yes. That's it's like building a house. You have to plan it out. Otherwise, the structure is going to fail you.
Sure.
Anyway, you're not my students, so I'm just fell back on that prearranged speech.
Well, she knew her ending, but she didn't leave any breadcrumbs in the notebooks for the ending. So, and unfortunately, the stroke erased the 9 years that she had spent.
The book gave me a stroke.
The book did not give you a stroke. Not
But it's
true.
okay for you to read it.
It's also okay for you to write a book. You will not get a stroke just from the act of writing a novel. There's no correlation there. But in 2007, I saw the last words from her previous novel, Shadowcatcher, and the next morning you woke up and you wrote the first paragraph for Properties of Thirst, which remains the first paragraph, and you already knew 5 of your characters. So where do you think your ideas come from?
Oh, I've always been a vivid dreamer, which is probably why I'm a single woman. Because I dream away. I know.
I think there's other reasons, Mom.
All right, okay. They come to me.
The characters come to you?
Yeah.
What do they say? Okay, good answer. Good answer. Well, I could listen to your characters, the dialogue that you write all day long. I love reading her dialogue.
Thanks.
It's the banter is fantastic and it's
love
wonderful.
me.
I do. I love you so much. I do. I love you very much. You know that. But when I'm reading your expository prose, something very strange. It's like drinking espresso to me. And I was wondering if you could talk about how you manipulate your readers, just like you manipulate all your friends and your family.
Well, we have, for those of you who have traveled abroad, I lived for many years in Europe and in England, and I could usually, if some of that time I was in hotel rooms, and the rooms, particularly on the continent, the hotel rooms were thinner than hotel room walls here in the United States. And I could hear dialogue through the walls, and I could determine which language was being spoken by the rhythms. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom is usually an English language. It's not coincidental that Shakespeare wrote in pentameter. In iambic. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. And the heart gives that kind of, if you've listened to heart sounds, it is iambic. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. And so I choose my rhythms, my word rhythms, to echo a heartbeat. That's just something that I do to keep the reader going. And I manipulate the end of sentences to match a human heartbeat, or I try to. And that's my little trick, to keep you turning the pages, and breathing and knowing when to stop, for the reader to take a breath, and, to use the human. Architects do the same thing when they design a building. They won't tell you this, but they do. We are the end result of our physical selves. Our mind puts the beautiful drapery on it, but we are physical creatures. And the heights of our buildings, the widths of our streets, reflect the human stature. So does our literature. Definitely our poetry does, and music certainly does. But I have always been of the belief that language reflects the human body, and I try to incorporate that into my works. Did I answer your question, darling?
In my opinion, very well, yes.
Thank you.
You did, in fact.
Okay.
There's one thing that no one ever asks you about, which I want to ask you about. The Properties of Thirst is it's often described as a sweeping American tale, although it also has been described as a masterpiece. I'm allowed to say that because I'm your daughter and I can brag. Publishers Weekly called it Wiggins's masterpiece is one for the ages. That's kind of amazing. So that made me really happy. But it is a masterpiece. Thank you. She also just won I'm going to just keep bragging for a second. She also just won the California Independent Booksellers Association Best Fiction Novel of the Year. Last week she won for Properties of Thirst. So she's often asked about the many topics of the book, the water rights in California. It's set in World War II. She's already mentioned the Japanese American internment camp of Manzanar. There's love story, as always, in Mary Ann's books. But in this book, you really wrote a lot about food. And we had the pleasure of having a fantastic meal here in Savannah that we will remember for our lifetimes at the Gray Restaurant. And we've been talking about that food for 3 days now. So I was wondering why so many passages about food in Properties of Thirst.
My father was a grocer, and at the time that I was growing up, supermarkets had not taken over. There were independent grocers still thriving. Now the supermarkets have pretty much, trashed them out.
Oh my God.
Hello.
What's happening?
It's the past calling us. Reminding us.
History will find you.
History will find you.
Sorry, my timer cut you off about food.
No. Oh, that's a timer?
No, we're not done. We're not done yet. We're getting there.
Oh.
And Mary Ann also wanted to put recipe cards originally into the book that would fall out. Remember, that was your plan.
Yeah, it was too expensive, my publisher said. And because the book, the cards would have to be put into the pages, and it was just too complicated a process.
Unfortunately.
I was told. So if there are any inventors out there in the audience, do you think you could figure out how to put cards inside a book?
A SCAD student would be great at that too. That would be
Yeah.
I also wanted to ask you, you devoted, in case there are writers in the room, which I imagine there are, and artists, of course, you've devoted your whole life to your art form.
Are you going to say that you wanted me to devote my whole life to you? Yeah.
No, I realized at 4 that was done. There was no surprise she even knows I'm here. It was nice that she looked me in the eye, though. Did you see that? That was nice. That hasn't happened in a few years, so that's wonderful. Thanks, Mom.
Witnesses. I needed witnesses.
Love pouring from her, yes, was felt. What are the pitfalls of that decision to live an artist's life, and what are the joys?
Oh, the joys outweigh the pitfalls, obviously. But to get to the joys, you got to go through the pitfalls. The falls are, I write serious fiction, not commercial fiction. Not that I trash commercial fiction, but it means, well, the same as commercial food, as opposed to garden, what is it?
Farm to table? Are you
Farm to table.
You're farm to table fiction?
Farm to table fiction.
Okay.
Yeah. Commercial fiction is predictable. I know. Don't
Them's
get me
fighting
started.
words.
They're
Them's
going to
fight-
see, ask me questions that are going to show my pretty side.
I tried. I tried, and it's impossible. So it's a very. But what were I'm serious though, Mom. What are some of the joys of making that decision for anybody in the audience it's not an easy life choice. It just isn't.
No, it's not.
I'm an artist as well.
Because publishing has been a very poor field. Booksellers book publishers will tell you, and it's very hard to make. Their profit margins are very small, and they are trying to find ways to increase their profit margins. Booksellers failed, and Amazon's took over. I don't know where y'all buy your books these days, but even I am the attraction of going online and shopping is overwhelming. I don't have to dress, I can just sit there, I can be drinking while I'm buying. There's reasons why I love it. I can do it at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's never closed.
But now you can buy from independent booksellers online, which is what
But
we do
still
while you're naked and
online.
drunk
Yeah,
and
yeah.
at 3 in the morning.
Yeah. But the brick and mortar stores are something that we all, if we care about shopping at all, we're all going to have to fight for it, because everything is going to be online for a while, and then there'll be something new to replace that. Galactic delivery. I have no idea what the future will hold, which is why I'm going to start repeating myself, because the past,
History will find you.
history has found me, yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay, I'm going to shut up now.
Yes.
I wonder, this is going so great, but I just wonder if anybody in the audience has a question?
Oh, great, because my timer's not working.
Fran does.
So I have no idea how long we've. Thank you. I have a
Now we're in the present.
Oh, maybe you are.
I was going to say, I am present with you.
It's the ghost of present past. Yeah.
What is your present look like, and what
My
are you
present?
What does your present look like right now, and what are you planning to do with it?
Well, I'm here with you. Are you here with me? My present now is compromised because of my stroke. So I used to just walk. I mean, I would have been hitting your sidewalks and popping into local places. My present now is limited to my daughter pushing me around. Well, she pushes me around anyway. I am not currently distracted with a novel that has to be written. I'm really not. And I think that's part of the rhythm of my lifetime. I mean, it doesn't come as soon. My life has not been conveniently arranged that as soon as I finish a novel, another novel starts.
It did with this one.
Huh.
With Shadowcatcher to Properties of Thirst. Overnight.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. But that's the only time that's ever happened to her.
Oh. Maybe I'm turning into an automaton.
Powerful.
So I don't have a new idea. I probably will write about the experience of being in a wheelchair, and I am greatly indebted, if I haven't already said this, to the Vietnam vets organizing after Vietnam to make this country of ours more accessible to those who have put their bodies on the line. I didn't put my body on the line necessarily. My body failed me or failed itself. But fortunately, my country was here to lower their curbsides. Thanks to the veterans of wars saying, hey, you know, help us get around. We did service for you now. We expect our country to do service for us, as it should. And I know that the example of that served me well by my European experience, choosing to live in England. Even when I was pregnant with this one, I had to give up my seat to veterans of war who would wear identifying pins on the metro in Paris. You know, seats are put aside for veterans of war to take their comfort over pregnant women. Excuse me, I don't think that's right.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Did you visit any other internment camps besides Manzanar in your research?
Well, in terms, I don't know if Roar has been turned into a national park. What a stupid name to give to a former internment camp. It's not a park. At any rate, our national park system has not elevated all of them. And so, no is the answer. I did not. Why do you ask?
I visited Heart Mountain in Wyoming.
Oh.
Actually, a client of mine, I work with historic organizations, and it is the most moving place I've ever been.
Wow.
So much impact.
Let's all go. Let's rent a bus.
Really, really very moving and certainly very tragic. Very interesting stories.
Wow. Well, thank you for that. And no is the answer, but I mean, you know, take the kids, have a picnic lunch, make an outing, go visit an internment camp. I mean,
No, it is.
It's worth it.
It is, and Manzanar is very moving.
I would like to come.
But Marianne researches, well, she calls it working, but she researches all of her, the back history for all of her characters in her novels, and there are a lot of books in Mom's house, lots of reading and empty wine bottles.
I'm going to find the answer to life at the bottom of one of those bottles.
We're going to look this afternoon. Yes. Here you go. Thank you so much for taking this away from me.
When did you begin writing? And was it something fanciful like fairies? Was it always kind of literary? And when did you realize this could be like a career and a profession?
Well, nothing is guaranteed. I didn't realize that it could be a profitable career. And forgive me if I'm repeating myself.
You're not. Go ahead.
Because I was ill as a child. Is that repeating myself? Yeah. The book lady would come down the halls, and I was reading adult fiction early on, and I wanted to, and it so invigorated me. I wanted that. It was as if a professional had come into my life. That's something I wanted to do. I knew that preteen. I wasn't a teenager yet. And I had no personal exemplar in our community. I didn't know any writers. I think the idea of a creative writing program was hadn't been introduced into American life as yet. That happened in the 60s, possibly in earlier than that, but I don't remember that because I was too young to realize that. I hope that answers your question.
But it wasn't fairies and rainbows and unicorns. It was deep, soulful Marianne poetry, and it was very impressive even in the beginning.
It wasn't escapism.
No.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming to be with us.
Thank you.
Of all of these books that you've read through your life, do you have a favorite?
Oh dear. The one that I haven't written yet.
Well,
Hi, I'm enjoying you so much. I'm over here.
Wait. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Have you ever thought about writing a book about you?
No.
Why not? You're a very interesting person. Your background is just amazing. And I'll bet you if you made it fiction, you could embellish things a little.
Are you looking for a job?
I would work for free for you.
Oh, that's really kind. No is the answer. And writing autobiography is a very different road. I hide behind my fiction characters. And I think with autobiography, at least as a reader of autobiography, I would expect some disclosure. And I like being hidden. No, I can't. These lights are too bright.
I know, they're pretty.
Go ahead. Hi, yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to go a little bit into the same subject that she approached. You're so entertaining to listen to.
Oh, well, thank you.
And when
but I
you-
have dinner reservations for tonight.
Darn. I was going to leave him behind. But the banter between both of you is wonderful. And when we look at the world now, we need humor, sense of humor nowadays, but also know how to get through difficult times. And it seems like you have found a way to go beyond yourself. And I think many of us could really learn much from you by your humor as well as the way you look at things. You're fact-oriented, so therefore, without doing a personal biography of yourself, you could potentially kind of like surviving life, history, our own personal history, by everything you've learned along the way and how you approach things.
That's so lovely.
That's a very nice statement. And, you know, the check is in the mail. But do you have a question?
Have you thought about doing that? I mean, seriously, I think many of us would be really interested in it because, let's face it, life is tough, and being able to get through it with humor and grace and intelligence and everything, all of that, you know, you can't buy that. Just think how much money those books would be worth.
Kind. That was such a kind thing. Thank you.
We've got our marching orders.
Yeah.
This is what's happening.
But autobiography is a very different part of you know, I like to be the man behind the curtain. And when that curtain is taken away, I don't want to reveal myself that much. I mean, on this occasion, it's one thing I can see your faces, but you know, writers don't meet their readers as a whole, and that's a personal decision. I have decided that I want to spend the majority of the hours of my life hidden from people. And that's what writing longhand in a notebook and then sending off the manuscript is not an interpersonal exchange. There are some months that I don't see another person. And that's very different. I chose that career because I basically don't like people, so the hell with all of it. Please don't come after me after this is over. I'm not signing the goddamn book.
I think that's a great ending. I mean, that's inspiring.
Okay, so if you won't write an autobiography,
Yeah.
and we all want to glean so much from your wisdom and your
Then go live a
compassion
life.
and all
Have
of
a life
these
of
things.
your own.
I want the job. You know, I want the job, but no. Have you ever thought about a podcast? Because you know,
No.
you. I know you don't like people.
I love that idea. Thank you.
Well, this has been so extraordinary for me. Let's give a warm welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, now you're just showing off because you know I can't stand up. Thank you. Thank you.
And it's the one day we wore mascara, too. Thanks a lot. Mess. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Stacy Schiff.
Oh my goodness, Stacy.
Hi,
Wait,
you.
I can't remember what.
Herself in Love.
No, I know, but I can't remember what publishing house.
Viking Penguin.
Oh, Stacy, what are you doing here?
Coming to see you was the answer. You were marvelous.
Oh, well, thank you.
For a book as well.
Thank you so much.
Hilarious. I loved her. I don't like people.
Oh, Stacy, it's so good to see you.
The book is magnificent.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. What's your name? Thank you, Allison. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh, no, we did. Hold this. Mama, I'm gonna back you
So
up.
great.
Oh, thank you.
So great. Hopefully I'll see you maybe later or something.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Jackie's on your left side.
Oh, that was really lovely.
Oh, thank you.
people just a reminder. And then people before they get out of their seats.
I know,
go out
but
there
you
while
did
they-
see this was a whole other kettle of fish. It was a standing ovation. Everybody, did not end normally. So I will certainly
But
do
it was
it
just,
here.
if you, I think you would get a better, perhaps, donation response if people were prepared.
I agree with you. I understand,
like you're
and
holding
I'll try my best.
Yeah.
And I'm going to
It's
say
just a
everything
suggestion.
now at the beginning too.
Yeah. Raising money is raising money, and you got to be bold. And people, my experience is people hear that. They don't hear.
Oh, Hallie. Okay, Hallie, thank you.
All right, thank you, Fran.
Say what? No. But they, all right, I'll just tell him that that's.
Big Inez.
Watch out. Well, since I'm going to be coming from over here, I'll take this one. No, we're good.
Oh, you're cool.
We're good.
And I'll introduce you from here, and then I'll go sit down.
Perfect. So
Now,
I'll start
we
and then
have
come
this
sit down.
You probably know this already, but basically we elect about 10 minutes for questions, and I'm supposed to give you like a little eye sign unless you're timing it yourself. I do. Oh, yeah, wonderful. Yeah, I'll try that.
Good afternoon. I am not Jack Romanos. My name is Jonathan Rabb. I'm here both to facilitate today, but also as a representative of the Savannah Book Festival Board. And I'm here, if you've attended and if you've heard this before in other sessions, please recognize how important it is that we're doing this. If you've attended a festival before, you know it's extraordinary for a board member to get up here and stand between you and hearing from a Saturday author. And the reason I'm here is because of extraordinary circumstances. Nearly 90% of the festival's income is from sponsorships and donations. Over the past 16 years, that generous support has allowed us to provide Festival Saturday for free. We are incredibly proud of this gift to the book lovers of Savannah and our friends from all over the country, many of whom travel here year after year to be with us. But this year, the cost to put on the festival, transportation, accommodation for authors, venues, and rentals, has increased significantly, while our income has largely stayed the same. Unfortunately, this is not sustainable for us. Each year on Festival Saturday, we have yellow buckets for donations. We have them again this year along with a new Venmo account to make it even easier. Please do not ask me how to set up a Venmo account. To make it even easier to give right now by scanning the QR code on the back of your program. Again, I have no idea what a QR code is. That is why I have children. So, I'm here on behalf of the Board of Directors to ask you to give to SBF today. If you enjoy Festival Saturday just like it is, with dozens of authors speaking at many venues, all day long, for free, then we need you to make a donation in support of Festival Saturday. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy.
Hi, everybody. My name is Fran Kelly, and I'm here to welcome you to the 16th Annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We're especially grateful to John and Fran Kane for sponsoring the Jepson Auditorium today. We'd also like to welcome all our generous sponsors and Literati members, and it is through your support, as we just heard, that we're able to make these festival events possible and free. 90% of our revenue comes from our donors and Literati members, and this year's festival costs 30% more to produce. I thought you might say that, Jonathan. Before we started, I have a couple of announcements. Todd Dowdy will be signing festival purchased copies of his book in Telfair Square immediately following the presentation. If you're planning to stay for the next author, who is David Yoon, please move forward, and so then we can see how many seats we have left to fill. Please make sure that your phone is off and don't take any flash photography. There is a survey on the back of the program, and you're going to have to use the QR code to do that. But it'll give you a chance to comment about what you've seen and what you'd like. Later, when you exit the venue, you'll see the volunteers holding the yellow buckets. These yellow buckets are terribly important. You got in here free, but we'd really like you to contribute something when you leave. If cash is a thing that is passed for you, you can donate via Venmo on the back of the program. We'll have the opportunity for questions and answers at the end of the talk. please just raise your hand and an usher will be able to bring you a microphone. We want everyone to be able to hear your question. So Todd Dowdy is with us today courtesy of Bill and Chris Aiken-Sickles. He is currently SVP Deputy Publisher of Doubleday and has worked at Penguin Random House for more than 2 decades. A graduate of Southern Illinois University at Carbondale and former bookseller, he lives with his partner in Westchester County, New York. Todd will be in conversation today with Jonathan Rabb to discuss publishing. Okay, so please give a warm Savannah welcome to Todd and Jonathan.
First off, Todd, thank you for being here. I'm going to introduce you a little bit more. This is a unique experience at the festival because we get to see inside how the machine works. But even more fascinating, this year, our person from inside the machine also has recently stepped outside of the machine, and Todd has written his own first book. So we're going to talk both about that. It's rare when someone knows how the sausage gets made that they actually try to sample the sausage, and you have decided to do that. As you heard, Todd's a senior vice president, and just listen to the list of people that Todd has worked with over the last 20 or so years. They include John Grisham, Dan Brown, Pat Conroy, Adriana Trigiani, Kevin Kwan, Margaret Atwood, Ian McEwen, Candace Miller, David Grant, Cormac McCarthy, Hampton Sides, and just wait for this last one, Bono. I mean, who gets to do that? That is an extraordinary life. So, and also, he has just written Little Pieces of Hope, Happy Making Things in a Difficult World. So before I ask a single question, can I please ask you to happily invite Todd?
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. Thanks for pinch hitting today. I want to begin by saying I haven't been to Savannah in about 26 years. Your city is just as beautiful as I remember it being. And the added bonus on Thursday was that when I came here in 1997, I had just read Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, which of course was published by Random House, as you all know. Mercer Williams House was not open as a museum, but it was on Thursday, and I totally fanboyed out the entire time during that tour. So thank you all again for having me.
No, it's our pleasure. We're going to dive right in. Could you help us understand the process of how a publisher acquires a book and then how that book ultimately finds its way to the readership?
Sure. So I'm in publicity, and publicity is what I call the caboose of the publishing train. So we come in at the end of the process. So the beginning of the process is, and I'll try to keep this as short as possible, the author writes the book, the author's agent sells the book, the author's editor edits the book. It then goes into an entire publishing process from copy edits to interior design to jacket design. The sales force gets behind it. They sell it into the accounts, including bookstores like eShaver. And then at the very end, before the publication, about 6 months out, is when publicity and our colleagues in marketing step in. So what the heck does a publicist do? There is an author escort named Janet McLeod, who is a legend in Dallas, and she takes care of authors when they're in town. She takes them to interviews and to their events, and I believe on her card it is described, her job is described as author wrangler. So that is what a publicist is. We are author wranglers. We are, a colleague of mine once described it as part schedule maker, part cheerleader and part therapist, which I think is kind of an apt description of it. So the basics of being a publicist, when you see an author on CBS Sunday Morning, or the Today Show, Good Morning America, CBS Mornings, when you hear them on NPR, when you read an article about them, either in print or digital, or you hear them on a podcast, and then finally when you see them at a bookstore on tour, a publicist is the person who does all of that pitching. The difference between publicity and marketing is paid promotion and publicity is earned, or what I call free promotion, mostly through media and then through our bookseller partners. So that's sort of the easiest description that I can make of the job.
There's going to be a quiz at the end, so I hope you're all taking notes. That was unbelievable. But what is the day-to-day? I mean... The day-to-day is the great part about it is that you're working on things that are happening right in front of you. Like right now, I run the 4 publicity departments in our group, which are Knopf, Doubleday, Pantheon, and Vintage Anchor. We have a Knopf author, Dani Shapiro, who is here, and she will have an event at 4:30. You should go hear her talk about her book, Signal Fires. He's always the publicist. Did you just get that?
But what we do is, you're working on a book that has an immediate launch. Margaret Atwood has her new short story collection called Old Babes in the Wood, which is out on March 7th, that I'm working on. David Gran has his new nonfiction called The Wager, A Tale of Shipwreck, Murder, and Mutiny, out on April 18th. So I've been doing all of the prep work for that, and then I work with the author Bonnie Garmus, who's written the novel Lessons in Chemistry, if anybody's here has read it. And she's heading out on her first big US tour next week. So I'm working on all of those different projects, but conversely, last week before I left, yeah, that's right, we just had Spring Launch 2024 meetings, which is when we get in a virtual room together and the publishers and editors talk about the list that's coming up in the next year. So I like to say that no day is ever the same, which really keeps it interesting. But the most important thing to all of us is everybody that works in publishing is a book nerd, right? Like that's why we do it. We love the writers and the books, and that's the most important thing for us.
That's great. I mean, have things changed dramatically since COVID in the way that you can do this? Are there different mechanisms now that you look to gauge the needle is working and the author is out there?
Sure. Well, the biggest change is that we were home at Penguin Random House for 18 months. We closed our offices on Friday, March 13th, 2020. I was the idiot who told everybody, take what you need because, we're going to be gone for like 2 weeks. And we were closed for literally 18 months to the day. We reopened on September 13th, 2021. I ran screaming from my apartment because I don't like working from home. And so that was sort of the biggest change. We're now fully remote leaning, which is great. There's a lot of flexibility there. During that time, we had authors who were going out on the road. Everything was canceled. We pivoted quickly to virtual. We started pivoting to digital galleys. Galleys are the early version of the book that we send to booksellers, media producers, reviewers, book review editors. That was a big change. So it was kind of a watershed moment in how we do things, but I think our group specifically did a really great job of holding everything together on the publicity front. I'm biased, but I think I have the best colleagues in the business. And we were able to quickly pivot and also keep all of the media, for the most part, that we had for the books that were launching at that time. The biggest change was not having events like this, where everybody's together, and we did pivot to virtual. Early on, there were some pretty amazing things. In 2020, John Grisham released his sequel to Camino Island, and it was called Camino Wins, and we wanted to do a big virtual event for him. So he asked his buddy Stephen King to come together to do a virtual event and discuss writing and the books. Stephen had his short story collection out at the same time, and we donated the proceeds from that hour to Bink, which is a bookseller charity, and I believe they raised, it was around $44,000 in 45 minutes for the charity, which was really amazing. Yeah.
I mean, that's a big sort of world historical event that you have to play with. But I would imagine that in the day-to-day, the context, the news of the world is also going to make you have to turn on a dime sometimes in how you're going to promote a book, how you're going to promote an author.
Sure. There are times that things can go off the rails because of a news event. Usually it has to be something pretty monumental. You know, I was talking to somebody the other day about scheduling a book in the fall of next year, and one of the interesting things, this is just a weird little anecdote that I found fascinating, is that during an election cycle, there's actually fewer slots on NPR as you get closer to the election for other pieces, including culture, just because so much news of the day is happening. You know, but for the most part, most of the campaigns stay pretty much on track.
I'm going to ask a tough question.
Okay.
Things have been shifting pretty dramatically on the cultural front over the last 5-6 years on what can be published, what can be published. Whether it's from the left, the right, you know, different people saying that doesn't work, that does, who can write, and so forth. Have you felt that the impact of that in what you were doing?
Not so much on the publicity side. I think definitely on the publishing side. One of the most interesting answers that I heard to a question like this, we published the author Hanya Yanagihara, who wrote a book a few years ago called A Little Life. Huge bestseller, wonderful book. I worked on her last book last year called To Paradise, another amazing novel. And we were at an event and she was asked this question, and she said that, and I've heard other writers say a version of this, and it's something, you know, that's really interesting, which is the story has to be true. You have to be true to the story. You have to be true to the characters. You know, you can't be... It can't be an impersonation, it just has to be true. And that's sort of the through line that I think has to happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, one hopes those wise words are heard everywhere. Obviously, you've worked with some of the biggest names in publishing.
I've been very lucky.
And I am guessing that people would love to hear some of the more fun stories you might have.
Okay.
About, and if you want to.
Sure.
I don't want to put you on the spot.
Sure. Well, I was in college. My college roommate and best friend is here today. Jeremy is here. We've known each other since we were 12 years old. We were in college, and there was this guy who wrote this thriller that came out. It was about this young man who worked at a law firm, and it exploded and became a huge bestseller and became a movie starring Tom Cruise, and it was, of course, John Grisham's The Firm. We were obsessed. I worked at Books A Million at the time during college, and I remember tearing through that, then A Time to Kill, or then Pelican Brief and A Time to Kill. And when I was in college in 1992, I actually wrote John a fan letter. And much to my surprise, months later, he wrote back to me. And told me that his new book, The Client, would be out fairly soon. So flash forward to 2015, and I was director of publicity at Doubleday at the time, and my work wife, Allison Rich, had worked with John for a long time as his publicist, and she left to go do something in corporate, in business development at Random House, and I took over as John's publicist. So to have a full sort of circle moment from fan letter to being able to work with him was kind of amazing. So he was in New York promoting the book that was out called The Whistler at that time, and I actually brought in the letter, and I still have the envelope, and showed him. It was kind of amazing. But the funniest part of it all is after working with him, he addressed the letter himself. It was his handwriting, which I just thought was kind of amazing. The other Southern writer story that is more a testament, or that's more embarrassing to me, is I worked with Pat Conroy, and I loved The Prince of Tides, and I loved all of Pat's books. And the first book we did together was South of Broad. And he came to New York, and I was so excited. Got to meet him, and the next morning we were doing Good Morning America, I believe. We were taping Good Morning America. And he was at a hotel right down the street from Penguin Random House. I am never late, and I was 1 minute late getting to the hotel, and I see him get into the car to go to ABC, and I almost had a heart attack. And so I followed it quickly to the studio where we were taping, and I said, "Oh my God, Pat, I'm so sorry, I was a minute late." And he said, "Son, my dad was a military man, and when it's time to go, it's time to go." And I was never late after that. I was always 15 minutes early every time I met him, but my takeaway was, he called me son. Like so it was a good moment.
I mean, you're talking about, you know, some of the greats who are very, very polished. They know what they're doing. Obviously, you're going to have writers, whether they're new, whether they've been at it for a while, who are not as gifted at presenting themselves, at selling themselves, and doing all the things that, I mean, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, you didn't have to do Twitter. You didn't have to do. How do you coach the maybe less than polished writers on how to best promote themselves?
That's a good question. I mean, I think there's a couple of ways to look at that. You know, usually for us, when we're pitching, you have to have your elevator pitch for a book, right? I call that the X plus Y equals Z. So when you talk about David Grann's new book, as I mentioned, is The Wager. And my pitch for that is think Mutiny on the Bounty meets Lord of the Flies equals The Wager. That's the elevator pitch. For my own book, I would do a humble brag and say, like, it is life's little instruction book plus chicken soup for the soul equals little pieces of hope. That's a big leap there, so I apologize. But that's part of it. So getting that pitch down, talking to the author about the points that you want to hit during the interviews, or, you know, if they're giving a talk, there might be a PowerPoint usually associated with nonfiction. We've seen a lot of folks today do that. Stacy Schiff was amazing this morning. You and I just came from Ilian Wu's event, which was incredible. I think it's basically honing in on what that message is. There are times that we use folks who are called media trainers to do these sessions where you talk about it and learn how to speak about the book in a certain way, in a succinct way. You know, for the most part, that is truly successful. And then I think that there's always a little bit of magic that happens too.
I know that we have a number of students in the audience here because they'll fail my class if they didn't show up. And I'm guaranteeing you they want to know, how does someone find a way into the industry in the way that you have?
So I'm going to take you back, way, way, way back to ye olden times, which is 1995. I graduated from SIU on a Friday, and we packed up a U-Haul and moved the following Monday, and by that Tuesday I was living in New York City. I grew up in rural Southern Illinois. Chicago is here, Springfield is here, Carterville is here. We're about 45 minutes to Missouri and about an hour to Paducah, Kentucky. And when I was 16 in 1989, I took a Methodist youth church trip to New York, fell in love with the city, told my mom I was going to move there. Her one prerequisite was you have to graduate from college first. So that we literally just packed up and went. And I was a bookseller for about 3 years. And my friend Jerry Krasner one day at the Walden Books on Wall Street, which was the store I was at, said to me, "My friend Amy works at Random House. There's a publicity assistant job opening. It's admin and it's entry level, but you love to read and you can talk to a wall, so I think that you should go for it." And I was like, okay, you know, I had no idea what publicity was, but I knew Random House, you know. I come from a long line of voracious readers. My dad's dad, my papa, was a coal miner who took a book with him down into the Freeman 4 mine every day. He always got onto the elevator with a book with him. He would read during his lunch break in the mine. My Uncle Dennis is a voracious reader. He once, after visiting him in Houston, brought out a duffel bag and stuffed it with books from his own personal library that he thought I should read when I was there on a college trip once. And then lastly, my mother is a voracious reader as well, so it's kind of in my blood. But anyway, I got this job interview at Random House and went in. They were kind of explaining the basics of publicity and what the job would entail, and somehow, lo and behold, I tricked them And 25 years ago, they hired me, and it gave me the rest of my professional life. I have been very, very lucky, and again, not to belabor a point, but it all comes down to the writers and the books. Yeah.
You're being very, very self-effacing there. Luck favors the folks who go for it and are focused. I mean, the self-discipline to do what you did and the courage to simply say, I'm going to go in and do that. Were you aware that you were being that bold?
No. I think that there is a very, how do I say, there is validity in being stupid and naive when you're 25 years old, because I thought publicity, like if I saw somebody on the Today Show, I thought they just called the author and the author went over there and went on camera. Like I didn't know there were people who were actually working with the producers and establishing relationships and then pitching the books for the shows. So that was kind of an eye-opener for me. And Random House really opened that door. I was the assistant to my first boss. Her name is Carol Schneider, and she had been at Random House forever. And my first day, her assistant Amanda, who was moving on, looked at me and she said, "When John Irving calls or Maya Angelou calls, you have to get her out of any meeting whatsoever. Just go interrupt." And I was like, okay. So it was a door that opened to me, and I was there for about 6 years, and then I briefly left to go to another publisher who shall not be named, and I stayed 9 months and then came back to the mothership. And in 2005, I joined Doubleday. And what's really interesting about that, I had always read nonfiction, but I was more of a fiction reader. And when I came to Doubleday on my first day, our publisher comes over and he said, welcome, happy to have you here. I hear you're going to be working on nonfiction for us. So I just bought this book about Teddy Roosevelt going down this river in Brazil with his son Kermit in 1917. And it's by this woman who used to write for National Geographic. Her name is Candace Millard. Here's the manuscript. We're going to publish it this fall. Don't screw it up, although he used a different word than screw. And that was my very first day. So it was kind of an interesting thing. And then during the course of my time with Doubleday, I worked with Candace and a bunch of the authors that you mentioned, and it was really kind of just a wonderful thing to happen. And I promise I'll let you get another question in, but the last point to this is one of the most gratifying things that happens in publishing when you stay at a place for a long time, and a lot of us do, is seeing what we call a house author grow. So somebody like Candace, I started working with her in 2005. 17 years later, last year, she did her 4th book called River of the Gods, which is about the discovery of the Nile, which if you haven't read is an amazing book. And it became her 4th New York Times bestseller, and we've been together ever since. I did 4 books with Pat. I've done a bunch with Hampton. This is my 4th with David Grand. So one of the great things about being a publicist is the relationships with the media that you have to build, and people learn to trust each other, but then the relationships with the writers as well.
Just going back just a moment, was there a moment early on, you said, oh, I fooled them, I'm now in. Was there a moment where you were in that office and you were thinking to yourself, no, I belong here. This is what I do?
No, I walked in every day terrified that I was going to get fired. There's still, we're back in the office, and I'm like, the key card works today. Great, I'm in.
I'm trying to help the students. Come on, help me out here. There was a moment.
Sorry.
There was a moment.
I think that what was great is when you're a student in college, I think this happens. I think when you are an adult, this happens in your own community. You find your people. And that's one of the many benefits of working in this industry is that I think I found my people. A long line of book nerds and reading in my family.
You're skirting that question. You belong, and you know what you're doing, and people look to you. There's no way you walk into that first meeting and the guy says, don't screw this up. You had established yourself.
Yeah, but I'm from the Midwest, so I can't just say, sure, that's totally true. I'm proud of what I do, and I think that, again, having somebody like Adriana Trigiani and I, she wrote the novel Big Stone Gap. She's an amazing human being and a dear friend. I started working with her in 1999. My friend Pam Cannon, who was her publicist, who is now a legendary editor, edited Paula Deen and many, many other folks. I took over that campaign, and it took, I believe it was her fourth book, which was Lucia, hit the bestseller list. And in my office, I still have the champagne bottle that we used to celebrate that day. But again, it goes back to that thing about the house author and kind of building folks.
Yeah, but maybe it is, and I don't want to project, but it might just be the fact that you do have that Midwestern sense of, I got to keep on, I got to keep on. That actually makes you as successful as you are in the industry.
Well, I mean, publicity is definitely a driving factor in sales, but it does take a village, truly. You know, the editor is the person who buys the book and sees the magic and then shapes it with the writer. You know, colleagues, I don't know how the art department makes book jackets. Like, every person is a critic. I don't know how you do that. In my own book, Sabrina Bowers is the woman who designed the interiors, and I basically just said to her, I kind of want it to be big fonts and little fonts and different sizes and different fonts. And then she just said, okay, like that was it in the email. And then she came back with this brilliant design. So it's all part and parcel into making the book the thing that it is.
And you're anticipating, I do now want to move onto your book, because it's very rare to have someone who's on the inside then decide at some point, I think I'm going to venture in. Did you make that decision? No. Or then how did you make the move?
It is the weirdest serendipitous thing, although Jeremy and I did run into each other on the street yesterday in Savannah, and neither one of us knew each other was here, so that was very strange, in a good way. But the book came about because on March 11th, it was the day the WHO had declared the pandemic. And the day before, we were at the office when the NBA canceled the entire season. And that was the first moment where I was like, this is billions of dollars down the drain. Something big has happened here. So anyway, freaked out a little bit. I got on Metro North on the train home. We lived just outside the city. And for some reason, I thought, I'm going to make a list of happy-making things. And I'm going to put it on my Instagram. And it was this random scattershot, zigzag kind of thing of things that brought me joy randomly, you know, whether it was Eudora Welty's One Writer's Beginnings, a really good burger, fat goldfish, like all sorts of different things. And I posted it to Instagram with a picture that I had taken, and folks, mostly friends and family, had liked it. And then I thought, well, I'm going to keep going. And so that's just what I did. And then the first week passed, then we were home, and every night we would finish the workday, have a gin and tonic, watch Jeopardy after we'd eaten, you know, and then I would kind of go down this rabbit hole of making these lists for about 2 hours. And I'm sort of a pack rat, Randy is not, and, you know, I save postcards of photos or pieces of art that I like. I've pulled articles out of magazines over the years and kept them in our file cabinet. We have tons of books in the apartment. I love movies and plays and TV. And so I just kind of like a magpie just started picking randomly and inserting them into each day's lists. If we were in the car, I would take a picture of the radio screen if a good song came on, and I would add that into the list. But the secret to this is that I wrote all of it, if I can show you. Basically, it was here in my phone. So those are all the lists. So that was literally, I would just sit down every day for a couple of hours and just start writing. So at about June of 2020, I think it was around 50 lists. This never happens. Again, I'm extremely lucky. Brittany Bloom, who's an agent and a Georgian who works for the book group, called me and she said, you know you're writing a book. And I was like, no, I'm not. And she said, no, you're writing a book. Like, these lists could be a book. And I was like, no, they can't. And she said, no, they really can, and I'm going to be your agent. And I was like, what? And that was the first time that that even had occurred to me. So we pull everything together, and then the book goes out, and you know this because you're an author, you wait. and you see what happens. And I had a rejection, and then another rejection, and then another rejection, and another. And there were about 17 in total.
That's what made you a professional writer.
Exactly.
At that moment,
I was in. But then I had a meeting, Brittany had submitted to Penguin Life, and I met an editor named Meg Letter, and she fell in love with the book and saw what it could be, and we sold it, and I had a contract. And I was thrilled, of course, beyond my wildest dreams. And I thought, we're done. They're going to take the 50 lists, and this is great, and it's going to be published. And she was like, let's put the brakes on that. You're going to have to write some more. We need 50% more material than what you have already. It's going to be due October 1st. We need a first draft. And while you're at it, she said, I think that you need to write some longer pieces about things that you love. So why don't you pick 16 things that you want to write about? And I was like, okay. So then I took a piece of Stenopad and I put each day leading up to October 1st, and I drew a tiny little box next to the date. And every day that I made a new list or wrote an essay, I checked it off. I finished one day before the contract was due, have never been happier. Again, not late again after the Pat Conroy thing. And turned it in. And then for somebody who, as I said earlier, is the end of the publishing train, to then watch how a book is born was one of the greatest gifts that you could ever get in your job, because you see the other side of the fence and you see how it all happens. You know, it was working with Karen and Randy in copy edits, these two remarkable women who literally compiled everything that I had put into the book. Again, books, articles, feelings, memories, recipes, TV shows, plays, everything. It ended up being over 3,000 individual items in the book that they listed out. We went through, we made sure that titles were correct, everything was done. I tried not to have any repeats, though there are some Easter eggs throughout that do happen. The jacket was done very quickly by their amazing team at Penguin, so it was really kind of remarkable to watch it.
Yeah, but having...
One more?
We need...
Sure. Absolutely.
Can I just ask one more? Is that okay?
I'll make it fast, I promise.
And it's just going to be the two of us. No, you do realize you've written a memoir. I know, I picked this, I did this, and I did this, but it's not haphazard. The book has an arc, and funny you call them Easter eggs. I would call that the shaping the arc of the book. Did you realize that while you were doing it? Was it outside forces that said, oh, you've got to do these 16 stories, we'll put them in this order? Or were you aware that you were really telling us about you?
No and yes, a little bit. Like, when Meg had said, write these longer pieces about one thing that you love, it'll give the reader a break. Like, you should not read the book straight through. You should dip in and out. A friend of mine said it was a good bathroom book. I thought that was funny. My mother is the only person who has read it straight through. But, thank you. When I was thinking about that, so there's an essay in the book about red velvet cake. And my grandmother Peggy and I were very close. She's been gone for 9 years now. And every time I would come home to Southern Illinois, she would make me a red velvet cake. And I have in her hand the recipe, and then on the flip side is for the icing for the red velvet cake. And at the bottom it says, if you were here, I would bake one for you right now. Love, Grandma. So that's where, she was infused in that. And then the last thing, and I will shut up, I promise. In the dedication to the book, it's dedicated to Randy, my husband, and his mom. And then it's dedicated to my mom and her parents and her grandmother. And if you notice in the dedication, my mom's parents and her grandmother all passed on the same day. And my grandparents were hit by a drunk driver. My mother was in the car when she was 5, and other siblings, and they both passed. And when my great-grandmother went to the hospital to see her daughter and son-in-law, she died of a heart attack immediately. So bear with me, this does go somewhere. The last piece in the book, when talking about memoir, what I realized is throughout the whole scope of Little Pieces of Hope, each item on the list was something that had lasted. Something that had stood the test of time, or that I think will stand the test of time if you go back to it later. And I related that to my mother and her parents because I think the thing that lasted with her is the love that was infused upon her then got transferred to me. So the last one is called The Things That Last.
And what you've just defined is what we want at the end of any book. In a very eloquent way, you've just described resonance, and that's what we hope we achieve.
Thanks.
So we should go to questions.
Yes, I would like to speak on a disturbing trend I'm hearing about censorship, over censorship within the schools and the libraries, many losing all of their funding because they are not within the new guidelines in those areas. I find it extremely disturbing.
We do too. There is a great article that ran last week in The Atlantic by none other than Margaret Atwood herself. The Handmaid's Tale was banned in a library in Virginia, and she took them head on in the piece, and you should absolutely go read it, and it was fantastic. I'm sorry, but I don't think anybody should be telling somebody else that they can or cannot read something. I don't think that's right. You know, if you don't want to read something and you don't like it, then don't read it. I mean, that's just sort of the way that I feel about it. I will tell you, son, you know, like, I think it's a serious issue. And I think that censorship is something that should be battled at every turn.
Are you your own publicist?
That's a very good question. No, I am not my own publicist. I had an amazing team at Penguin Life, and a friend of mine in publishing, she looked at me and she goes, "Listen to me. Don't be that person." And I said, "What?" And she goes, "Don't be that person. You offer to help once and then let them alone." And so that's exactly what I did, and it served me well. They were amazing. So it was a great team.
I was wondering if you could share if you have any thoughts on the failed merger between Penguin Random House and Simon & Schuster from the inside.
We lost. Yeah, you know, that was way above my pay grade, so I kind of don't have anything to add to it. I think the story has been reported wide and large. Yeah.
In regards to self-publishing and traditional publishing, what are your thoughts on positives and negatives, especially for first-time authors?
Good question. You know, I think that the good thing about it is that there are more options than ever to be published. I think it depends on the author's own sort of personal journey. I have a friend who had written a book that didn't get published by a traditional publisher, but he's now at a smaller press and is extremely happy with how everything has turned out. So I think that there's not one size fits all. I think you can look at plenty of university presses and smaller presses in this country and across the world, frankly, that are doing amazing work. One of them being, or two of them actually being, the New York Review of Books and Europa, that kind of do incredible jobs that are not at one of the big five, like where I work. Yes.
What advice would you give to those authors who don't have an agent and how to get an agent? You shared your story about being very lucky.
I was very, very lucky.
How do we go about getting an agent if we don't have one?
Sure. There are a couple of great resources that you should check out, which are Publishers Marketplace. They do a daily newsletter called Publishers Lunch, and on Publishers Marketplace, there are a list of agents in the industry. I believe it's on the right-hand side of the website, and it says what each of them are looking for, where they are, their submission guidelines. Publishers Weekly does the same. Another thing that you can do is that if you don't have an agent yet and you have written a book that is like, find the other books that are like your books, and you can go through the acknowledgments and see who the agents are. But the one thing to adhere to is more than one thing. Try to have the manuscript in fighting shape. Try to have your proposal ready, at least in your mind, kind of what that elevator pitch that I was talking about, what the book is, who the audience is, what you bring to the table as the author in terms of experience, backstory, whatever. And then yeah, I would follow the submission guidelines for every agent to the letter because they will explicitly say how to submit to each of them.
I have it here. What constitutes success? And by that, I know a great many authors, as it turns out, and they're very unreliable when you ask them about how many books they've sold or how much they've made in the last 5 years. So this is not a cultural question, and it's not a personal question. What is happening in the industry now in terms of advances? What percentage of authors' books earn out the advance? What do you think of as a successful first novel? 10,000, 100,000? Any of those numbers that you are comfortable with?
You know, I think that success is a relative term. I think that if you're a writer I'm a child of divorced parents, so I compartmentalize most of my life. So like being told that I was writing a book and finishing it was one thing, having an agent was another thing, selling it was another thing, then completing it was another thing, and seeing it out in the world was the last thing. Like I still can't believe that this exists. Like it's bizarre to me in the most wonderful way. That to me is the defining moment of success, not that it has to sell a bazillion copies, although that would be great. It's the act of the creating, and I know that sounds like a cheesy answer and that I'm deflecting, but it's the truth. And here's the way that I can describe it. In your life, whether it's something creative or something that you love or sports or whatever that thing is, music, blah, 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 the only thing that I can equate it to is when I was doing this project for me, and it was during a scary time, right? But it was a place that I went to every day that was just for me. So pretend that there's a box in your home that sits in a corner, and you go get it every day, and you put it on the table in front of you by yourself, and you open the lid, and there's a toy inside. And you take out the toy, and you put it on the table, and you play with the toy, and the toy brings you absolute joy for the couple of hours that you are with it. But it has nothing to do with the rest of your life whatsoever. And then you take the toy, and you put it back in the box, and you close the lid, and you put the box back in the corner, and then you go do the laundry and get on with the rest of your day. That, to me, that discipline and that writing aspect of it is the success. You know, publishers are in business to make money. Most of them are not for profit, but it's the act of the creation itself that is truly, I personally think, is the moment of success. There have been plenty of books that don't commercially sell that are still amazing books. You know, and that's the heartbreak of publishing, because you buy it, an editor buys a book because they believe in the book and they believe there's an audience for it. But at the end of the day, it's that time for the writer, and I've spent enough time around a lot of them in the past 25 years doing this, that's the moment of success.
Thank you so much, Todd. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Please,
Thank you, Jonathan.
Warm welcome.
Appreciate it.
Everyone, please, as you're leaving the auditorium, please look at the volunteers who are holding those yellow buckets. Let's keep Savannah Free Saturdays going, okay? Thank you so much.
This is his clicker for his presentation. His clicker for his presentation.
Well, it is. See, I'm lit. So I really. this at all, or are you
Yeah, I'll do
just
this.
talking?
Yeah, I'll just do this.
And there is a spot on you.
Okay.
Or you can stand in front of the microphone if you want.
There's a like clicker there too, right?
Yeah, you need a little clicker for your
I might want to walk
illustrations or
around a little
something.
bit.
Well, if you do want to walk around.
Yeah, because I was just talking to, there's a mic and a clicker, so.
Oh, well then fine.
And I'll take my mask off.
Yeah, of course. But sure, do whatever you want. Okay. But I'll come here first and do my little intro to you. Hello, everybody. My name is Fran Kelly, and welcome to the 16th Annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We're especially grateful to John and Fran Kane for sponsoring the Jepson Nieces Auditorium today. Before we get started, just a couple of things. David Yoon will be signing festival purchase copies of his book in Telfair Square immediately following his presentation. He is with us today courtesy of Bank South. Please take this moment to turn off your phones, and we also ask that you do not use flash photography. Please don't forget to complete the survey via the QR code on the back of your program. Now, this is really important. The festival costs 30% more this year to produce, so please be generous, and you'll see the yellow buckets as you leave, and just drop in whatever you can. Every little bit helps. We'll have an opportunity for questions after David's presentation. And here's a little bit about David. David Yoon grew up in Orange County, California, and now lives in Los Angeles with his wife, novelist Nicola Yoon, and their daughter. He drew the illustration for Nicola's #1 New York Times bestseller, Everything, Everything. He is the author of Super Fake Love Song and the New York Times bestseller, Frankly in Love, which was a William C. Morris Award finalist and an Asian Pacific American Award for Young Adult Literature. His first adult novel, Version 0, was published in 2021. Please give a warm Savannah welcome to David Yoon.
Hey, everybody. Let's start with a selfie. My friend is texting me about angry Asian men. Just make lots of noise. Look for that later on TikTok. So I'm David. I'm an author. I started out with young adult novels, and I've been writing adult novels lately. My latest is called City of Orange. It has nothing to do with the actual city of Orange, which is a real place. It's a metaphor. And it's a post-apocalyptic, we'll get into it in a second. I want to talk about my work in the context of creativity, because the interesting thing about creativity is we think it's like optional, but it's not. And in fact, you are all creative, whether you want to be or not. And I'll explain why. So this is me, these are my books, and I'm gonna go over these, and I'm gonna have a quiz. Just kidding. How's your festival going, by the way? I'm having a great time. Like, I've never been to Savannah. This place is beautiful. I just went down to the Marriott where they have all the geodes and stuff. It's incredible. And there's a bunch of furries just walking around. Okay, so cool. So these are my books. We'll get to in a second. We've always been creative. This is interesting. When you're born, the first thing you do is you listen to music and you make art, like right away. As soon as even when you're like a baby, you're just making handprints. And the interesting thing is I've been listening to podcasts a lot. There's like the Anthropocene Reviewed by John Green. It's fantastic. And some other things about specifically the Lascaux Caves in France, discovered by 2 teenage boys and their dog and a Frisbee, I think. And these caves are interesting because they're really super duper old, 17,000 years old. Some of the drawings they're thinking are 50,000 years old. And you know, back in the day, it's not like they had air conditioning and penicillin. Life sucked. It was nasty, brutish, and short. And yet, they found time to make art on the walls. Isn't that interesting? It wasn't an option. They just had to do it. And guess what? They made handprints. So, look familiar? That impulse is part of what makes us human. And it's sort of like not just fun. It's not just like a hobby. And it's not something you do in your free time. It's actually, I think it's really critical. Let's go into why. So creativity means you're imagining things, right? And you're imagining what the heck is going on really right now. If you don't try to make sense of what's happening right now, you'll just go crazy. Or you'll get stuck in a loop like an NPC in a game, you know? It's the act of making sense of seeming randomness and finding patterns in it that make sense. And it also imagines what we should do next as an individual, as a tribe, as a species. Because if we can't picture what's to come, then we'll just wander in the darkness forever. This is a really cool magazine illustration from like 1920, from like some German magazine. And here they are, picturing the future. And guess what? It came true. So I actually really believe that science is not as objective as we like to give it credit for. You have to imagine what field to focus on, and that requires imagination. So it's very telling that we found out how to make our phones smaller, thinner, more powerful, but we haven't cured cancer. Isn't that interesting? I can talk to my wife on my wrist like Dick Tracy style, but we haven't figured out racism. It's a question of focus, and focus is determined by your imagination. And I find that fascinating. I'm trying not to pass judgment because we're only human, and these things are difficult. I do think it's interesting and sometimes really, really funny what we choose to focus on. Let's make our phones really thin. Okay. So creativity gives meaning to life. We know this because it gives you like direction. What should you do with your life? But I think it also staves off our fear of death, and I think that's really what it's about. When you're living, and if you're no better than, you know, a cow eating grass, cows will just eat grass and then they'll die. a fish will just swim, and then it'll die. And it's not going to think, what did it all mean? What comes after I'm gone? What came before me, before my existence? They just sort of fulfill their biological function, and they pass away. We're just not like that. Sometimes I wish we were. It would be so much easier. But no, we're obsessed with what does our slice of consciousness mean? You can interpret that through the lens of religion. If you're not religious, you can interpret that in sort of other ways like general spirituality or neural net interconnectedness, or else psilocybin. I don't know. But I really do think that the meaning that we make is meant to be passed on so that we'll stay relevant in a continuum of humanity. And I don't really know why we're so obsessed with this, but we are. This is just a picture that I think is cool. But even like tacos are, I think, related to our fear of death. And I'm gonna get into that in a second. These are chorizo tacos, they're really good. I'm from Los Angeles. Anyway, you don't have much of a choice in like debating any of this because you are all creative, again, whether you want to be or not. And another indicator of why this is true is when you stifle creativity, what happens? You get grumpy, right? That's at best. You start to get lonely, isolated, start to rage. Because it's almost like not eating. You get hangry when you don't eat. When you're not creative, you get, what do you call that? Creative grief. When you don't shower, you feel gross. You got to shower. When you're not with people, when you don't have friends, creativity is just as important. And so that's why there's so many forms of creativity. We're obsessed with the written word because it's the best. But there's also painting. This is Murakami, one of the trippiest artists around. This is DJ Steve Aoki. So music is another form of creativity. There's dance, computer programming. Who is this? Annie Easley. She's one of the first programmers at NASA. Sport is a form of creativity. And I want you to think about all these things in the frame of making meaning and also thinking about your posterity, like what you pass on, your legacy. Science is another field. This is Dr. Wang Stahl. She discovered the human immunodeficiency virus, which is HIV, which causes AIDS, and then she became the first person to clone the virus, which allowed gene mapping to treat HIV. This is what when I talk about science, I talk about areas of focus and prioritization, and that comes from imagination. It's tempting to think that we have rational discussions and we think, oh, we should work on this next. But I don't think they're so rational. I think there's a lot of different factors and it's very complicated, and it's also very emotional. In the case of AIDS, extremely emotional. This is another form of creativity, is making just dope-ass bikes, right? So what doesn't count as creativity? Nothing. Nothing, including tacos. Why do we make tacos like this? Yeah, they're great, right? But we could just eat meat, just cook meat, no salt, and just eat it. We have fulfilled our nutrition. You know, we are, fueling the body. We may continue for another day. But instead, we bring creativity into it. And I think that is a larger urge to put ourselves in a context, to give ourselves a sense of identity of who we are as a tribe. And then when we pass away, we pass on this taco recipe to our grandkids, and they're like, oh, I make it just like grandma made it. Why is that so important? It's because we are in a continuum, we belong somewhere, and we know that when we die, our life will have meant something. And there it is again, is fear of death. This guy. So it is going after, creativity is about trying to define the big truths in our lives, because otherwise we'll just go bonker balls. The little truths too. So saying like, 9/11 meant this. The pandemic meant this. Like, that was chaotic and we're still figuring it out. When someone writes the first great pandemic novel, hopefully it has a lot of truths about what was that all about. But sometimes when you don't have a truth, because you don't have the answers to everything, you just point out the question. and you ask the question again and again and again. That's important too. Or you can just say, I don't even know what the question is, just this is important. And just keep pointing at it. This is important. And my wife Nikki and I, we talk about this a lot. Like, we have those nights by the fire, you get some bourbons, and you think you can solve all the problems of the world. And sometimes the best you can do is just point at the issues again and again and again. And I think that's valid, because what you're doing creatively, imaginatively, is prioritizing that issue. In this case, making our phones thinner and thinner and smaller. It is about validation, but I'm kind of wary of validation because there's all kinds of bad validation. Here's one. I put a big X through it because it's like a cheap form of validation where it's like just very quick and you're scrolling and you double like and you don't know why you're doing it. I'm talking about like deeper validation where you're really grappling with issues and really grappling with why do I do the things I do. That's why I'm sort of like not doing social media anymore. I'm like as much, although my publisher is trying to get me more on TikTok, which I, to quote Napoleon Dynamite. So I'm doing newsletters, and you know, it's much more intimate, and it's a longer format. It's basically like the internet was in the 90s, which I miss. And so I just think that's cute. This is my picture, like you engage in creative activities so that you are seen by others. And in an increasingly fragmented society where we no longer have tribes and small villages, you know, the internet is our giant global village, and the way to be seen is to put up your creative work and hope it resonates with others. And that way you won't be so afraid of dying. So I just keep bringing it back to death. And then there's ceiling cat just for no reason. So it's really about finding your place in the world. And not just that, I actually think it's about creating the world itself. I have a cool slide about that. So there's some people out there who say, I'm not a very creative person. You can point at them and go like, that's an impossible statement. You are, whether you want to be or not. You're all creative, whether you want to be or not. So since creativity is all about imagining who we should be and what the heck happens, you know, putting stuff into context and also defining where we should go next as a species, as an individual, it's important to look at who's doing all the creating, right? Now, when I was growing up, these are some of my favorite authors. And here's some more. These are like high school era. This is like college era. And nothing against these guys, but, you know, mostly white, mostly male. And yet they were still very meaningful. I say yet because, you know, apparently, like, I won't get into identity politics. I think that you can learn anything from anyone, honestly. And I think that any author can write about anything they want, as long as they do so respectfully and honestly. But it still kind of makes it difficult to be what you cannot see. And that's why it's important to, if you're gonna define where we're going as a species, it's important to look at who's doing the creating and notice maybe gaps in that direction, and with a really critical eye, as if that roster of creative people is a creative work in itself. So here's the world as we know it. I love this map. This is called a T and O map because it looks like a T and an O. Like you see that, can you hear me? You see that body of water in the middle, kind of making a horizon or an equator, and then there's this river. That's like a T, and then it's in a circle, so it's a T and O. And this is like one of the first maps because they didn't know anything back then. This is a map of the imagined world. And it's like they got most everything except Africa, and anyway. And here's the thing. So this map was drawn, feedback, 5th or 6th century BC. This map was drawn in 1321 AD. So centuries later, they're still basically using a T&O map. And I bring this up because it's related to the subject of canon. Y'all familiar with canon, right? If your original imagining of a particular thing, say Marvel superheroes, happens to be skew heavily toward one group, and say you're implicitly saying that all superheroes should look like a certain kind of person, then you saddle yourself with canon, and then you have to respect and honor and continue that canon for decades later. So you've just created creative baggage. So that's why it's important to diversify the creative class so that we represent the world as accurately as possible from the get-go, because otherwise you might be still making TNO maps 600 years later. So the creative canon is sticky AF, which meant autofocus, but now it doesn't. And I'll get to more in a second. I grew up in Southern California, which kind of looks like this. So same as Savannah. And way back in the 80s, they were already calling it a melting pot. And to this day, Orange County is probably one of the most diverse places on the planet. You wouldn't know it. It doesn't have that reputation, but it actually is. And yet, sort of the role models that I had in media were limited to this guy and this guy. Just gonna flip back and forth. And that's it. That's all, literally it. And I was like, well, this sucks. You know, it made me feel invisible. Well, actually, not just invisible, but very simplified, you know? And it's a bad feeling. And so for a long time, it gets to you. When the larger creative imagination seems to cut you out, then you start to feel like not only do you not exist, but also maybe you don't deserve to exist, actually. And maybe you don't deserve to be seen. And it's a weird feeling it's different from feeling left out, because you start to police yourself. So that's kind of like, you know, why I wrote Frankly in Love. Ostensibly, this is a book about fake dating. Where are my YA people? All right, so you're all into tropes, right? This is a fake dating trope, forced proximity. And then my dad started to get really sick, and we had a baby. And so those things conspired to make me turn the story into something much more. And I started thinking about when I was a kid. This is me and my brother when we were little. And, you know, feeling simplified and erased, and channeling that into a rom-com, because, hey, turns out I fall in love all the time, you know? And I know all the rom-coms don't have people that look like me in rom-coms, and that sort of creative spectrum is very limited as well. So I figured I'll write my own, you know? And then here's my dad, who I miss, and I just had to put him in the book too, because I'd never really thought about our generational gap and learning to accept him for who he was. So it was a different kind of love that I wanted to include. So you know, you start with a book that is about fake dating, and it really did start off real fluffy, like a marshmallow. But then it turned out that this creative exploration was really about other things in my life that I wanted to pass on to specifically my daughter, so that she would understand what I went through. And that way she could have a little bit of a cheat sheet as she becomes older, and then we start to drive her crazy, and then I can pull out the book and be like, read this. You know? And that's why creativity is really surprising, is because it defines, it not only makes sense of the world, it tells you who you think you should be, who you want to be. What kind of person do you yourself want to be? It's your attempt at defining yourself. And when your perception of yourself, how people see you, and your own definition of yourself do not match up, then you become Grumpy Cat. So Super Fake Love Song is my next book, or the book after that. And this is, my goal for this was to put a laugh on every page. It's just my silliest, most slapstick book. And it was about, I was channeling myself when I was basically 14. Who was like, I'm not a nerd, I'm not just good at math, you know, I'm a rock and roller, or I can fake it pretty well. And that's what the story is about, this guy who fakes being a rock and roller to get the girl. But also I was really good at math, so. So that's funny too. And it was playing a lot with society's perception of me and who I thought I wanted to be. Again, there's that rift of like someone imposing their creative vision upon you as a work, as a person, and you with your own creative vision and trying to assert that. This is my first adult novel called Version Zero, and it's about hackers who are trying to fix the internet because the internet sucks and it has caused all these problems and was not invented to fix anything in particular, or to solve anything in particular. This was actually born, this is a funny transition. So that's me. I used to work in tech. I worked for like 13 plus years as a UX guy, doing app design and interface design. And I just like that we're both pointing. I worked in a lot of different fields. This was particularly about ad tech, which is where, pixel trackers follow your every move and then serve up ads, and they basically sell your soul. And funny thing, everyone I worked with, all brilliant people, we all had ad blockers installed on our devices. So I like to joke that we're like the non-smokers working at Philip Morris. Like, this place sucks. And so this book, ostensibly it's a thriller, but I really was trying to make sense of my time in technology. Like, what did all that mean? I was good at it, they paid me a crap ton of money, and it was fun, and I liked the people I worked with, but what did it all really mean? What did compromising my values mean for 13 years? And so that's really at the heart of what this book is about. It's technology is just the vehicle, but it's really about the larger creative question of, like, as a human being, what do you do when what you say doesn't match up with what you do, when the walk doesn't match the talk? And so finally we get to City of Orange. That's the book that's on my name tag, and it's my latest one, and it's ostensibly about the post-apocalypse. This guy wakes up, he's hit his head or something, and he has no memory about what happens. He knows the world has ended, and he knows his wife and kid are out there somewhere, and he has to find them. But it's not really about that. What it really is about is this. I wrote this book. My wife made me do it. She's like, you're doing NaNoWriMo. You know what that is? National Write a Novel Month? Where are my NaNoWriMos at? There you go. It's where you haul ass and you write 55,000 words in 1 month. And it's like a nerd marathon. Because when you reach the finish line, you're just like, it's an amazing feeling. But she made me do this. She's like, you're going to write a novel. You're going to get over your fear of novels. And I'll single parent. So she took care of our baby. She made me write day and night, and I did it. And this was, people call this a quarantine book. And it's not really. It's about the quarantine that sort of happens when you have a kid. Who has kids? You know, right? The first year when you have a kid, you're in quarantine. We walked around the same block over and over again. We had the same stupid meals, and we lost in touch of all our friends. We just watched White House Down, like last week, and we're like, why have we never heard of this movie? We're huge Channing Tatum fans. Oh, that was when Penn was 1. That's when our daughter was 1. Okay, we didn't know anything. And so that's what this book is about, really. And it's, when I had our daughter, I became really aware of what matters in life. And it's all the, bullshit of my 30s and 20s seems so silly. I used to get really upset if I got a stain on my favorite shirt in my 30s, and then I had a kid. And I was like, oh, that's dumb. My parents started to mean a lot more. My brother and my wife's sister, just family. Food, exercise, just the basics started to mean a lot more. And our love just became so much bigger that you start to realize there's so much more at stake now. Getting married was bad enough. Now you have a kid, and there's so much at stake. And so my first thought, of course, is, what if you lost it all? What would you do? We play this game late at night in bed. We're just like, what would you do if I lost a leg? What would you do if I were a head in a jar? What would you do if, And then eventually it gets to, what would you do if me and Penny died? And we're like, shut up. But my joke was always, I would live in a van by the river, right? That's literally the genesis of this book. It's like, what would you do if you lost everything? Not just, you can talk about it in terms of the world ending, That's a form of apocalypse, but there's also a deeper internal apocalypse. I always think about, like, what about the people who lost their families in The Last of Us? And that story, you know, I think it's on a really intimate, personal level of exploring loss and then just how do you keep going. And you know there's all these apocalypses. There was just a horrible, you know, earthquake in Syria. How did those people go on? The apocalypse is a useful concept for turning the world upside down and seeing what sticks, what's important. And also, how do you imagine a new world from all of that to define yourself in the future? Because otherwise, you're undefined, and you'll probably lose your mind. So that's what the book is about. It's actually, it's funny. It sounds not, but it is. And so yeah, all these are attempts at sort of drawing the map of the world in my mind. Like, what does the world look like? What should it look like? I like this picture of the world because normally we're used to seeing the world like North America, South America, and this is not that. It's sort of like the Middle East, but then the equator is tilted almost vertically. It's an unusual perspective, and that's also a feat of imagination, how we imagine the world, because there is no up and down in space, but for what we define it to be. So yeah, validation, sure, but also I think the creative act is about figuring out where you should go next and what to leave your loved ones after you're gone. This is my wife. Isn't she pretty? This is Nikki. And yeah, talk about blazing a trail. She was the first black woman to hit #1 on the YA New York Times bestseller list. So we're pretty proud of that. And these are her books. We met in writing school, and we're in our first workshop together. Let's see, she was channeling Ann Beatty. I was channeling Haruki Murakami. It was fun. And ever since then, you know, we pretty quickly discovered that we're both romantic goobers. We love rom-coms. And we also quickly, you know, would talk about, like, well, why are people like us never in rom-coms? Other than, like, the sassy sidekick or the sonogram tech, you know? It's a girl. We're going to have a girl. Check this out. So we started our own imprint called Joy Revolution. Here it is. And it's a publishing imprint within Random House, and it's sort of dedicated to solving the gap in what we think is the gap in imagination. So right now, or up until very recently, and it's more recent than you think, people, kids, the popular imagination for, say, a black woman was very limited about what that person could be. And for an Asian man, that is very, very limited. And is usually limited to stories about trauma. One of the funniest comments I ever got for Super Fake Love Song was, this book made me laugh out loud, but I didn't learn a lot about Korean culture. So which is also funny and hurtful, but funny. It can be both at the same time. And so there's this whole, like, spectrum of life. And for people of color, oftentimes, it's just sort of that narrow band in, like, the ultraviolet range, which is all about trauma. And that's not, it sucks, and it's also kind of not true, because there's all this other experience that is not being represented on screen and in books, in video games. And so we're trying to just fill that gap with stories about kids just falling in love and making mistakes and getting stupid. Because that's what happens. I grew up with a bunch of, like, Asian dude meatheads. And one of them, interestingly, was from France. So he was Korean American, but with a French accent. And he played football. He was huge. And he had, like, the hottest cheerleader as his girlfriend. And so this kind of stuff you never see in media. And what it does is it expands, when you read stories like this, it expands your own imagination of what the world is and what it can be. And then we can collectively decide, okay, where are we going to go next as a species of human beings? And who is important and who gets to, you know, who gets to contribute. Highly Suspicious and Fairly Cute is by Talia Hibbert, who's an adult writer. This hit the New York Times bestseller list. Was so proud. We were proud parents. We got to make the call as publishers to the author and scream. Queen Bee is a historical, it's like Bridgerton meets Gossip Girl. So it's a bodice ripper, you know? We're really psyched for that. You Bet Your Heart is Enemies to Lovers, and House Party is exactly what it is. It's the craziest party of the year. And they're all totally normal stories. Nothing like particularly identity politic-y about them. They just happen to star people of color. That's it. Our mission is extremely simple. And we also have a production deal with Anonymous Content under the banner of Universe. Get it? Universe? Where we're talking about film and TV. Same thing. You know, just like people of color, just in stories that are not specifically focused on trauma, because you know we get to experience all the rest of life. We get to have our full breadth of humanity. That is an act of imagination. And you know, if you don't allow for that spectrum of imagination, then like what I mentioned earlier, is people of color will start to self-limit. They'll start to police themselves and think, okay, I'm only worth a story of trauma, so I'm only going to tell stories of trauma. And that's kind of sad, you know. Let's not do that. Let's depict the world accurately for what it is, and pass on our legacy to our kids, so we're not so scared when we die. This is my daughter. We're out in front of the Library of Congress, and she's a huge book nerd too. She demanded I buy her a notebook like twice a week. It's bad, but it's for her. I want her to know that she is not separate from the collective imaginative experiment that is humanity. She's part of it, and she's an agent of change, and she deserves to be there. So that's my talk. Thanks, you guys. I love questions. Hit me with questions.
Anybody have any questions? We'll get a mic to Mandy up there. Can you talk loudly?
I could just talk loudly if that's good.
Okay.
I'll try to make this like a concise question. On the topic of representation, what are your thoughts, or maybe like execution on, like if say I was to write like a black character, or if you were to write a character that's like hearing impaired but you are not. So like honoring those stories, but it's not your story, so is that appropriate or not? Is that like a question?
That's a great question.
Can I have B?
Yeah, sure.
So it was my same question too. Like, so my kids are Korean. My husband's Korean. My husband's like, I can't.
We're everywhere.
So, like, he's like, I can't write. Please write the story. One of the books I'm writing is YA about half Korean kids growing up in the middle of Georgia, Alabama. I had someone tell me though, you can't write. You don't know that experience. You can't write it. Well, my husband's like, screw them.
That's pretty mean, man. Who said that?
I'm not going to write that book, so I need you to do it. But on that same thing, writing people who aren't you, but like I also want my kids in a book. So
Exactly, right? Because you want them to know that their lives meant something and that they matter. Like when people say like Black Lives Matter, you matter, it really is about like you get to define where we go next. It's not just like you have a right to exist and a right to live, although that's important, but you also have a right to contribute to what we decide to focus on. Let's make our phones even thinner, whatever. I think that you can write about whatever you want, honestly. Any character you want. Nikki has put Korean characters in her books, and I put black characters in my books. You just have to know what you're talking about. And if you don't, you know, make some black friends, make some disabled friends. And if you can't, then you have the internet. You know, lots of people you can talk to. And start on Reddit. Don't start on Reddit. But you know what I'm saying, right? You just do it like, do it to others, right? If someone wrote a story about a white woman and it was just Karen City, like, you would be like, this is stupid, I hate this. It's well, actually, in House Party, there is a Karen who shows up and her name is Karen. But she is drawn so sympathetically, and she just wants to be a teenager again. And she's 40, and she's like, my life is over, and there's this noisy party, and she wants to complain about it. She wants to be like, I want to see the manager. But then she's like, wait, this is awesome. And then she just starts, not to spoil it, I'm spoiling it, but like she starts partying with him. It's a beautiful moment. So like, that's a respectful way of writing about a character that respects their humanity and their failures and desires and faults and good qualities. So as long as it's not a caricature, and you can have a cliche as long as there's other characters to sort of even it out. You know, if all your Mexican characters are narcos, that sucks. If you have a housewife, a musician, a doctor, and then a narco, you're good. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, my name is Karen.
Hi, Karen.
Before my question, I just want to thank you for all you're doing to get diverse characters out there. It is so important. I mentor.
Oh, thanks. I hope it works.
I do too. And I love reading and seeing other people that are different from me in books, so it's wonderful. My question is, I did not know you and Nicola were married. Obviously, I must not have paid much attention. How do you split this job of writing and parenting? What's your process?
What's our parenting process?
Yes.
Like she used to work in finance. So she used to work for the devil. And I can say this freely, they're awful people. And she was like, I have to become awful too, just to survive. But fortunately she quit. I worked in tech, I loved my job, everyone was nice, but still I walked away. I was like, writing is the real work, you know? Because we're defining who we are. And we're asserting, like, I don't want to say asserting because it feels like a power grab. It's really like, we want to contribute too, you know? And so when she goes deep, she was just on deadline for her adult debut, which is phenomenal. You're going to die. It's Black Stepford Wives. She gets deep in it and she just like forgets to bathe, you know? Like I have to do all the housework. And I'm used to it. And then when I'm on deadline, I'll do the same thing. And so we get used to that. We're trying to get better at that kind of thing. But you know, when we've adjusted our writing schedules to just be during the school hours now that our daughter's 10. And then beyond that, we have to turn it off. It's actually good. You want your fields to lie fallow. Because we used to just obsess and obsess and obsess about our work. And then we'd overwork it. I don't know who's into art, but you know, when you overwork a piece, then you start to tear the paper and it just looks ugly. Like you can do that with writing too. And so it's nice to have boundaries and approach it like the small business that it is. Who's an aspiring writer? Nice, okay. Little unknown fact about writing is when you write, you're actually starting a small business. And you need to be your best boss. You can be like bad boss and work all the time, and never celebrate anything, and never take breaks. Or you can be cool boss and give yourself a cookie every now and then. You know, if you finish a draft, go to Disneyland. Give yourself a raise. And so that's the challenge. If we kept working after hours, then we'd be hurting our kid, you know? Any more questions? No? Can we have time for one more? Last. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I love the Irvine Company. Everything is perfect. Actually, I really like Irvine. Now that I'm older, I'm like, it seems nice. I grew up in Fountain Valley. No fountain, no valley. And City of Orange comes from a writing rubric. What if the world were orange? I had this when I was a kid. You know writing rubrics? Where it was like a writing exercise. What if you could turn into a cat? What if you could fly? What if the world were orange? And I wrote this when I was a kid, and I was like, if the world were orange, it would be scary. I would be terrified because everything would be the same. And importantly, it doesn't matter if the world were orange. It could be purple, it could be green. What matters is the world is monochromatic. The world has no contrast anymore. You've lost all your bearings. You don't know where you stand, and you don't know how deep things are, how far away they are from each other. And that, to me, was a good metaphor for trauma and for loss. When you lose something, especially like something like a wife and a kid, your whole context is gone, and the world becomes monochromatic. And the challenge is, how do you find yourself through that sort of blindness? So it's not really about Orange. Great city, but yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Please remember to drop something into the yellow buckets. We really need your support this year more than ever. Thank you so much, and thank you to David Ewan. That was great.
Thanks for having me. So much fun.
It was so cosmically interesting. Oh my God.
Yeah, you guys are almost done, right?
Yeah, one more. Chloe Gong is here. Do you know her? Yeah, please do.
I've met her a couple times.
Oh, good. Have a seat wherever. It's almost the end of the, I think we're wrapping up the festival.
I'm supposed to sign, right?
Oh, yes, you must go over to that.
Okay,
Yes. Do you need help finding it?
I know it.
Okay.
I'll just
Yeah,
wander
you've got to
over there.
sign books.
Okay.
Oh, my God, yes. Hey, you too. Good luck. Pleasure. Is this okay? You didn't, and so, yeah, I mean, you didn't, you could have run in after me to say more. Okay, thank you. Okay, good.
You might just add that they can also give.
Yeah, that wasn't on this one for some reason.
If your pen works, you might add that as some little cash.
The Venmo, yeah, okay. It's probably in this one, and I didn't notice that was missing. Okay, thank you. You too.
How many times can they eat dinner?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. I love your imprint. It's so much fun.
I love it too. I'm for works. But
I don't know, Talia Hibbert is doing great.
you hit the rest of it.
She's doing amazing. Man, all of these
Were you an illustrator before an illustrator or a writer first?
I was a writer
The
first,
same.
actually.
Oh, you were, okay.
Yeah, I just happened
Because I know you illustrated your wife's story.
I just fell into graphic design just because I liked it.
Yeah, well, not everybody.
While he's off creating things,
That's
being
right.
creative.
That's right. That's right. You better go
I'm gonna go to the
because people will wait for you. Thank you so much. This is for you. Is that you?
That is me.
Oh, what a cutie pie. Oh, so you've got a dog and pony show.
I've got pictures and everything.
Hi, everybody. I think we'll start now. My name is Fran Kelly, and I'd like to welcome you to the festival. And this year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We're especially grateful to John and Fran Kane for sponsoring the Jepson Nieces Auditorium today. Chloe Gong will be signing festival purchase copies of her book in Telfair Square immediately following this presentation. And Ms. Gong is with us today, courtesy of Bob and Lisa Banuski. Please take this moment to make sure your phone is turned off and make sure your camera doesn't flash. Really important. As you're exiting today, you will see some lovely volunteers who are holding yellow buckets. This is a very expensive festival because it is free. I can't think of any other festivals that are free, so you're all very fortunate, but it does take money to keep it going. And this year, it costs 30% more to produce the festival. So the buckets will be there, and it'd be great if you could drop in whatever you can. So, and we'll have time for questions, of course, after Ms. Gong finishes. Chloe Gong is the New York Times best-selling author of These Violent Delights and its sequel, Our Violent Ends, as well as Foul Lady Fortune. She is a recent graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, where she double majored in English and international relations. Born in Shanghai and raised in Auckland, New Zealand, Chloe is now located in New York, pretending to be a real adult, like the rest of us. So please give a warm Savannah welcome to Chloe Gong.
Hello, I am so excited to be here and thank you for that welcome. I really like seeing the reception to my bio every time because I will always get a laugh at that last line. And I know it's a laugh of relatability. I know that we're all struggling and pretending to go through life. So thank you for that. Anyway, I'm so happy to be here, and my presentation is mostly a little look at how I got started into being an author, because I think one of the most commonly asked questions I get is, how did you get started? As you can see from the little picture, I'm baby. My first book came out when I was 21, which usually meant that the reception across the board was, do you even know how to do taxes? What are you doing here? So, and no, the question is, I don't know how to do my taxes. That's why I have an accountant. Hello from the other side of the world. As you can hear, I am originally from New Zealand. That's me when I was probably 3 or 4. My mum forced me to stand very, very still for that picture. I was very angry. Being from New Zealand, a big part of my childhood meant there was not much else to do. I did a lot of reading. I was a very, very avid bookworm. From that age onward, probably, I started out with a lot of Nancy Drew books and then into a lot of others that I will go into in the next few slides. But I got started very young because there was nothing better to do. The thing about the book industry in New Zealand is that we are very far away from the rest of the world. Books take a long time to get there. My primary source of book acquisition was the library, reading books 5 years behind. So you can imagine when I got to the US, I hugged every Barnes & Noble in my 5-mile radius. So I wanted to show you this. This is the first paragraph of the first short story I wrote when I was 11. It's very bad. You don't have to lie to me and go, no, I think it's okay. It's very bad. I can acknowledge that. It was a creative writing assignment in my year 7, which is, I guess, middle school here. The assignment was put yourself in the shoes of someone living through the Great Depression when it hit New Zealand. I don't know what was going through my head, but that was the character I created. And it really gave me a taste of the things I liked writing. It gave me a taste of the fact that I even enjoyed writing. And I think we hold ourselves back a lot when we first start because we're like, well, I don't want to write something bad. You will. It will always start bad, and it gets worse. Wait for the ending. So I don't know how to end it. This was, by the way, this was like 5 pages, okay? There was a plot. There was a plot. She's a rich girl. Her family loses all their money in the Depression. She gets hired as a maid for another family, and then she steals jewelry, and then she ends up in jail, and then the counselor comes, and he's like, I think I included that here. The counselor's like, I'm gonna help you, and then the counselor dies. Yeah, so that's how I ended it. I don't know what that says about my 12-year-old storytelling skills, but it is a plot, and it is something. We all have to start somewhere, okay? So, it was after that little taste that I started writing real novels. And by that, I mean I wrote a bunch of incredibly long stories that were really just continuous short stories, like the one you just saw. Like, it didn't really have a novel structure, but I was just having the time of my life, like, writing it. So why it kind of started out that way is because I was very, very influenced by the sort of books that were being published at that time. I started with 2 paranormals while Twilight was really, really big. I think Twilight was actually published much earlier than this, but if you were around reading during this time, you know that the paranormal boom happened a bit later than Twilight, very much influenced by it. But, Vampire Academy, City of Bones, I was running a Tumblr dedicated to those books. And it really just gave me that drive and motivation to write something similar. I will be the first to admit that all of my first novels were complete ripoffs. If anyone has read the Darkest Powers trilogy by Kelly Armstrong, my first novel was just that exact plotline. And it doesn't even qualify as fan fiction because fan fiction is skilled enough to adapt off the existing characters and, create content that builds off of that world. I just took the plotline. Anyway. A lot of these early books were forms of escapism because I read so much. Again, there was nothing else to do in New Zealand. I didn't have any other hobbies. There's another whole tangent to be made where sometimes it's good to just let your children be really, really bored. I think this current generation has a lot of stuff to do all the time. Sometimes when I think, if I had a lot of stuff to do, I probably wouldn't have written as much. Not to say you should withdraw your children from all their clubs. That's not what I said. But writing and reading is something that kind of comes out of having time and just the leisure to sit back and let your imagination flow wild, right? I had a lot of that, which again comes back to the fact that there's nothing to do in New Zealand. I cannot emphasize that enough. It is a very, very creative place because of that. But I wrote these 2 paranormal books. They were about 150,000 words each, give or take a few. For reference, that is a very long book. The last book I just wrote, professionally, was 150,000 words, and it's gonna come down to 550 pages. They're very thick books. But I never thought of them as novels. I thought of them as just stories. I didn't think of myself as an author either. I thought of myself as just I'm writing stories, The word writer, author, all of those things, they never really entered my brain because it had never occurred to me at this early stage that I would ever do this professionally. I was just writing my stories, escaping the world, and finding something to do with my time. And that's how the pattern kept going for these next few years. So 2014, we entered the dystopian boom a little. I was obsessed. Divergent, Delirium, I think some of the other ones, Legend, Cinder, all of these, oh my goodness. I ate them, positively ate them. And I wrote a dystopian, and then we go into 2015, which I feel like is when the YA fantasy boom kind of starts going as well. First I wrote 3 murder mysteries. I was in my edgy phase. I was in that phase teenagers go through sometimes when you're kind of just standing in the corner and you're like, I know 5 different ways to kill a man. And it's like, no, you don't. But again, we just went through that dystopian trend, right? I really imagined myself like a Tris Pariah, Katniss Everdeen. I actually could not do one push-up. I still can't. But I wrote 3 murder mysteries, and this was kind of the point where, again, I had just written those paranormals that were very derivative of the stories I loved. I had just written that dystopian. This was the first book that I had written. Again, I wasn't calling them books back then, but this was the first kind of story I'd written where I wasn't deriving off any existing media. And I had uploaded it on Wattpad. If you don't know what Wattpad is, it's kind of like this online writing community that at this point in time was most infamously known for One Direction fan fiction. It was very hard to get readers because everyone was reading Harry Styles' Stole My Bra. And I was writing a series of teenagers start dying on an island. But even though, you know, it didn't pick up as much as other stories on that website would, given what the majority audience on that website was reading, it gave me my first taste of having readers. And that was so instrumental to me realizing, oh my goodness, I love writing. I love the dopamine rush of people entering my world and my stories. So great. Again, that's why there were 3 of them. I just got a taste of it and I couldn't stop. I just kept killing people. Then, after that little taste, we go into the fantasy boom that was happening in, you know, the real publishing industry. And I was reading all of these books on the side. I was thinking, oh my goodness, I love the genre. And that was when I first started thinking, actually, could I write something that might actually get published like these books I've been reading all the time? Because prior to this, I had always been recreating based on, oh, this is what I want to read. This is what's going to keep me occupied for a few hours. Or I'm going to put this online and this is going to amuse these 3 teenagers who are also just really interested in the weird, gory scenes that I write. But it was around this time, after all of those manuscripts and the current, you know, environment going on in publishing, that I was thinking, I think I can probably write something that will look like a real book that I can imagine on the shelves. Prior to this, I wasn't really following novel structure, if that makes sense. When you pick up a novel, there are things you expect. There's an opening, there's the middle, there's the climax, there's the ending, etc., etc. At this point, I was finally thinking, I actually know how books work. So you can see, I think the year I put there, 2018. The summer before my freshman year of college, I got the idea for what would become my debut. And this could not have happened without all of that background that you just saw. I constantly say this was the first book I got published, but it is far from the first book I wrote. And if I had not written any of the ones that come before it, I couldn't have written this book. Either for my craft, in the way that I tell stories, or just in the way that I can even envision an idea coming to life, this just couldn't have happened. And to go into that further, in writing that debut, it was essentially me trying to create that young adult fiction that I loved, but differently, right? I had spent all of those years, like starting from 2013, kind of studying and mimicking and observing young adult fiction, because it was the thing that, I was the target audience, right? I was intrigued by the way that it held my attention. I was only reading that because it was the thing that gave me the thrill. Like, you know, as much as I read a lot of adult fiction now as a 14-year-old, I couldn't get past 3 pages of adult fiction because, of course, it wasn't written for me in mind. By the time I got into the age of writing These Violent Delights, yes, I was a bit older, but I wanted to write that book that I would have wanted to pick up when I was that, you know, fanatic 14-year-old running Tumblr blogs for all of those books. So what I went to was, what would happen if you dropped the characters of Romeo and Juliet into 1920 Shanghai? And specifically, how do you do that in the format of those young adult books that you love so much? And when you imagine young adult fantasy, especially during that slide of the 2015 to 2017 boom, which I'm most influenced by, I won't lie. It's usually a girl with sword swinging around making like cutting remarks every 3 pages. And that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to take Shakespeare because I'm an English major. At that point, I was starting as an English major. I wanted to do something very interesting as far as like analysis and paying homage to these age-old themes go. But I also just wanted girl swinging sword and like really soft boy who cries, but he has like, that smirk and everyone's like, oh, he's so mysterious, you know those archetypes? I wanted to do everything that I loved, but to bring this whole new lens onto it, because I had been reading these for so long, and at the same time, I was thinking, what can I write that is exactly what I love, but I'm doing something differently? That's the one way that I could imagine myself getting published and getting onto those shelves. What am I bringing that's new? What am I doing that's not just recycling everything that I already love? Because those were all my previous manuscripts, right? I had already experienced what recycling looks like, because that was just all my first 3 books. It was just pluck a storyline, change things around, no one's gonna notice. But for these Violent Delights, what I did was, the plot changes to tell a new story. Of course, it is a Romeo and Juliet retelling. There's that whole other aspect to it, but that's a different presentation. The plot is altered to tell a new story, but the themes and the symbolism and the motifs, they're all there from Shakespeare's age. We're just giving it to a new audience. We're giving it to the young adult audience. And that was kind of exactly the way that I approach book writing too. It's all of these archetypes that already exist, all of this work that already exists in this genre. I'm going to look at it again, just as we did with the paranormals and the dystopian and the murder mysteries and all of that. But there is something new that I want to be bringing in, or else it is not as fun, right? It's not as fun to kind of go into something that you've already encountered a billion gazillion times. And now, we've got a whole universe at it. I did keep going once I had found this little niche I tucked into. Doing Shakespeare and retellings in Shanghai, 1920s, 1930s, is a very specific niche, I'm aware, but I got really comfortable in it, so I kept going even with my adult debut. That's a Antony and Cleopatra retelling in a 90s-inspired neo-noir city-ish, but at least that one I took out of Shanghai. But now I stand here giving you my little presentation, and where I have gotten through this trajectory of reworking stories and reworking the genre, so to speak, is we've got Romeo and Juliet, which I had established in my duology, and Foul Lady Fortune and its sequel, Foul Heart Huntsman, follows a character from the original duology. It is a spin-off set 4 years after the events of Our Violent Ends, because it follows a character who, I won't spoil anything in case there are people in the audience who haven't read the original duology, but very much following the pattern of what I wanted to do. It takes a character who nobody liked in the original duology. I kid you not, when I announced Foul Lady Fortune was starring the character that it's starring, I think I got at least like 50 quote tweets just going, no! Which, I did expect, so I wasn't like, oh, that's mean. I was like, you'll see. And I'm really happy that since this has come out in last September, a lot of people are now on the side of this character, because when I set out to write that book, again, to do something new, I wanted to take someone that people didn't like. They weren't on this person's side because they did some bad things in the original duology. They weren't the complete antagonist, so to speak, but whenever you're reading a book and someone is being bad to the protagonist that you've learned to care about and love and want to follow to the ends of the earth, if anyone is kind of like against that protagonist, you're probably going to be like, oh, I don't like you, I hope you get killed off. A lot of people felt that way about this character. However, Foul Lady Fortune is her redemption arc of sorts, and I'm really glad that I got to do it, because it felt like doing my debut again, but with a different experience on it. I was very afraid for how people would see this new series again, because we're going at it from a completely different angle, but I'm very happy with what we ended up putting out. So that is, I guess, my sales pitch to end this presentation with. Not a very good sales pitch, being like, yeah, you might hate this character, but hopefully, even if you are someone who hated her in the original duology, this book kind of serves to go back to my thesis point of, you know, I think anyone that you live in the shoes of for a while, you eventually come to understand. And that's all Our Lady Fortune is. And we are coming to 20 minutes, but I'm at the end. So thank you for listening. But I am happy to take questions, if anyone has questions.
What languages do you speak? And if you speak any foreign languages, does that help you with your writing?
Absolutely. Oh, I love the languages question, so thank you for that. Because I speak English, obviously, and I speak Shanghainese, which is the dialect in Shanghai, and then just Mandarin Chinese. I speak French, technically, and by that I mean I could read things because of all that college study. Can I carry a conversation in French? No. But it is something that really helped me, well, not even help, but something that really informed these books and the setting. And by that I mean there is a particular kind of nuance, I think, when you think in two different languages and when you're kind of trying to portray how life goes in a different language. A particular example I kind of come back to that I think it was a reader who had mentioned it to me a while back is there's a scene in my second book where a character picks up the telephone and goes, your cousin has gone missing. And the character goes, oh, who? This person? And on the other side of the telephone, because they're speaking English, they go, no, like English is too simple, your other cousin. And then they switch to Chinese, and then it's immediately obvious, because in Chinese, there are specific terms for your younger male cousin, your younger female cousin, older female cousin, etc., etc. And just that simple switch kind of talks immediately to a character's perception of how close they are to their family, what terms of address do they use. And so those are kinds of things that I sprinkled throughout the books because for readers who understand that language as well, they are immediately kind of informed into the world. For readers who don't necessarily understand that language, it adds an extra bit of context that then the book goes to explain. And they've picked up a bit of the world that I wouldn't have put in descriptive-wise. It kind of just exists inherently as a part of the language, you know, spreading back and forth. And I think 1920 Shanghai is really interesting when it comes to language because it was a time where there was so much foreign influence that in true history, most children of the elite were learning English, French, all of these languages. And when my first book when it came out, there were a lot of questions saying like, oh, you made the decision to have them call each other by their English names or to, you know, have these things specifically in English. And I just said that wasn't actually my creative decision. That's how life was in 1920 Shanghai. And it's this, I think it's a part of history that kind of gets lost because now it's not necessarily the same and there are all of these, you know, political influences. But yeah, it was really interesting to research it too.
You told us a little bit about your other books, but what's your adult book about?
Oh, my adult book, let me go back to it. There's the cover. It is a Antony and Cleopatra inspired book. I hesitate to call it a retelling as strongly as I usually pitch these Violent Delights as a Romeo and Juliet retelling because it's a lot less informed. I would say it's more inspired by the characters of Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra than it is the actual play. It loses a lot of the play's elements in a different way to the original duology takes a lot of Romeo and Juliet, the play. I like to pitch it as, imagine if The Hunger Games had been directed by the Hong Kong director Wong Kar-wai, except the protagonists were Clove and Cato, but aged up. And I think that gives, like, if people can catch every reference of that elevator pitch, it gives you a sense that it's about a criminal princess and an exiled aristocrat who very reluctantly team up in essentially what are a set of deathmatch games that the palace runs because the princess is trying to kill the king and completely destroy the monarchy, but the aristocrat is trying to win the cash prize at the end to get someone that he loves out of a coma that's been building up medical debt for a very long time. And it's a lot of political paraplays, it's a lot of violence. I would say that it's like a R-rated movie, probably. There's a lot of blood and decapitations. But I'm really excited for it to come out. I think working in the adult space has felt very different to my young adult books. My young adult books kind of speak to hope and the coming of age experience, even if it is in like gangster run 1920 Shanghai. But Immortal Longings is very much just about, you know, how do different people manipulate, obsess over, and love each other. And it was a lot of fun.
Hi. So going back to kind of the list of books you said inspired you, I noticed a lot of them were written by white authors and they had a lot of white characters for the most part. So I guess where did you find the courage to be like, no, people will want to read my stories?
That's a really good question. And it was something that I had to consider, I think, very, very deeply as to, do I want to write this book exactly as I imagine it? Or do I kind of want to soften it in a way that seems like it would be received better because of what currently has, you know, taken over the market? I think for me, I was given a lot of, I guess bravery is the right word, because just before I had published, there was a burst of really diverse fantasy books. In 2019, Descendant of the Crane by Joan He had come out. Prior to that, there was, you know, Ellen O and Melinda Lowe writing. So I had seen certain authors already doing their thing. And of course, it's not enough. Like, we still need so much more. But because they existed, I could point to actual people existing and say, they've carved out a space. They've left a path to keep walking. And it gave me, I guess, like that sprinkle of belief that you need to just put yourself out there. Even at this point, I'm like 5-ish years into, you know, since signing with an agent, all of that. And at every point, I'm still like, maybe I am an imposter. You know, that feeling never goes away. And even in the very beginning, it is, no matter how strong it is, I had just needed that one thing to point to say, maybe this is doable, and then I kind of just went for it. And it is so hard to do that without people in front of you there. So, you know, in publishing these books, I was also thinking, maybe if I can do it, it'll help build that path even more and welcome in more and more books that will follow. So, hope that is the case.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm really bad at public speaking. Hi. I just wanted to say I really like the new UK cover for Immortal Longings. It's so beautiful. Yeah. As like an art student, I almost died. I was like, oh my god. Okay. So as someone that is a really young writer and someone that has had an experience being a young writer and getting published, specifically through traditional publishing, is there any advice that you wish you had gotten or that you wish you could tell young writers out there that want to get published traditionally too?
Yes. Oh, so much advice. I could be here for another half hour. I think the first thing is to find your support system. I'm very grateful that when I first got into traditional publishing, that I found a bunch of other authors who were exactly my age and who just wanted to talk about, you know, the stress of publishing and things we go through, and just, we became organic friends based off of that, just by having so many shared, you know, backgrounds and interests and similarities. But I cannot stress enough how important it is to feel like you have support in this industry when you're young, because the fact of the matter is that you will be the minority. Most authors will be, you know, above 30. They're going to be talking about things going on in their life that is not the same to you, right? When I was debuting, we had this like debut group on Facebook, just everyone who was publishing a book in 2020. And naturally, when you have a big group of people talking with each other, it'll just be about things that are happening in their life, kids, and what their day job looks like. And meanwhile, I was in college, and it was a very different viewpoint. So having that group of people who know exactly what you're going through, you can just type in the group chat and be like, oh my god, like my thesis is due on the same day as my manuscript. Everyone understands, right? It is so important, especially because I think when you are on the younger side, a lot of people will overlook you. They're gonna be like, you need to live life more. You need to be grateful for what you have. You get my point. I totally was not speaking out of everything I've heard. But it is so, like, they will become the people you can kind of depend on when things get hard. And things do get hard for authors in general, for traditional publishing overall, but especially when you're kind of trying to figure out who you are as a person, right? You're growing up at the same time. You are trying to figure out what you want to do as a career. Like, speaking as someone who kind of graduated college during COVID, I didn't know, like, do I become a full-time writer? Do I find a day job? Do I do both? If anyone's curious, I got forced into becoming a full-time writer because no one would hire me during COVID. But yeah, there are a lot of things that feel better when you have people with you, and I think it's okay to struggle is the last piece of advice I will give. It's okay to struggle because writing is hard. Being a young writer is very hard. But I will say, the reward at the end of it is so worth it. I have not read that book, but that is very interesting to know. I will seek it out and read it. Okay, noted.
Hi, I was wondering, out of all the books that you listed, if there were any ones in particular that you think really gave you more experience as a writer or reader. I noticed you put 2 of the Graceling books on there from the Graceling realm, and those were my childhood, so I was wondering if any of those books really led you to grow.
Oh, for sure. I think The Diviners by Libba Bray was a huge influence on, I guess, just These Violent Delights as a book. When I conceived the whole idea of it, I really liked the way that The Diviners did like an omniscient point of view to go through like the cityscape. Oh my God, it was so well done that it gave me kind of like a craft level up as I was reading it. But generally, City of Bones by Cassandra Clare was the first book that I read, and I decided that I wanted to be like a part of the fandom. Like, there were so many Halloweens where I was just wearing black and I just drew like runes on myself with eyeliner. And then people would be like, "What are you?" And I'm like, "I'm a shadow hunter." Like, it was one of those books where I kind of, not so much in like the craft and the writing aspect, but it made me realize how I wanted a reader to react to my work, if that makes sense. It was the way that I was reading that book and reacting and just having such a good time kind of led me to think about writing not as just the story that you're telling, but it is also a give-take exchange with that reader. Because I always say, if I'm just a writer, I can write that book and put it in a drawer and it wouldn't matter. But if I'm an author, I'm also trying to get it out into the world to, react with people. And the way that they read that book makes it a whole new book of itself as well. So yeah, City of Bones, Divergent, Shatter Me. I'm trying to remember all of the blogs that I ran. There were a lot. The Raven Boys, definitely. Yeah, so it's imagine like the dystopian era phasing out a bit into like the late paranormal. Most of those books I definitely read. Graceling was also one. I don't think I read Into Fire and Bitter Blue though, but I definitely read Graceling. I probably read every single book that was publishing at that point. But I really, really picked up an appreciation for the age category, for the way they wrote for teenagers in those major series.
I wanted to know, was there a moment leading up to your debut where you were like, oh, this is going to hit the bestseller list? Or was it like your agent called you over and they were like, babe, guess what? You're not gonna believe it.
I have a really weird story about how I knew that I would hit the bestsellers list a day in advance.
That's so cool.
But it wasn't through, it was a really, really weird experience. What happened was the New York Times columnist emailed me and was like, hey, so you're gonna hit tomorrow. Can I get on the phone with you for a little insider column? And I was like, I don't know if I should be grateful to know in advance or if this is like the most anticlimactic way of knowing that I will be hitting it. So there was that for the reason why I just randomly found out 24 hours earlier. But before it, I had no idea. And I had trained myself not to think about it that way, because when you're putting out your first ever book, the wisdom, and it is very wise for people to say that, is to have low expectations, because you're either right or you're pleasantly surprised. And the truth is, it is very, very hard to break out on your first book. It is hard to kind of have a sudden explosion and to keep that up rather than a very steady climb, as most authors tend to do. And even more, I had been debuting during the pandemic, so all the bookstores were closed, and every other pandemic debut was just having the worst time of their life, and I was like, well, I am expected to kind of mimic that. I think a big, big reason why word of mouth for my first book spread so well was because that was during the first explosion of TikTok. I do, attribute a lot of my career to the fact that Book Talk had just started picking up, and I got swooped into that wave. That's not to diminish my work or anything. I did work hard on the book. I did, do my best to kind of make it a craft that I was proud of, but so does every other author, right? And sometimes luck really gets into it, and I fully acknowledge having Book Talk explode right at that point put me up there. Without it, I would have been a pandemic release. I would have just been on that shelf of a bookstore no one was walking because it was November 2020 and they weren't open yet. So yeah, I really tried to keep my expectations low. I had been noticing, in the months leading up to release, like, oh, a lot of people are excited to read it. A lot of people are saying, like, I can't wait, I'm gonna tell my friends about this. And it's a really good sign. But again, like, being a bestseller is also very nebulous. Sometimes the list just decides not to put you on it. Trade secret, don't tell anyone I said that, but it's true. But yeah, I had hoped, of course, but I wanted to keep myself, on a level of, it'll be great if it happens, but if it doesn't, life is long, being an author is long, writing books is a very long-term thing, and if that is a goal that I have later in life, it is later in my career, later in life, etc., it is something that I can always keep working towards rather than, expecting it from the get-go.
Hi, I had a question. So I'm a writing major, and I just have to know, like, what is your writing process? How did you write so many books, and how are they so long?
They're so long because I can't shut up. I'm kidding. They're also so long because my character casts are so long, and every time I have, like, a revision deadline where my editor is like, can you get me back this in, like, a month? I'm like, oh my God, like, most times when you expect it back in a month, it's because most books are like 70,000 words, and then my books are like twice that length, but I still get the same amount of time. Anyway, so in college, I had a very different writing relationship than I do with it now. And the way that it worked in college was that I kind of gaslit myself into thinking writing was really, really, really fun and no work at all, because school was so hard, right? Writing essays was so hard. Working on that thesis was such a pain. And when midnight hit and I needed a break, I was like, ooh, time to work on my book. I tried to not think of it as work, but rather something that would calm me down. That was me working on my hobby and getting those creative juices running after a whole day of, like, Sino-American relations are at an all-time low. Like, it was, after all of that academic speak, getting to sink into this world that I myself had created, and I get to describe things, and I get to write people, like, fighting each other, was just so fun. I will say, I don't know if that's valuable advice, because it's very hard to gaslight yourself into thinking that, but I also kept a very tight schedule. So I made it that I had to do all of my work at a certain point, And then if I had time at night and I wasn't like sleep depriving myself, I would go switch to the writing. I also had communicated very clearly, either like to my agent in the beginning or to my publisher, that I do have to do my school deadlines before my writing deadlines. And the fact that they were understanding and didn't say like, no, you must get this in at this time, made it so that I had a lot of flexibility to kind of work on the books as a, second priority and get schoolwork done otherwise. Since graduating, I did have a identity crisis because for my entire life, I had always been, student with writing on the side. Throughout all of high school, when you saw all of those other books that I'd been working on, I'd always thought about it as a hobby. It was the thing that I did after I finished my homework. It was the thing that I did as a little treat, after I could move from the working desk to the couch. But after I graduated college, I had a life crisis. That's why I'm coming out with 3 books this year, because if you track back to the fact that it takes 2 years for books to be created, 2 years ago I was having my life crisis and writing a lot. I suddenly had so much time on my hands, and that meant I was just writing all the time. Again, COVID forced me to do it full time, which meant the safety network of having a day job, which a lot of other authors have, was completely gone. That didn't exist for me anymore. And the way that it works when this is like a really side tidbit, sorry if you don't care about this. The way that being an international student works is if you decide to go full-time on a creative thing, you can't be employed by an employer because the visa that you're on is different. So for me, it was like I can either choose to find a job and do writing on the side all the time, or I can actually be a full-time writer and I have no safety network whatsoever. Which also meant, we often don't talk about this aspect of writing, but being able to make a living off it is actually really important for your further output. If the books aren't generating that income and you do have a side job, it is actually very hard to keep writing those books because so much of your time is spent elsewhere. And it's one of those feedback cycle loops. The more that you have the time and the income to be writing, the more you end up writing. And I knew that I wanted to quickly generate that loop before it was too late. And then I had nowhere to go because I didn't have the safety network of deciding if this doesn't work out, I'll go get a day job. It was this works out or you die. I'm kidding, I won't die. But like it works out or you like go home, right? So I created these books out of this very intensive, like just creative like mania. And I don't recommend that because that burns you out. But, I had the years following to edit, and I'm really proud of what they turned out. But it was a big learning lesson of you need to carve out specific times for writing, yes, but you can't go too far with it either. In college, I carved out small little sections so that I could get the stuff done. Once I'd left college and I had so much time, I also need to carve it out so that I have time to rest. That's a huge thing to remember, especially if you study writing as well, because things start to merge, right? You need to carve out time where you can just be you as a person and not you as a writer. Otherwise, your brain is just gonna get so sapped and squeezed and you just don't know what to do and you're like, who am I? I speak from personal experience. So, I hope that answered your question.
Thank you so much, Chloe, and thank you all for being here and for your contributions. And please, if you don't do money anymore, please contribute to the Savannah Book Festival through Venmo, and remember the yellow buckets out there. But thank you so much, Chloe.